So on this one, it's our 100th podcast. So we decided to go back to the origins of some of the pioneers and names of the sport that made it what it is today. You got the likes of Art Davie, Big John McCarthy, and Enson Inoue, and some other great names. So stay tuned and enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Isle of Man in the UK. This is John and Mike's MMA Corner.
Mike, we made it. What podcast 100? Well, in theory, we've done a couple more than 100 because we've done some specials and stuff. But
so
numbered,
it's 100 and some.
Yeah, let's do numbered podcasts. We're up to 100. I never thought.
UFC.
Who would have thought?
Fight nights, but
yeah. Who would have thought we'd make it, Mike? To 100. Like, who would have? Bloody hell! And we thought we would make this a kind of memorabilia kind of style of podcast where we would remember the people who were pioneers and very huge cogs in the works for making MMA what it is today, really, from the early days, from people who were involved in the sport in different manners, and that's what we've got on this podcast to show our appreciation, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's without these individuals, would the sport have happened? Maybe, but I think they are highly important, and some were there from the very go, and some were there to help shape the sport, so to speak. So, I'm very proud and pleased, that they did decide to go down their path they chose.
Yeah, and we're super glad to have these guests on. We're going to put these guests on. Do you know what? We'll do it in alphabetical order, the guests. Instead of, there's no particular list, it's just alphabetical. The first guest we're going to have on is basically the guy who sat there and came up with the idea, and there's a book about it and everything. A guy called Art Davie. We got Art Davie on, and it was an absolute joy speaking with him.
Yes, that's true. Dana White was not the guy that started it.
Yes.
But for everyone that thinks it's Dana White, no, don't get me wrong, they've done wonders,
no.
But there were other people that were
and
explaining what it was.
A guy who was involved in UFC 1 in the background, and a guy who's been involved in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu from when it was being taught in a garage is Big John McCarthy. We had him on to talk again. He was, fantastic to speak with. Absolute pleasure having him on, and he was instrumental in.
Very familiar around the sport.
Yeah, he was instrumental in the rule makings as well. He's a great one. We also got on a guy who we've got a lot of time for. We've met him, love the guy to bits. Campbell McLaren, who was part of the kind of the broadcasting side of things. That really, he was a guy who was, let's say, very, very involved in this, getting it on television pay-per-view. That was, and he tells some stories, talks about memoirs from his diary and stuff. It's actually really, really interesting, some of the bits he has in there.
Yeah, lovely guy. Just the way he talks, the enthusiasm he talks with, and it's a child to them. It's like a family sort of thing, like that they, hatched. So,
and then we also have Mike Enson Inoue. Come on, who, let's be honest, Enson Inoue is a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a guy there who he's like he was around, for instance, look at Pride. When Pride was scary and a bit unbelievable, that they really do this shit. He was in the thick of it, and and some of the stories, like if you hear some of the stories, that he talks about, with Japan and and the guy's enthusiasm and how he recognises that, it's just everything, I love the guy, and can he fight? Yeah, can he have a,
And Gary Goodridge joined us as well, Mike. Gary Goodridge, we had him on to talk about some of the fights, spoke about a couple of poignant fights in his career, same events in Inoue, fights that stuck out, and the kind of trilogy with Don Fry and the fights in general that he had, and he's just a great guy and just a lovely guy to speak to.
Yeah, who came into the sport with no say no fighting background, he wasn't like, you had these guys that were coming from like, who had a big fighting history. He didn't. He was just basically a tough guy who signed up for it. And
arm wrestler. He was a very good arm wrestler.
Yeah. You don't get smacked in the face a lot in arm wrestling, though.
No, but he was...
And to be honest, he took to it like a duck to water. You know, he just went in and he pretty much taught. I mean, I remember his first tournament. When he came into the sport, it was still in the tournament phase.
Yeah.
And, you know, a guy who didn't come in with all these black belts and all this, you know, I mean, like, well, he did kind of, because he came in with a black gi on, which was kind of strange, but, you know. But yeah, he had some fantastic fights right from the off. And Don Fry, let's be honest, Don Fry was a murderer of murderers, you know.
Yeah, he was awesome. And
you know,
last but not least, we have Sean Wheelock come on to talk, and Sean Wheelock was one of the very first people. He was one of the first of the people to buy the pay-per-view, which was, you know, if you think about it back then, in pay-per-view numbers, I can't believe how many they actually sold back then, but his mum, that's what's so awesome about this side of it, is that his mum bought him UFC 1, so that just shows how great it is, but she just thought it was, basically, she thought it was just the kind of wrestling, like pro wrestling, like fake wrestling. She didn't quite know it was what it was, really.
sounds like he was smart from the word go.
Yeah.
Let her believe that, yeah, it's no violence in it. Yeah,
and he talks about, you know, the kind of his memories from when he bought it, when he watched it, and, you know, just little things like that. And he also talks about his involvement in the sports now and what it did for him. And, you know, you got to think, he was one of the 86,000 people, I think, just around 86,000 people pay-per-view buys. He was one of the first one. He was one of them that bought it, you know, one people. And that's just incredible.
I was going to say, don't forget, this was before social media.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know, and the numbers were fairly close, you know, and if not better sometimes than some of the buys you get on some of the cards today.
Yeah.
You know, where you've got all the advertising. I mean, you used to say UFC back then, no one really knew what it was.
No.
Now you say it, you know, you got women that know what UFC means, you know, some grandmothers know, you know, it's...
So this... Yeah. So this is what we got these people on for, to talk about, you know, these memories and what happened in their days from, you know, not just UFC pride and just the kind of evolution of the sport and stuff that happened, stuff that's stuck in their mind, because we want to let people know that obviously Dana White didn't create MMA and stuff like that, because, you know, it's not to be rude to people who don't know MMA, but you know what, not everyone knows the beginnings and how it all started. And, yeah, and that's why we got all these guests on, and their involvement in the sport, and the fact that these people are still involved in it now. You know, you're looking at 20 years on. It's great to see, and look, we hope you all enjoy it. We had a blast coming up with this, you know, and getting these people on and speaking with them, and you know, we turned into little fanboys. I won't lie. It was kind of just sitting there giggling to ourselves doing it, but it was great to have them on. It was just a beautiful moment, and we're happy that we got to 100. And
I've got a quick question for you.
Sorry?
Quick question for you. Can you remember your first ever UFC?
No, I can't. I can't actually remember it, no. I've tried to remember, but I can't remember it.
Oh, I can, yeah. Mine was watching on VHS tape, UFC number 2.
Yeah. That's the thing, I just can't remember. It's one of them ones where I can't remember even the fighters' names or anything. I probably watched it, but didn't really acknowledge what I was watching. That was the thing.
Right.
I just didn't. I probably turned. I didn't tune in to watch it specifically. I probably turned over the channels and came across it, and it might not have even. I'll be honest. It might not have been the UFC that I watched the first. I might have come across, if I'm honest, Cage Rage.
Right.
Yeah, I think Cage Rage might have been something I came across first because it was on UK TV, little obscure Sky channels, and I think I came across that maybe first. I can't remember, if I'm honest. I really can't remember. But look, that's why we did it. This is why it's on, and these are why the guests are here. So we're just going to put the guests on one after another. We're going to have them all individually as well, so you can just jump on if you want to listen to someone specific. listen to them, enjoy, have a great time in listening and reminiscing and learning.
Download them, take them on the plane with you.
Yeah, exactly. You can download them on SoundCloud for free and listen to them as well. If you're on YouTube, you can, like it, share this, share to
and
people.
You don't have to near us as much.
Exactly. So have a great time enjoying it just as much as we did, people. Okay, we're talking now with, you could say, the founding father, the foundation, who laid the foundations for the UFC on. That's a good way to describe it, would you say, Mike?
Yes.
Well, I think agree. Help me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how we would just if you described him as the UFC was a building, he would be the foundations. He was the one who.
What I've done with the book and what I've done with the film is that I was the creator of the UFC. There were three founders, me, Bob, and Horion.
Yeah.
But I was the creator of the UFC. I had to sell everybody else. I had to sell Bob. I had to sell Horion.
There you go. Well,
okay then. So the only sperm that found the egg, then,
yes.
Shall we say?
Exactly.
Okay. So with that, we have Art Davie.
And so thank you for coming on and talk to us and join us in this. I say it's like a nostalgia for we want people to never forget how the UFC came about, and luckily enough, it's been put into words. It's been put into a book that you and Sean Wheelock worked on together, which I read it, loved it. Is it legal? It's a great book. It's out there for people to read. When you did the book though, was it crazy to come back and speak just fluently about the memories and how it all came about? Because I imagine you just didn't sit there every day after everything was over. Did you? Was it nice to come back and talk about it with Sean?
I was very fortunate in having Sean's support. He approached me in 2011. I had been approached by a number of people, including, the guy who edited and produced Gladiator and Grappling Magazine, Todd Hester. And I had not done the book, not been ready to do the book. But when Sean came to me, we began talking about it. And I realized Sean was an enormous fan. He had watched the thing at his mother's house when he was only 19 years old and was an enormous fan. So revisiting that time was a great thrill for me. I was very fortunate, and Sean has pointed it out since then, that I had great notes. Coming from the advertising business, whenever I met with someone, a client, a distributor, a retailer, I used to make notes of that meeting. So I had great notes of my early conversations back in the day when I was hooking up with Horion and Semaphore Entertainment, HBO, etc., and the fighters. I had great notes. But sitting down with Sean was a great thrill because, in many cases, I had put a lot of those things on the shelf and not had forgotten them, but had not revisited them in a while. So redoing the book, and it took 7 months of writing, editing the book, was a great thrill for me to go back and re-experience again the excitement that I felt in those early years from 1992 to November 12th, 1993.
I was going to say, it must be like coming across a family photo album or something like that you haven't seen for years and flicking through and like your memories suddenly coming back and, something like that.
Absolutely. And, Sean and I did a great job, and Sean was my great support both in editing and in research. So we went back and opened up the door again to people like, Trent Jenkins, the alternate, with the first UFC, people I hadn't talked in more than 20 years. Revisiting again with Gerard Gordeau and Taylor Tooley, and so many of the early fighters that were a part of the process. Going back and revisiting the people that I had approached, like Dennis Alexio, the great kickboxer who was in the film Kickboxer with Jean-Claude Van Damme in '89. It was a great opportunity to go back, like a photo album, like you said, and revisiting those memories and remembering what had taken place many years before.
And we're going to talk, obviously, about... We won't talk about the book, obviously. We are going to talk about the book in the sense of... We're going to talk about the beginning of the UFC, which obviously is in the book, but we won't talk about certain bits. We'll leave some bits so people will buy the book to read it, because it is worth reading and it is worth purchasing. But what I loved about the book, and when I was reading it, was one name that stood out to me, and his name was Pat Strong. And we've got to be quite thankful that Huron didn't listen to Pat, and you did, but you put the time and effort in. I found that you put the groundwork in to build that kind of relationship with Huron, to build There was what got you to the UFC. They got the UFC going. For Pat Strong, he just pitched the idea and that was it.
Well, I had met Pat Strong years before, and he had done a film with Bong Hoo-san, the great Korean Taekwondo Tang Soo-do specialist. I think I have that right. And they had done a movie with Ed Parker, and the movie went directly to Netflix. It was one of those movies that never made it to the theaters. But I had met Pat back in the day when I was in the advertising agency business, and he wanted to see at the time if I had any contacts to distribute that movie. And I remember going with him to the house of the individual who had financed it, a wealthy dentist in Beverly Hills, California. So my relationship with Pat Strong went back long before the UFC. And then years later, in the Gracie Academy, when they opened up the new school over there on Carson Street in Torrance, who was at the opening was Pat Strong. And Pat had supplied a proposal at one point, before I met Rorion, to Rorion Gracie for the World Free Fighting Championship, in which he basically tried to come up with a scheme and an idea to bring together the various martial artists to compete on an even footing. But like so many ideas that had been developed at the time, it didn't have all the details worked out, and it really was an attempt to bring this type of an event to the video stores, the brick and mortar video stores like Blockbuster at the time, which are now since gone. My idea was unique in that I saw it as a tournament. That's what I had. The one idea that I thought was very unique. I saw it as a tournament. I didn't see it as an individual event with various bouts. I saw it as a tournament to try to find the apex predator, the great white shark. The second original idea I had, which Pat Strong didn't have, was that I understood intrinsically it was a pay-per-view event. Hey, big-time boxing and big-time wrestling in North America was pay-per-view. We had to structure this so that it could be taken to pay-per-view. That was my advantage, and that's what Pat Strong didn't have. And quite frankly, Rorion told me that when it came to the Gracie Challenge, he had been approached by any number of people who came to him and said, hey, let's do a kickboxer versus Hickson on the beach. Let's film it and let's put it in a video and try to get it in Blockbuster. I had two unique ideas, the tournament and pay-per-view. And with that, and a clear idea that that's what the event was all about, I really was able then to move forward and recruit not only Rorion, but Bob Meyerowitz at Semaphore Entertainment. I was able to present this to HBO and to Showtime because I had a clear idea what this thing could look like. And the Showtime guys and the HBO guys, that's exactly the language they spoke. Pay-per-view.
Yeah. Brings the money in.
They needed a business
some money.
Sort of
it's all about the dollar
involved in it, yeah.
And that's the great thing about the book was when you talked about how your idea that you originally pitched this world's best fighter to not even to Heron, originally to another company because you were for an advertisement company, and yes. Then they rejected it, and then you just kept the idea and you just never let it go because it, like you say, it stemmed a little bit from when you were younger, when you were, I say, a child, so to speak, when you were you did a bit of boxing, and as a young lad, as a wrestler, and you lost basically.
Well, the great advantage that I had was, number one, I was not a martial artist expert. I was not a black belt in anything, but I had enough experience with my boxing, and then getting a blue belt over at Gracie Jiu-Jitsu enabled me to understand what this grappling was going to mean. And, researching this whole phenomena, going back to Pancrase, 648 BC, when it became a big event in the original Olympics, I realized that when you brought a grappler and a striker together, 8 times out of 10, the grappler would win. So I needed to understand grappling. So my advantage was that I really wasn't an expert in the martial arts, but I knew enough about them, therefore, to become a decent matchmaker / booker. And secondly, that I was primarily a marketing guy. I was an ad man by training and trade. So I could look at this as a business. I could look at the customer and say, who are we trying to attract? Who's this young guy, somewhere between 18 to 34 years of age, that's got to step out and pay $19.95, $24.95 on a Friday night to see this on pay-per-view?
Yeah, I wondered as well after reading the book, I wonder what it would have been like if it had happened in Brazil on Halloween.
Well, that's a very interesting story, and I kind of touch base on in the book, is that Rorion had a good friend in Brazil, who had been very famous in the producing business, and he had brought Frank Sinatra to Maracana Stadium in Rio de Janeiro, and we had approached him. He had gone to school in L.A. He had gone, I believe, USC or UCLA, and had gotten a degree. He was a professional promoter by training and trade. And I talk about it in the book that he was coming to Los Angeles. We met with him and looked at the possibility of doing this in Rio de Janeiro on Halloween in 1993. And his name was Lulu Niemeyer. His family is very famous in the promotion business in Brazil. And he told us, he said, my problem promoting this in Brazil, he said, I now do most of my stuff in Argentina. He said, my problem with the Brazilian customer is you'll sell 20,000 tickets, but only 5,000 will pay. The other 15,000 will sneak under the wire, under the fence.
Yeah.
So he said, so let me tell you, there's going to be some problems in promoting this in Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo. He said, I know both cities. I've done events in both cities. But he cautioned us about the possibility of doing that first event. Also, Semaphore, by the time that we would, eventually put together a deal in 93 to do pay-per-view, they were apprehensive about doing that first event in a foreign country because whatever difficulty we were going to have in doing it in America, they would be compounded by the difficulty of bringing, 40 individuals, the fighters and their entourages and production staff down to Rio de Janeiro for the first event. So while we considered the excitement of doing this in Rio that first time, the logistics and the mechanics of doing it in Rio, argued against it, and I think we made the right decision. I, of course, had done my homework and found out that Colorado had a loophole in their laws which would allow bare-knuckle fighting in that state, and that, in addition to the fact that they had pioneered the state of Colorado in the LLC corporate structure, the limited liability company. At that time, there were only 3 states in America that had the LLC format. It was perfect for our investors because if you invested $10,000 and everything went sour, you could only be sued for the $10,000, not for anything more. So the LLC structure and the loophole allowing bare-knuckle fighting allowed us to bring the first event, November 12th, 1993, to Colorado.
And and that's what was great, like I say, about when I was reading the book. When I was reading through the book, obviously, and I get to the chapter, wow, promotions, and I was like, actually, I don't know this one. I haven't heard of this promotion. Wow. I was like, was this before the UFC? And then that was the template name that you put in place, and War of the Worlds, and I thought it was. I actually really liked it as well. Wow promotion. I thought that can't quite catchy. I quite liked it.
Well, the WOW Promotions idea was a great one in the sense that we knew that I knew I had a great idea. I knew it was a great idea because I was bringing back, as John Milius confirmed for me, I was bringing back the glories of the ancient Greek Olympics. Pancration by 648 BC was added to the Olympic program. Within 4 Olympic Games, it became the most popular event in the ancient Greek Olympics. And it was our event. It was grappling and striking with no eye gouging and no biting. So all I was doing was bringing back the glories of the ancient world. So WOW Promotions had a very solid idea. Even though HBO passed on it, and so did Showtime, I was fortunate in that I got Semaphore Entertainment. They were only doing comedy and concerts on pay-per-view. They didn't have a franchise. So when I presented it to Campbell McLaren at Semaphore, he was hungry and waiting for something like this. He didn't understand it real well, and neither did Bob, but they both suspected that I was right, that this would attract young males, not only over North America, but as we've seen in the last 22 years, over the entire world.
Well, I mean, if let's be honest, it's simple to understand what attracts more attention. If you're at any sporting event and some trouble creates somewhere, whether it be on the pitch or in the crowds, everybody watches the fight. It doesn't matter what the sporting event is that you're at. And
Jorge used to always say that to me, and he was right about that too. He said, if you're at a football game or a hockey match and something breaks out in the stands, before you know it, everybody's got the camera over there to seeing what's going on, and that's the kind of raw excitement that we had inside the octagon. By capturing that and presenting that, the fans were saying, my God, they got a sumo wrestler versus a karate champ? You can't even see this in the movies. I mean, it was unique all by itself.
Yeah. I was going to say, and people always like that sort of, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, with boxing, I mean, you can pretty much, I mean, yeah, you still don't know for sure. It is a fight, and endings can happen at any point. But you can get an idea. You can say, well, this guy tends to do this every fight. But with this new sport, nobody knew. No one had a clue, you know, or very few people, should we say. It's and also with the bare knuckle side of it. I mean, I used to be a big follower of boxing, and back in the UK, going back a few years, bare knuckle fighting used to be. It was more the gypsies that tried to keep it going, like, you know, after the Marquess of Queensberry sort of laced on gloves on boxers. There were a breakaway few that wanted to carry on the bare knuckle, and then when you got two big fighters, I'm trying to think if it was I can't think of the guys, but they got a big name for themselves in the UK, and they were bare knuckle fighters. And the police said, you know, we won't allow. It was, I forget where it was going to be, but it was in some small arena or something, or gentleman's club. And the police said, right, there's, you know, no bare knuckle. It has to be lace gloves. If it's lace gloves, then it's okay, you know. So what they did, they put gloves on the fighters. They walked to the ring. They then surround it with security, so even the police couldn't get past the security. And the security didn't lay a hand on the policeman or anything, but they were big guys, and they, you know, no one could get past. And then what the fighters then did was they then took their gloves off and started fighting almost instantly, and that's how they managed to get that match going. You know, because it was illegal in the UK, so. You know, even an ungloved fight is an unseen thing now by most people.
You know what was interesting is back in the day, there was a bare knuckle fighting champion in the UK by the name of Joe Savage. Do you remember him?
Rings a bell, Joe Savage.
Yeah, that's back in the days of... I'm cracking my memory. Yeah.
I'm thinking about Joe Savage versus Bert Cooper. And Joe Savage, I was trying to recruit him at one point for the UFC. I wanted a bare-knuckle British fighter to come into the UFC. I think this was around UFC 6 or 7, but there was this undefeated bare-knuckle champ by the name of Joe Savage in the United Kingdom, and that's who I wanted to bring in. I couldn't make a deal with him for some reason. I forget what happened.
I don't know. He would have probably been arrested when he returned home or something, you know.
One thing I'll touch on, if you don't mind, is we won't talk about one specific bit in the book, because I think it's quite. I think what I liked about this part was it added it was like an underlaying intensity to the story. It was the pay-per-view deal, you know, the contract with the pay-per-view. I found that part of this when you're reading the story. I found that added a bit of attention to it, and a bit of. You know, kind of every time you're reading it, you're getting a little update on what's going on, and then you go to another part of the, you know, of the beginning of the UFC, and every now and then touch on it's almost like a tension builds up, and obviously, you know, there's more to it in the book to read, ladies and gentlemen. But the relationship you had with them, with Bob and Campbell, how did you know? You said in the book though that you kind of got a kinship with Campbell. Over that period of time, you felt like he was your friend in the end of it, rather than the business side of it wasn't there.
Yes, Campbell and I hit it off. You know, Campbell was a bright guy. He had been involved with the Catch a Rising Star nightclubs here in the United States. He was a graduate of Berkeley with a degree in fine arts. Campbell was a creative guy. He didn't know anything about fighting at all. Neither did Bob Meyerowitz. But Campbell had a great sense of what we were doing from an entertainment standpoint. And to some extent, and John McCarthy loves to tease him about it, Campbell and Joe Cloris, Don Cloris, D-O-N Cloris, who was the public relations consultant for the NBA and the NFL here in North America, were the two architects of the advertising approach, the public relations approach, that talked about death, and that a fight could end in death. And that was a two-edged sword, because by emphasizing that in our ad campaign, we were courting the media and the politicians, and in fact encouraging them on some level to attack us. So it was a two-edged sword. Like McCarthy points out, it may have attracted a lot of fans to the event, but it also attracted a lot of negative publicity, including Senator McCain, who turned it into a campaign to ban us. So there was a two-edged sword there. But my relationship with the Semaphore Entertainment was a complicated one. They were looking for an entertainment franchise, and I needed a pay-per-view TV partner.
Yeah, it is. And ladies and gentlemen, when you read the book, you see there's more and more to this story, and it's I quite enjoyed that bit of the book, really, that kind of that story just kept popping up every now and then as you read through the chapters.
Yes.
Going on then to when you were recruiting your guys, you spoke about how you wanted certain fighters, you were trying to get certain guys, and obviously you were trying to look for certain boxers, and they were wanting a horrendously high, appearance fee. But then you got a certain gentleman in Art Jimmerson, who was at the time, a legitimate fighter, who,
yes,
he had a great, I think he was in the top 10 ranked at the time. He was for me, when I read that story, it almost felt like it was a sad character reading that. I know it's real, but I felt like a bit of sadness. I felt, when I've read it, I thought there was something about Art that I don't think anyone quite knows what was going on at the time, maybe.
Well, Art Jimmerson is an interesting story, because I had approached, I had gone to the Kronk gym, to Emmanuel Stewart's gym in Detroit, and been turned down there. They laughed at me. They said, "Look, kid, you're chasing rainbows. You're never going to get a professional heavyweight boxer to compete in this event with these karate boys." So I was, insecure and nervous at that point about being able to recruit a boxer. I went to Joe Frazier's gym in Philadelphia, and while I was able to recruit two great cutmen for the first UFC, the great Leon Tabbs and the late great Sam Solomon, who was in Cassius Clay and Sonny Liston's fight in Miami in 1964. He was in Liston's corner. But I wasn't able to get any heavyweight boxers out of Joe Frazier's gym. So when I finally hooked up with Phil Adams, who was an attorney in St. Louis, who represented James Bonecrusher Smith and Leon Tabbs, Leon Spinks, the former heavyweight champion, who had defeated Muhammad Ali in a heavyweight championship fight, I was getting pretty frustrated at that point. And everybody was turning me down or asking me for ridiculous appearance fees. And I was limited to how much I could pay for an appearance fee. We paid for Taylor Tooley's appearance fee, and we paid for Art Jimmerson's appearance fee, quite frankly. Those were the only two fighters in UFC 1 that got money above and beyond what was in the tournament. So when I recruited Jimmerson, he was due for a bout with the great welterweight, middleweight, and light heavyweight Tommy Hitman Hearns about 6 weeks after the UFC. His attorney, Phil Adams, was negotiating to put that fight together. He was on a 15-fight winning streak. He was 29-5 as a record. He was ranked 10th in the world by the IBC and the WBC. He was a legitimate cruiserweight and heavyweight contender. But he was in an interesting point in his life where when we offered him a $17,000 appearance fee, for the event, he later used that money as a down payment on a house in East St. Louis, and his sponsor in St. Louis began to pay him a weekly salary, a couple of $1,000s a month, to just train. And after the UFC, his boxing record, when you take a look on boxingrec.com, it went really south. He began to lose. Him coming into the UFC was interesting because he was in the gym in St. Louis with Ernest Hart, who was teaching and trying to show him that, look, here's what the grapplers are going to do. And he was intimidated by that. The true story is when he gets to Denver, by Wednesday, he's in the gym, and Big John McCarthy, who had been training with Royce, got together with him, and they're starting to spar a little bit. And Jimmerson says, "Hey, what is that Gracie boy going to do if I throw a jab like this?" So John says, "Hit me with your best punch." So Jimmerson says, "What do you mean?" John said, No. He said, "You try to hit me as best you can with a jab and hook off the jab, see if you can take me out." So they start sparring around. McCarthy ducks the punch, slips back, goes into a double leg takedown, takes Jimmerson to the canvas, mounts him, puts his big fist in Jimmerson's face and said, "Now what you going to do, boy?" And Jimison says, they're going to break my arm, aren't they? He says, yes, they can, and they might. So Jimison, by Friday night, Friday afternoon when we had the dress rehearsal for the event that night, I said to him, show me your trunks. He had that beautiful pair of trunks that said Art King Jimison on them, black silk, with the gold letters. And I looked at him, I said, you look a little nervous. That night in the dressing room before the event, I said, where are your gloves? Where are your shoes? Oh, he said, I didn't bring them. I said, what do you mean you didn't bring them? You're a boxer. Where's your gloves? Where's your shoes? He said, I didn't bring them. He's looking at me real blank like I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I could tell that he wasn't there. He had left his fight in the gym. He was gone. So I sent my kid brother over to a sporting goods store in a suburb of Denver, and we got a pair of 10-ounce gloves and a pair of Nike or New Balance running shoes. We couldn't find any boxing shoes. And I finally got those to him at the last minute. He said, hey, these are running shoes. I said, beggars can't be choosers. Put them on and get ready. So the true story on Art Jimison, and you're right about the fact, he did not bring his best game to the event that night on November 12th. He wasn't there. He was gone. He was lost. And he came into the event, as you saw, he quickly, wound up. And later on, he told me recently in October in Syracuse, New York, at a martial arts fan expo, he said, I thought there were people holding down my legs. He thought somebody else had gotten into the ring. He had never been mounted and had his feet hooked. He was shocked. He said, I thought there was other people in the ring holding down my legs. So Jimison was lost. He was other than Zane Fraser, he was the most lost guy in Denver. Really,
I think everyone else was lost when they watched the replay, and there was no submission put on Art Jimison, and he tapped to nothing, and you were like, "What? Did we all miss something?"
Yeah. He had, believe me, when I looked at his eyes, and then I'm in the truck with Mark Lucas, my director, and Michael Pilot, the line producer, and I see he's got one glove. I bought him 2 gloves. I sent my kid brother with $300 to get a pair of gloves in Arvada. And we got the gloves at the last minute. He shows up with one glove, and Mark Lucas, the director, turns to me and says, Art, what the hell is he doing? I had a look on my face like, I don't know what he's doing. I was in a state of shock. At the last minute, he decided he was going to leave one hand free so he could hit Hoist with a left hook. But he didn't even bring that. So you saw that event, he did not bring anything to the party. The funny story with Art Jimison is he's still doing appearances, he's still signing autographs, and he's giving away copies of that one glove all over the country.
I was going to say that only wearing one glove was probably a blessing, because if you was to say if you got 1 million MMA fans, into one room, and you said to them, name 3 things that you remember from UFC 1.
Yes.
It would be probably the tooth getting knocked out. It would be the fact that the smallest guy in the tournament wins.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it would be some guy turning up with one glove.
Yeah, Jimison has turned that into a whole career. He's gotten himself a job teaching boxing at a UFC gym. I ran into him at fan events here in the United States. He's the happiest guy. He takes pictures with fans. He's got a giant one glove. I pose with him. I did a video with him in Syracuse in October. He's the happiest guy. He's turned that one appearance in MMA into a whole career. I give him a lot of credit for it because, if anybody competed in the UFC and did nothing, you might say that Jimison's at the top of that list.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
But having said that, if you said to people, name 3 of the name 3 of the originals.
Yes.
He might
Jimison,
be one of the guys you'd name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The boxer who showed up with one glove would be the name you'd come up with. So it's funny how that whole first event, it's Taylor Tully's tooth and it's Art Jimison's glove, and it's Hoist being the skinny, smallest guy in the event to win it. But I agree that Jimison he did not show up with any kind of a game or energy for the event. And believe me, by the time he walked into the octagon, I knew that I was not getting what I would hope to get from a boxer, quite frankly. It just works out that way sometimes. It's an unpredictable business, and, fans don't understand what it takes to get into a cage and fight. It is a tremendous. It's not a team sport. There's nobody to help you.
No.
Yeah, they're not there when it comes to the first whistle, shall we say?
What I found is it's when the bolts go on the door that's what hits me when I step in the cage and the bolts close over. that's when the reality hits you. That's when I go, oh shit, I'm actually in the cage on my own, and there's someone across from me that wants to ram my face into the ground. You know, it's just that's what hits me. That's when it hits me, and it is people who have never done it. Yeah, like you say, they just don't understand what that whole kind of adrenaline, that ride of emotions is like.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And you know, that first event was extraordinary, and I dedicated my book, Is This Legal?, to those 10 men.
Yeah.
Because you have to remember that, you know, recruiting those 10 guys, you know, with Trent Jenkins and Jason DeLucia as the two alternates, you know, a lot of guys had turned me down.
Yes.
Boxers, wrestlers, kickboxers, famous martial artists, they had all turned me down. So getting those 10 men to put their careers, their reputations on the line took a lot of guts. Those guys were the X-15 pilots of the early era. They had to be pioneers. They didn't know what to expect, really. And when I was talking recently to Mark Lucas, who was the director of the event for Semaphore, he said, Art, in the truck, all of us guys, including the cameraman, kept turning to each other and saying, are the cops going to show up? Are we all going to get arrested? Is anybody going to die? Is Taylor Tooley going to throw somebody out of the octagon? Nobody knew what to expect. That was the beauty and the excitement and the drama of those first events, is that we were blazing a trail and a path.
Well,
it was extraordinary.
I would imagine even the fighters, if they didn't say it out loud, they probably at least said it in their minds at least once. Is this legal? You know, it's...
Yes.
You know, I mean, because... I must admit, I can remember seeing UFC number 2 on the shelf.
Yeah.
I've been a fan of martial arts and boxing for a number of years at that point, and I remember seeing it on the shelf, and I kept walking past it, and it was amongst some of the WWF stuff and all the rest of it, which I'm not a fan of, and I would pick it up and I'd have a look at it, and then I'd put it down and I'd walk back, and eventually I thought to myself, well, I'll buy it and I'll have a look at it, because I wasn't sure, number one, is it real, and number two, what exactly was it? You know what I mean? It was, you know, and having seen it the first time, you're like, Jesus. And I was in the army at the time, and I was the only person on the camp with a copy of this video, and I would literally I was only a young guy, and I would literally turn around to anyone else that had an interest in fighting or violence or anything like that, which in the army there's quite a few, and I would say, have you seen this? And you'd bring them into your room, and you'd have them all there, you know. You might have sergeants and staff sergeants there and all sorts, and you'd be playing it, watching it, and they'd be like, whoa, you know, Christ, like, is this real? And I went, you can't do that fake, you know. It's happening right there, you know. You can't fake that, you know. Everyone's seen Rocky, you know, and or Bloodsport, and you know, there's no slow motion bits in it, like, you know. It's oh yeah, you know, it was a good way to get popular, put it that way.
It was, yeah.
You know, Sean Wheelock tells that story too, that he was also a wrestling fan in the early days, and when he got his mom to order this pay-per-view, and he watched it when he was still a college student on his mom's television, he said that his first reaction in looking at the advertising, thinking, maybe this is a work, maybe this is some sort of a wrestling show. So the first bout, he says, when he sees Taylor Tooley and Gerard Gordeau in that 20 seconds going at it, and Taylor getting bloodied and his tooth being knocked out, you know, and Gerard Gordeau breaking his hand, having a tooth embedded in his foot, he said, I knew at that moment it was real. But you got to remember that at Wednesday of that week, Shamrock turns to me and he says, Art, is this a work? I said, Ken, we've been all through this. You know, Ken came in from Tuesday from the Pancrase event where he competed against Funaki in Fukuoka, and he lands in Tuesday in Denver. So Wednesday I see him over at the gym, and he turns to me and says, Art, is this a work? I said, Ken, we've been through all this. He said, well, Art, there's some guy in this thing, we're going to wear karate pajamas. He's referring to Hoist. He said, the kid's obviously an amateur. He said, I said, Ken, I've told you it's a shoot. There's no prearrangement here. There's no prearranged endings. You bring what you bring. You do what you do.
There's no script. He was still asking me on Wednesday.
He was wondering if it was real. That's a true story.
Yeah. I tell you, because you mentioned Ken Shamrock, while I remember, I love in the book. It's about Patrick Smith. Yeah.
Pat Smith.
How Pat Smith afterwards at the ball, so to speak, afterwards when you had the dinner on the following evening. And he came up to you and he said, "I want that bastard. I want Ken Sham." And,
Yeah.
I love that. And he wanted to come back. And the incredible thing was when he did come back, all of a sudden he had this grappling game. He had this submission game. And, I love that. I love that little bit of the story.
Well, when I had first gone up to Denver, I spoke to Karen Turner, who was a kickboxing promoter sponsored by Coors Beer in the Colorado area, and she recommended two guys to me. She says, number one, I'm going to recommend Pat Smith to you. He's won the Sabaki Challenge, which was a bare-knuckle karate tournament, which I'd read about in Black Belt magazine. And he said, I'm going to recommend Trent Jenkins to you. He says, he's just a journeyman, but he's a good guy, and if you need a spare fighter, he's somebody I'd call on. I went over to Tiger Kim's gymnasium on Colfax Avenue in Denver and saw Pat Smith working out, and I was very impressed. He at that time was being trained by Bobby Lewis, the former U.S. amateur boxing team's Olympic coach, and he was being trained by Bobby down in Las Vegas to do some pro boxing. And he'd won the Sabaki Challenge earlier that year in '93, and I'm watching him up at Tiger Kim's gym. I signed him up. He's actually the first fighter I signed for the UFC, not Hoist. I didn't sign Hoist up till late July, early August. I signed Pat way back in May when I was up in Denver.
Yes, because you wanted Hickson, but there was a slight, almost family feud going on that wasn't.
Yes.
That didn't come through. Yeah, and I understand why you wanted Hickson. He was the.
Oh yeah, he was
the
king.
king.
He was the killer of the. Thing.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I actually think that if you'd have scripted it, if you could have scripted a first fighting tournament, you couldn't have scripted it as good as it went. To have the first fight in the first moments be like an oh shit moment,
Yeah.
So straight away you think to yourself, like, with the first fight, it's like, Christ, it is real.
Yeah.
And we've got like another load of these fights coming up, and to have the smallest guy win. It's the guy in the pajamas, so to speak, that everyone was saying about. To actually win the thing against all these big,
gorillas,
killers.
Gorillas. They're all massive. Yeah, they're all huge. Yeah.
I don't think any sort of screenwriter could have put it into could have scripted it better.
Well, I was lucky and fortunate in one respect. Given my advertising background, I had a good feeling for the fans and what I thought they wanted. So there I was early on, recruiting somebody from Draka. One of the early posters for UFC 1, I had the Russian martial art Draka. I had those guys, was cultivating them, and they had a guy they wanted to put in. Finally, we couldn't put the deal together. But I was adamant about getting a boxer and a sumo wrestler. If I had been a traditional karate black belt guru in California, I wouldn't have gone that route. One of my strengths is that I was looking at the big picture. Bringing in somebody from Penjak Salat, bringing in somebody from Kung Fu Sansu, bringing in somebody from Muay Thai. I was always thinking of the big picture, thinking from A to Z, from Aikido to Zendo. I had to find guys from all over the world. So that was one of my great strengths. And I also had a great feeling for talent. John McCarthy teases me about that to this day. He says, sometimes you bring in somebody that I knew wasn't going to be a great fighter. He said, but you had a sense of that he was colorful, or that the fans would want to see that. So that was my desire to bring in Koji Katao, Emmanuel Yarborough, Taylor Tooley. I thought that the fans should see that, how would a sumo guy do? We got a karate guy, we got a kickboxer, we got this guy, we got that guy, Olympic gold medalist, Mark Schultz, Kevin Jackson, but how would a sumo wrestler do? So one of my great strengths was the willingness to look all the way across the martial arts, the broad dimensions of the martial arts, and say, I'm going to find somebody from everything. And the second thing was I had a great sense of who had charisma. That's why I found Tank Abbott. That's why I found Kimo Leopoldo. That's why I found a Randy Couture. I was always looking at the personalities as well as their fighting ability, because I knew, quite frankly, along with Campbell, we were in the sports entertainment business.
Yes, you had to find a balance. And what I loved about I just want to touch on the book a little bit one more time, was the relationship, the blossoming relationship between you and Huron Gracie. You could, as you read the story, and then it came to the event, it came to the night, UFC 1, when you bumped into each other backstage, and you're both in tuxedos, and it was almost like the relationship had, it kind of met at that point where you knew that you both were on the same wavelength, and it was a beautiful, touching bit. That really, I really loved that part of the book, the kind of story between the two of you.
Well, Orion and I had a very interesting relationship, and we were brothers of another mother. What we had in common was that we both had we took delight in being able to expose a lot of the martial arts gurus and what Orion used to call the frauds. There was an awful lot of people out there in the magazines saying that they had mastered the Shaolin month death touch, and they could knock somebody out with a pressure point and all this stuff. So Orion and I both took delight in being able, for me as matchmaker and booker, to recruit all of these guys, these gurus, and find out who was the real guy. Where we differed was I saw the event as an end in itself, and Horion always looked at it as a means to an end. His desire to be involved in this was to get Gracie Jiu-Jitsu across. That was his primary motivation, and he and I always, if we ever battled about anything, it was about that, because I always used to say this event stands on its own. He used to tease me and said, well, you might turn into Art McMahon. He was teasing me about the fact that I would become a version of Vince McMahon. He said, you're going to be Art McMahon when this is all over. I said, no, Horion, but this is an entertainment. And by the UFC 5, when I was looking at adding time limits, judges, rules, gloves, that was the end of the Gracies in the event, because they knew it wasn't Vale Tudo anymore. It was time limits. And quite frankly, as Horion always said to me, we need time to cook a guy on the ground.
Yeah.
Yes.
And time limits were going to work against that. So while we were very close, in fact, Horion used to always say, when I grow up, I want to be like you. Instead of having a belt around my waist, I want to have one of those fancy $100 silk ties around my neck like you wear.
And look, you talked about how the sport evolved under your eyes, how you went from UFC 1, and like you say, after a few UFCs, everything just started changing again, and the sport,
yes.
the style changed, everything started evolving. It went fast, but then you brought in these names that nowadays, they're just, kind of, T.O.T's, like you say, Randy Couture, Vitor Belfort, Tank Abbott, even there's a handful of guys that you just think these guys are synonymous with MMA, and you brought them in, and you obviously met them, and you came across them, and you said you loved working with Randy and Frank Shamrock, Randy Couture and Frank Shamrock as well.
Yeah. Well, half of the guys that are in the UFC Hall of Fame are guys that I booked and matchmake. I take a lot of credit for that. I had a great eye for talent. I just did. I just had a great eye for who I thought the public would click with. And that's important because, when you get right down to it, whether you're in soccer, tennis, golf, American football, it's all about the stars. It's all about personalities. They have to have great skill, but they also have to have a certain human dimension. If you want to talk about an athlete that understood that better than anybody, you have to say Muhammad Ali. He became larger than boxing, larger than life. Today, Ronda Rousey has done a good job over the last 2 years, I think, of creating a persona and a personality that transcends even MMA. So I think, having a sense of who has that kind of charisma is important. And I take a lot of credit for the fact that we were lucky in getting some of the great ones that we did get. But I was very fortunate after the second UFC. People were calling me finally. They were showing up on my doorstep. Oleg Taktarov was sleeping on my doorstep when I came to work one day. Didn't speak a word of English. Had a videotape showing him competing in Russia. And I had to get my brother-in-law, who spoke Russian, to talk to him because I couldn't speak any English. So I was fortunate, and at that point, a lot of people were showing up and saying, hey, I want to be in this. How do I get in?
He does a lot of film now, he does.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if somebody wants to be a true sports star, you have to have people to care about you. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, you have to have the audience care about you. And
absolutely.
There's been many world champions that have come and gone, and where the crowd didn't actually care for that person, they're not remembered. You know what I mean? And they might have been hugely successful as far as the sport's concerned, but then the financial side and the actual, as far as getting yourself known, you have to win the crowd. You know what I mean? One way or another. Whether it's by winning or whether it's by losing, you have to win the crowd. And only a small handful of these manage to do it.
A very good example of that in boxing is Larry Holmes versus Mike Tyson. You know, a lot of people don't remember Holmes. He used to complain about the fact that he was the forgotten champion.
True.
He was very good. He was a great boxer puncher. But, you know, you look at somebody like Tyson, he had an ability to attract people above and beyond boxing. He was the man you love to hate. You watched him to see whether he was going to win or lose. You know, he was a larger-than-life character. That dimension is very important in sports. You know, you have to have that ability to be able to capture the public's attention, and you can't invent that. You have to find it. If you're a promoter, your job is to recognize it, and if you're a manager, your job is to help develop it. But intrinsically, it's part of someone's personality. It's God-given.
Yeah, you either have it or you don't, and
Yeah.
you know, you can't manufacture it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it before, like more so in the boxing days. Promoters used to try and create it around a fighter, but when it comes to the actual fight itself, you can tell whether that's there or not. You know what I mean? And you know, certain fighters would just fail and they would disappear, and the crowd would forget about them fast. You know, it's.
But the UFC is starting to bring more faces that are more kind of, you can relate to them more. They're starting to bring more fighters in, and the way they're also marketing people as well is quite clever. They're also educating the fighters. They do the summits now where they educate fighters on social media and how to, you know, address the public in a way.
Exactly, how they are when they meet them face to face, you know, and
it's a very smart thing to do, and like you said, that's marketability. You know, it's how you got to sell yourself. You know, you got to be, if you're buyable, that means you're a more valuable person. If you're more valuable to the company, then you're worth more. It's all about ones and zeros.
Yeah, well, also Muhammad Ali actually he spoke about autographs. And he would say whenever he was asked for an autograph, he would always try his best to sign one. And he said, like, for me, it's moments in my life. He says, but that person that I've just wrote that autograph for, he says that will stay with them for the rest of their life. You know, and,
yes.
And I think that attitude has to sort of come through. And, okay, you know, you are going to get paid. You are going to either have success or not. But that extra piece comes down to how you know, that extra that you give of yourself, like, you know, and not everyone has that.
Absolutely. You know, I'm excited about this new Kickboxer reboot film. It's I know John Claude is in the cast. They've got David Bautista from the WWE, who was in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's quite a figure, both in weightlifting, powerlifting, wrestling, and had one MMA bout.
Yep.
And I understand that George St. Pierre has been cast into the old Jean-Claude Van Damme role. So, you know, you're seeing today that some of these great MMA stars, some of them may have some film career opportunities. Certainly Randy Couture has done well with Sylvester Stallone with the Expendables franchise.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, GSP was in the Captain America film as well.
Very, very briefly.
Yeah, it was brief.
I mean, let's be honest, I could have done that bit. It was that short. Yeah. But it is a start, and, you know, because fighting's not forever. Well, okay, exactly. You need to tell Ken Shamrock and a few others, and that it's not forever. But
it isn't.
You know, realistically, for most fighters, it's not forever. It's a short time, and then you need to look elsewhere. You know, are you going to open up a gym or whatever? Or, you know, for a few, there is the film industry, and
and there's other ventures. But with UFC 200 coming up, you know, it's just that number alone. 200 UFCs. I know they've had fight nights as well.
More like 300, but
it's more than probably 300. But it's crazy to think that from when you did it from UFC 1 and then it's coming up now to UFC 200. How do you look at it when UFC 200 comes about? You know, how do you look at all the sport now?
You know, I've done a number of interviews last year since the book came out, and one of the things that many interviewers would ask me is that, you know, what did I think about the fact that it has expanded, it has grown? And I would comment and say, you know, I'm very excited about the international expansion. I have Facebook friends in MMA from Thailand, from Bangkok to Oslo, Norway. So I'm fascinated by the fact that I have friends in Afghanistan who are in MMA who correspond with me. It's become an international sport, and yet we originally saw that's where it was going to go. I remember John Milius and I used to talk about the fact that, you know, eventually in the future there would be 50 million people one night watching some Ultimate Fighter be crowned. That's where this was going. Other than soccer, other than what the world considers to be the real football game. The martial arts is the most ubiquitous young person's sporting activity, male and female. You go around the world, there's martial arts everywhere. So I'm not surprised or shocked to see UFC 200. If I live long enough, we may see a UFC 30. I may see a UFC 30. I think that this is going to continue. It's only going to get bigger. It is the modern version of the Hunger Games. It really is an international phenomena. And I think as big as it is today, I wouldn't be shocked and be surprised to think in 10 or 20 years it would be even bigger.
Well, it is growing.
It's beautiful, and, it does grow every year.
And unfortunately, it can change its pant size as it grows. So, there is no limit, it's...
Because, like you say in the book, I think Sean Wheelock mentioned it, the most poignant quote, the most poignant sentence in the whole book is the fact that he said, long after I'm gone, MMA will still be around. And when I read it, I kind of was like, that. It's a combination of pride and sadness, because art won't be around forever, but then again, no one is. But then again, something that you've created does, and I thought, there's a sense of pride there, and it's a beautiful thing that, you've created a phenomenon, really. That's the best way to put it. That's kind of stuff like you've created an NFL, you've created an NBA.
I think what it is with all sports, there's been somebody who creates it, but fortunately for us, the creation was within our lifetime, and we've experienced it. We're not really picking up history books and we don't know all the fine details, but we can talk to the likes of yourself.
I used to say back in the day that when I was in the advertising business, that what I always took pride in was that I was creating jobs for the customers, for the clients that I had. For the they were attracting new customers, and it was a way for them to feed their families and put their kids through school and to build and to buy a house. And so my excitement in creating the UFC is to know that there's now an industry that's worldwide. There are people who are training, teaching. There are gyms, there are promoters, there are clothing companies, there are journalists like yourself, like John and Mike's MMA.
There's not many like this.
There's not many like us. Journalists is a stretch,
and we're not making money.
We need a lot. We need a lot of attempts to write that word out.
But we know what you mean.
To show you that there's at least a path here, and that if you get 15,000 subscribers on a podcast, before you know it, you're in the advertising business. Really.
15's good. 15's a good day.
But I'm looking at the Kickboxer 2 Retaliation. They got David Bautista, Gina Carano, and George St. Pierre. I'm pleased to see that this thing continues to grow. We gave the film Kickboxer to our screenwriters and said, take a look at this, because this is what people thought the martial arts were before the UFC.
Yeah.
Back in '89, this is all that the fan knew was something like the film Kickboxer. Yeah. And since the MMA phenomena, now there's a new awareness of what martial arts really can be. If you can't grapple, if you can't, you're not involved in takedown and sprawling, and you don't understand reversals, and you don't understand Muay Thai and boxing, you don't understand what the martial arts became. So I'm very gratified today to see that this thing is spread worldwide. John McCarthy and I talk about this a lot, because he always gives me credit, and he did in the book when he wrote the foreword for Is This Legal? Mm-hmm. He says, I just came back from Japan. I just came back from China. I'm all over the world doing this. He said, if it wasn't for you, I'd still be a police officer with the LAPD in the United States. So I'm very gratified that there are so many people that are doing this either as a hobby, as a sport, as a business, as a profession. It's very gratifying to me to see that this has grown. Whatever legacy I have, I can always point to the UFC and say, something, at least once I hit a home run.
I was going to say, and I'm glad it was that one.
We didn't even talk that much about John McCarthy, how he's still involved, and also I didn't touch about how was it John you gave the medal to? That's what I loved about that as well. The event was you designed that medal for the winner, and it was a beautiful medal that he got. Was it John you gave it to look after?
Yeah, John likes to joke. We did a podcast a couple of weeks ago, right after the UFC anniversary, November 12th, and John said to me, he says, I was Horion's bodyguard at UFC 1, and he was. Mm-hmm. Horion had asked John to bring his gun, his Beretta 94F, to Denver, because Horion and his cousin Hayulson, Carlos's eldest son, were involved in a lawsuit about the logo, the Gracie logo, the triangle logo, and Horion, I think, was worried about whether Hilson was going to show up with a gun in Denver. So he asked John to be his bodyguard. So John brought his gun to Denver, and when I knew he had his gun there, I gave him the medal. I said, John, you're guarding this medal the whole week. He teases me about it. He said, every time you saw me in Denver, you say, John, is the medal okay?
He did.
Oh dear, I bet he was fed up with you. But yeah, it's.
I love the.
You're lucky you didn't give it to me. I would have just teased the hell out of you.
Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many little mini stories in the book that Art and Sean touch on and write about. Honestly, if you haven't got it, I seriously, honestly, I promise you, if you read it, you'll love it. Honestly, even though we all know what happened on UFC 1, it's not. It's the whole build up. It's basically from Art. It's basically Art growing up, how the whole thing came about. It's such a book worth reading and investing in. If you love MMA, the book is what you need to do. And also, you know, you can go on. I think it's on everywhere, isn't it? Art, you can get it on Amazon, and you can probably get it on your Kindle and all sorts. I imagine.
You can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and the UFC's Fanatic.com online bookstore has it now. And, you know, I give full credit to Sean Wheelock, who really convinced me to focus the book on UFC 1 in that 4-year period that it took me to, you know, it was still an advertising client's idea, to the first event and then that Monsters Ball the night after the event. He was right about the fact that we needed to concentrate on the most important event in UFC history, the first event, because if that had flopped, we wouldn't be talking today.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, that honestly, that conga line at the Monsters Ball that you all had on is still going on right now.
Yeah. The first arse has got to be sexy. Otherwise, no one else is going to grab.
No. The conga line going on. It's still going on now. And I tell you what, I don't think it's going to go anytime soon. We're gonna leave it there because I don't want to talk too much about obviously stories from the early days, because a lot of the stuff is in the book, and I think I could go into it with you in depth for a long time, because honestly, I'm addicted. I'm hooked on the MMA anyway, and I'm hooked on everything.
We could keep you busy until March.
We could, yeah. We could literally do it, my friend. But look, before you go, how can people go online and, you know, on social media, how can they get in touch with you if they want to maybe ask you a question, or just, you know,
send thank yous
and appreciation or anything like that?
You know, I'm available on Twitter. It's Art Davie. I'm available on Skype, UFC Creator 1, and I'm available online with the book. Has a website called isthislegalthebook.com, and there's a lot of stories and some additional information that we didn't include in the book, we couldn't get in the book. So if you want to find out what some of the alternate designs of the octagon were, go to isthislegalthebook.com, and I think fans will enjoy the information that's there. They can also contact me through that website, but I'm available on Facebook, Art Davie, on Twitter, Art Davie, and Skype on UFC Creator 1.
Honestly, you should just even just message this man and say thank you. You know, just a simple thing like that, because me and Mike, from the bottom of our heart, we say thank you.
Oh yeah,
this is
eternally.
Yes, this is not just an honour; it's a treat. It's an absolute. This is a great honour for us to be speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much for obviously the 4 years of effort and time that you put into it, and also thank you just for coming on to speak to us.
Well, John and Mike, I really enjoyed being on MMA Corner. You guys have a great podcast. I'd love to come on again. It's really been a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you. Davey, thank you very much, sir. Big John McCarthy, thank you so much for your time today. We'll get things started off right now with saying you have been around the world of MMA from, people won't know it though, from UFC 1, but even prior to that, because you were actually training jiu-jitsu, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, when it was, you know, not really well known in the States, and it wasn't known in the world, really, to be fair. How did you, or why did you start Gracie Jiu-Jitsu to start with?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I was working LAPD. I was a police officer, and I was on a martial arts review board because I had done stuff in the past, and they put me on that, and they brought in a bunch of different martial artists, all in Southern California, but all of them are very well known. They had, Gene LaBelle and Benny the Jet Urquidez and the Farbors brothers, and one of the people that was there that I didn't know at the time was Rorion Gracie. And they had a guy that was doing a demonstration, and we were sitting at they had mats out on the ground, but they were sitting at these tables that were kind of formed like a horseshoe. And the guy was kind of he was throwing his student around, his uke around, and I was sitting there with my hand on my cheek, basically, and just looking, and he looked at me and he says, "You don't seem to think this works." And I was, trying to be respectful to him. I said, "No, that's not." I said, "The problem is he's letting you do that." I said, "It's different when someone doesn't want that to happen." I said, "It's a big difference what we deal with." And he says, "Well, would you like to come up here and try?" And I go, "I don't mind stepping up there, but I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to just let you do something, and I'm going to do something back to you." And he says, "That's fine." And my boss at the time was John, and I go, "I'll be good, and I had wrestled my whole life, and I had boxed, and so, he took his stance, and he said, what would you do? I said, "Well, it's different." I said, "I'm the bad guy. You're the police officer. You got to arrest me." And he took a step towards me, and I double-legged him, and I picked him up, and I put him down kind of hard, and I jumped on top of his chest in what we call mount now. I didn't know at the time. And I grabbed a hold of his arm, and I hit him a couple times with my open hand. I said, "Now what are you going to do?" And my boss yelled at me, and I got up off of him, and I picked him up, and I said, "Hey, I'm sorry." Right? And I go back to my seat, and Rorion Gracie comes over, and he sits down next to me. And he just starts talking to me. He says, "What do you do?" And I go, "Excuse me?" And I said, "I work here." And that's what I thought he was talking about. And he invited me, to his, he was just going to be opening up his school. He invited me to his garage, invited me to his school, whatever I wanted to go to, for, to see what Gracie Jiu-Jitsu was. And so I was offered, and so I went. And once I went, I fell in love with it, and that was the start.
And I've got to say, that is kind of cool story. I like that. That is a cool story. It's almost like kind of pre-YouTube in the sense of when people go on YouTube nowadays, they'll go, they could like kung fu versus karate. Those kind of videos where, and you're kind of in that same circumstance where you'll stand there and go, "That won't work," because if you put someone from a different martial art in, and that's kind of what you see on YouTube. You kind of did it pre-YouTube, which is I'd love to see.
I don't think there was YouTube at the time. So.
No, there was not. But the thing is, what I found great about reading the book with that Art Davie and Sean Wheelock did, Is It Legal, was the stories in it that people, you wouldn't know unless you read stories. I tell you one that sticks out to me. Do you know what? You'll probably roll your eyes. Maybe was Mr. R. Jimison in the back. Is it true where you took him down?
Yeah. Yeah, that was. But that wasn't the night of the show. That was like 2 or 3 days before the actual show. And he had. My wife was working for. She was working for Rorion Gracie basically, and she was helping with Kathy Kidd, who was working with Art. And my wife was she did all the travel for all the fighters, and she was setting up the party for the after party and working with Horion's people that was called Brazil at the time for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And she had this table, and she was sitting at the table and handing out, tickets for the party and different things for different people that would come up. And I had gotten done working out with Royce and had come there, and I'm standing there talking to my wife, and up walks Art Jimerson, his wife at the time, and Ernest Hart, who was his coach. And he looks at me, and he goes, he points to me, and he says, you're with the guy, you're with my competitor, right? And I go, "Yeah, right." And he goes, and he starts throwing jabs out, giving a little bit of head movement. He goes, "What's he going to do?" And he says, "How's he going to stop that?" Right, as he's flicking his jab out, right? And I just looked at him. I said, let me ask you a question. How are you going to stop the clinch? I go, "How many times do you clinch in boxing? In a round? 2, 3, 4? I said, "You're not even supposed to do it. You don't even want to do it unless you're hurt. So how are you going to keep it from happening when that's all he wants?" And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, but movement and stuff like that. I said, what? Well, look it. And there was this open ballroom that was kind of behind where my wife was at, and I said, you want to come here? I said, look, you can hit me with your jab. Go ahead and hit me. I go, and I'll try to get in and get into you and clinch with you and take you down. And if you can hit me, go ahead. But once I get you down, I'll stop, right? And he goes, all right. And so I said, will you tell me when you're ready? And as soon as he goes, yeah, go. And I went, boom, and I shot in underneath him. I picked him up and put him down. And I was mounted on top of him again, and he looks up at me, and he goes, oh, my God, he's going to break my arms and legs, isn't he? and I looked, and I said, so all you got to do is tap out. And I didn't think anything of it. And when that fight occurred, and he tapped out, and Royce was mounted on him, I knew, I go, oh, I fucked that up. I really screwed that fight up, man. Yeah. That was my fault. And Orion was kind of looking at me, and I was kind of acting like, I have no idea, don't know anything, but I knew that was why, he just, he knew he was in trouble. And once he was off his feet, it was like, I don't want to be here. And I don't think he wanted to be there anyway. I think Sean and Art did a good job putting that out in the book. And that was just one of the stories.
Oh, that was what, when I first watched, obviously, UFC 1, then I saw it happen, and I sit there, and even before I read the book, like, literally till the last moment before I read that bit in the book, I would sit there and go, why did he tap so early? And I thought maybe just and that was that you got in his head. We can blame. We need to have the rematch. Bellator need to do the rematch.
See, the referee screwed up the fight even before he was a referee.
Yeah. what was caused the they didn't the little medal, the medallions. The winner got the medal, and you were kind of given the role, so to speak, to look after this. I thought that was a beautiful kind of medal. I loved that, what they did in the first one. That medal was just absolutely beautiful. I wish that they kind of stuck around, if I'm honest. I thought that was awesome what they did. Kind of like the Olympic kind of feel to it with the medal and stuff like that. Did you...
Yeah, that was a one and done.
Yeah. Did you, when you saw it, did you think maybe it'd be nice if that stuck around, or do you think belts kind of... Because of boxing, do you think it kind of suits what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it was at the time. I just thought it was really nicely done. It was an expensive medal, and they had asked me to watch it. And they asked me to watch. I was actually moving around with. If I wasn't training with Royce, I was with Horion, kind of being his bodyguard, because there was a lot of people that were angry with him, especially from his family. So he had me around him, but then the night of the show, Art came up and said, I need you to watch this, make sure that you have this with you until the end. And so I said, all right. So, I sat there with that medal in my lap basically the whole time. So, but it was a really nice thing that they did, but they got away from it real fast when all of a sudden they decided belts was the way to go.
So, did you get a feel of how big this was potentially going to be then when you were at the first one, when everything was going around before the first fight? Did you get a sense of anything, or was it not till the first fight happened that you yourself went, yep, this is going to be big?
No, man, I think it was, if you were at the first one, only people there would be able to remember it or know. It was before the fights, there was a lot of posturing, a lot of people, doing things, and even in the back before the first fight, man, there was guys, kicking pads and things, and yelling, especially Pat Smith's, camp. They were yelling all kinds of stuff. But after the first fight, when Taylor Tooley got kicked in the mouth, it was like someone hit every one of those guys with a whole big shot of reality, because they were like, oh my God, he just kicked him in the face when he was in the ground, and that was okay. And oh my God, I've got to go out there. And it was absolutely silent in the back. It went from all of this, hustle and bustle and activity and noise to absolutely dead silent. It was like, it was the reality check for all of those guys, because a lot of them they weren't even sure that the show was going to go on. They were like hesitant and always questioning, is this really going to occur? And so that fight occurred, and it changed everyone's attitude. It changed the way they were looking at what they were going to do. And, the crowd itself, the crowd loved that fight. But, when it came to all of a sudden Hoist came out. They kind of like the Kevin Rozier, Zane Frazier, and then Hoist came out with Jimerson, and Jimerson tapped, and they didn't understand that at all, and so they were booing. They didn't like it, and they didn't like the Shamrock versus Pat Smith when Shamrock gets him in a heel hook and eventually taps him out. They didn't like that, didn't understand that, thought it was, bull. And so it was funny that, the crowd themselves, they did not appreciate the grappling at all because they didn't understand it. And that was, that was a normal thing. But I think the overall sense of the show, while you were there, was the crowd didn't enjoy it that much. They were more into, they wanted to see Rock'em Sock'em Robots. They wanted to see guys standing up and beating the hell out of each other. And when it didn't go that way, they were not very appreciative of the contest.
Yeah, you could see that on the record. You could hear the crowd. You could hear the different kind of atmosphere. You could definitely see a change. I love the fact that I think the commentary was probably the best thing about that whole night. The commentary was just stellar. I think
the commentary was horrible. He had frickin' Superfoot Bill Wallace.
Yeah.
He doesn't even say the name right. He starts it off, "Welcome to the Ultimate Fighting Challenge." And he burps.
Even though there's a massive, huge poster of the name of the event up on the wall, and he still didn't get it right. Just
not at all.
I absolutely made that event, that commentary. It just cracked me up. Honest, I was literally rolling when I was listening to it. And even I watch it back every now and then. I actually go back to the first few, if I'm honest, because I got UFC Fight Pass. I am a bit of an addict on it, and I do look back at some of those things because it's just, I love that. I love going back to the first one. Really, the story behind it, how it all happened. The TV deal, Campbell McLaren and Art Davie trying to get that TV deal sorted the last minute. It was just insane. So I was speaking to Campbell about some of the moments he had with Art Davie. Before, when they're obviously trying to do the meetings and trying to negotiate and stuff. It's just the fact that it was all last minute. And I said even to Campbell back then, I wish it happened on Halloween, how they were hoping to have it booked, because I think it would have probably just added to the kind of event itself.
Probably would have been better on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'll agree with you. Okay, April Fool's, you taught me on that one. I hadn't even thought about that date. That is a good one.
It's so funny that I had no idea that they had not signed the contract for the actual pay-per-view until the day of the show, because, Art lied, he had told me, oh yeah, everything's done and stuff. Had no idea until much later on that they were in this, position where, if you know who Bob Meyerowitz is and the way that he worked, and, his brother David being his attorney, he was trying to work it for the best angle that he could, because that's the businessman that he was, and he was, going to get as much as he thought he could out of Art, and Art was trying to hold on to what he had, but, Art was sitting there in a very tough position because he had the product, but he had no ability to put the product out there. He had no ability to pay anybody, and so he was in a very hard position, and, the fact that it all came off, and it actually came off, as an entertaining entity that people liked, it's pretty amazing. But there was some funny stuff that occurred. That the rules meeting that happened the night before was just comical, absolutely comedy in motion, because it started off, Horian is trying to be very correct in what he's saying, and as soon as it started, Zane Frazier started in with, I want to wrap my hands, and you can't wrap. Do you wrap your hands before you're going to fight in the street? This ain't a street fight. And they just started going, and the more it went, the more the people really started, backing Zane, and Horian was this guy standing in, on this podium, and he's trying to say no, and it's just getting bad. And Taylor Dooley was the one. He finally, all of a sudden, he just walks up and he slams the paper down, because they had given all these guys this paper to sign, and basically it was a release, and it was a release saying, basically if you get hurt or if you die, we're not responsible for it. And none of them wanted to sign it. Taylor Dooley, he slams the paper down and says, anybody that wants to party, I'll be there tomorrow night. And they all basically shut up from that moment. They all signed the paper and they all freaking went. So you look, and the guy who lost the first fight, he was the one that really got the thing rolling. So it was the whole thing was, it was a comedy of errors because no one really knew how to do it. They didn't know how to put it together the proper way. They didn't know exactly what they needed. It was, hey, let's try this, let's try that, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
The kind of figureheads, apart from the Gracie family, because you obviously had an initial relationship with them prior to all this kind of coming, what was your thoughts then when you initially kind of were integrated with, your Art Davies, your Campbell McLaren, people like that? What was your initial thoughts, obviously, when this was all rumours and talk of happening?
Well, I had met Art, when Art was working with Horion. He had come in trying to talk to Horion about doing a kickboxing show. And then he came back, and he kept coming back, and all of a sudden it was Art was doing marketing for Horion. And, he didn't take classes like the rest of us. We were in big classes, and he was the guy that was always taking the privates. Like, who's this guy taking privates all the time? But he had eventually started coming up, and we started understanding, hey, they were going to do the show, and the show at the time was called War of the Worlds. That's what he was naming it. And they came up with this poster. They even had this poster for it, and it had like Roman columns and a couple, like Roman statues of guys, and it was saying that it was going to be in Rio de Janeiro, and we all looked at it that, Hickson was going to be the guy fighting in it, because Hickson was the best fighter. He was the best, jiu-jitsu guy there was. He was the guy that none of us could even come close to. And there was no doubt that it would be Hickson. And eventually, things changed. Hickson ended up opening a school in West LA, and that was basically what switched, I think, from Hickson being the guy that was going to be the representative. Horion wanted, his brother who was working with him in Torrance to be the representative, and he was going to give Hickson that, so he took it from Hickson. But, with everything that was going on, I didn't meet Campbell McLaren until basically, we were at Denver, and, I met him, and in my opinion at the time, and it's probably still my opinion to this day, he doesn't know anything about fighting. And I was like, who is this guy? And he was big with, oh, we're going to do this and stuff. And he had no idea about fights, and he was saying stuff, and I'm like, this guy's clueless. But he was the guy that actually, I always hate when they sit there and they talk about co-creator. Because they didn't look at Art Davie is the one that created the UFC. If it wasn't for Art Davie, you think Campbell McLaren would have ever come up with it? Not even close. Okay, Campbell was the guy who got it on TV. He was the last straw. Art had gone and tried to get this thing, on Prime Ticket, on HBO, and all these different things that actually had pay-per-view at the time. And Semaphore Entertainment Group was this company that was doing Andrew Dice Clay. They were doing a bunch of different, concerts and all these different musical things, because that was Bob Meyrowitz's background. And they'd only done one sporting event. That was Jimmy Connors against Martina Navratilova in a tennis match. But Campbell was always looking for new programming that they could actually redo. It wasn't going to be a one and done. And so, because if you have Jimmy Connors against Martina, no one wants to watch it the second time probably. If you get to two, then you're probably not going to get to three.
Yeah.
And they were looking for something that they could have, over. And I'll give Campbell credit. He was at least smart enough to say, I like this. This could work. But to say that Campbell is the co-creator, that's just not true. Okay, there's one creator. He was the person that got it on TV. He's the one that got it on pay-per-view because he talked his boss, Bob Meyerowitz, into doing it. But none of those guys knew anything about fighting, about martial arts, any of it. They were all clueless.
They were the kind of, like you said, they're the TV link. They're the cog for that piece of the puzzle.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I've said it before. I said, I've said each of them played a part. They were all cogs in a clock. Without one cog, it probably couldn't have worked. It wouldn't have, it wouldn't have happened that night. Everything wouldn't have happened. Everything wouldn't have fell into place if one cog wasn't there. And that's how I look at everyone as. I see them all as cogs more than anything. Obviously, yes, Art Davie is the co-founder. And what's ironic is, he came, like he said in his book, he got taken down by a wrestler. when he was a boxer. And
I don't know if any of that really happened. That's his story, and I've heard so many stories from so many different people. And Bob Meyer he came up with after the first show, and then, well, I had this friend, and he did Taekwondo, and his other, I had another friend and did karate. I said, well, who would win? And you listen, and you go, you're so full of shit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. You never thought of that. You never did it. He also said that he could have been the first Jewish heavyweight champion of the world in boxing. Well, I hate to say there was a guy named Max Baer that came along before you. But that's the stories that are out there.
Do you know, that's the thing. There's going to be stories, and it's crazy how you were involved in the background where people won't realize, but even you're there now. You're there right now. You're still, and you've seen this sport evolve from what it was there to now. And when it obviously kicked all off, when it all started going, your involvement, obviously being the referee, how was your relationship with the fighters then? Because I would imagine it would be a little bit closer than it would be now, because there's less fighters then, there was less events. What was it kind of like? Because obviously the rules were different. It was a different kind of world then.
Oh, it's completely different. And it was, we were the traveling circus. We would, end up coming to a town, and usually it was a smaller town because we were trying to avoid people trying to shut us down. And the fighters themselves were part of, at the time, they weren't making a lot of money. They were there because they loved the martial arts, and they loved trying to prove themselves, and it was a completely different world back then. And I used to work out with the fighters, so I used to do all kinds of things that now, no, I don't do any of it because it's a different world, and you can't do those things. But it's it's so funny to listen to fighters now that they're clueless as far as how the sport came about. They all think that Dana White's the one that started it. They think that it started with, the original Tough. Well, wasn't it? They did this thing on TV, and that was Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bonner. No, there's this whole world that a lot of these young fighters, they have no idea, They have no idea what anyone did. They don't know who was responsible for, getting the sport into different levels and different aspects of what made it what it is. And that's okay, but it's so funny to listen to some of the stories that people think are true, that you look and you go, no, that's not what it was, that's not what happened. And I'm one of the guys, I do know. I know what occurred because I was there, and I was there for a lot of things that most people weren't. I was the one going to court. I was the one having meetings with some of these CEOs that were doing things to take away the cable and all these things. So there was a lot that was going on behind the scenes that I was part of that, most people don't know about it, and it really doesn't matter because, in the end, it's just part of that cog, as you said, that ended up making it what it was.
I was going to say, because obviously, your relationship with the fighters, the likes of, I've had Dan Severn on it before, and I love Dan. He's a top man, and you got the likes of Ken Shamrock, who even to this day still competed. Even Hoist Gracie. Did your relationship, did it continue outside? Like Tank Abbott, he's just it's Tank Abbott. I hope Tank Abbott's actually sadly he was meant to face Dan Severn recently on your show, and he had the medical I don't know what it was medically that came up, but I hope whatever it is, he's got sorted now. It's a good thing that it came up. But did you have a relationship outside of the cage with these guys?
Well, as far as I would do things with them, as far as I would work out with them, I would eat with them. Again, because we were the traveling circus.
Yeah.
But there came a point somewhere. I want to say somewhere around UFC 27 or so that it was like, things are changing. And we'd been, there's a whole theory out there, Dana White and Lorenzo Fertitta, when they bought it at UFC 30, their big media push was, they told everyone, we saw this sport, we looked at it as a diamond in the rough, but they were running from regulation, and we decided if we ran towards it, that would be the way to make it, legal and make people understand it. And, it's a great story. It's not true, okay? Because look at the UFC, when you look at when was the UFC first regulated by an athletic commission. It was at UFC 15. It was, you know, the guy who was the one that ended up saying, I'll sanction it, was a guy named Billy Lyons in Mississippi. And from Mississippi to UFC 16 in Louisiana and then into Iowa, all of these states, I was licensed as a referee in that state, and we had to start going and doing things the same as is done today with regulation. And, you know, that ran all the way. The only time it wasn't being regulated is when they would take it to Japan or something like that. So, you know, it got to UFC, I think, 28 we did in New Jersey. You know, it was regulated by the New Jersey State Athletic Commission. And the reason for that, and the reason that they were running towards regulation before Dana and Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta bought it, was that was the way for them to try to survive, because we had been told by people in charge of cable industries. Leo Hendry was the guy in charge of Time Warner at the time, and he had put this thing out saying, look, I need you to be regulated by the athletic commissions. So that's what we started trying to do. And then once we got an athletic commission, we go back and say, that one's not big enough. And then we'd go to the next and the next. And finally, after New Jersey, he goes, you got to get Nevada. Get Nevada. And because he had an agenda, and his agenda was to keep us off.
Yes.
And so all the things that occurred, you know, are there for, you know, people to know if you want to know. But, you know, the relationships with fighters and how it changed, it really changed somewhere, you know, just before, you know, the Fertittas bought the UFC and Zuffa took over. It changed, you know, probably about a year before that.
I was going to say, Mark Ratner came in as well. He's done some great work. He's probably I imagine, is he taking a lot of the work off you then, what you were doing prior when he came along?
Yeah, well, Mark came in, you know, when Zuffa took over, when Lorenzo and Frank bought the UFC, that was basically 2000, the end of 2000, beginning of 2001. And Mark Ratner was the executive director of Nevada. And he stayed as the executive director of Nevada for several years until they offered him a job, and they were very smart for offering Mark that job. Mark he's looked at as one of the elite regulators of, you know, any athletic commission by everyone. And that's because he's such a good person as far as he's smart, he's very politically smart. He, you know, never gets mad, but he does absolutely let you know when you screw up. And, you know, he was a very big addition for Zuffa in being able to get the sport regulated in all the states that it was at the time not legal in. You know, it was a lot more than just New York. And so there was all of these different, you know, states that Mark started going to, and Mark started doing the work that I was doing before in trying to get people to understand exactly what the sport is, you know, what these guys are doing, that yes, it is a sporting competition. This isn't about anger. It's not about, you know, it's not a street fight. It's not thugs. These are true athletes who are competing, and it's all about competition. And, you know, the reason that we do it this way is, you know, we want you to regulate us because we want you to see exactly what we do, how we do it, and we want you to be in charge of it. So there is no doubt that this is a sanctioned sport with real athletes.
Now, let's then go back to pre-Zuffa, because again, Mark Ratner's done a great job. When you were refereeing the fights, and you took that role on, how much did you kind of know what you were doing when you were starting off, or how much was it?
Zero.
Yeah, was it guesswork when you were doing it?
Well,
ish.
People ask all the time. You know, it's like, well, had you refereed before? No, and neither had anybody else. You know, and so it was the very first fight that happened in UFC 1, Taylor Tooley against Gerard Gordeau. That is what got me the job of being a referee. And what it was is Jorge and Gracie had brought in two, you know, referees from Brazil.
Yeah.
Both of them were black belts under his father in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, whatever you want to say. And it was Elio Vigio and João Barreto. Those were the two guys brought in to be the referees for that first show. And if you watch the first fight with Gerard and Taylor, João Barreto is the referee, and he stops the fight when, you know, Gerard kicks Taylor in the mouth when he's on the ground. His tooth goes flying, and then he lunges in and he hits him with the right hand, breaks his hand, and he cuts Taylor. And João Barreto comes in and stops him, and he was not supposed to do that.
No.
It was supposed to be that the only way the fight stopped was the corner could throw in the towel, or the competitor, the fighter, could tap out. Other than that, you did not stop the fight. And so if you go back and you watch, you'll see this argument between João Barreto and Rorion Gracie at the cage door. And João Barreto is basically in Portuguese saying, this guy can't fight. And he's right. And what it was is João Barreto had compassion for another human being. But he wasn't supposed to. And so, shortly after that show, Rorion calls me in and says, hey, John, I want you to be a referee for the next show we're going to do. And I told him, I said, Rorion, I don't know how to referee. And he goes, no, he goes, you know everything that the guy should be doing. He says, you know how to fight, and you don't mind seeing people get hurt. And that was one of my qualifications was, I don't mind seeing anyone get hurt. And so, I thought about it, and because, he was my friend, he was my instructor, I said, all right, I'll do it. And I looked at, I had a friend say, what are you going to do? I said, what the hell am I going to do? I got two guys that are going to be inside a cage beating the hell out of each other. I'm going to wait for one to tap or the corner throwing a towel. I'm going to stop the fight. That's it. Right? And so, the very first time I did it, the two competitors were a guy named Scott Morris and Sean Dougherty.
Yeah.
They were the first two out of UFC 2. And, Sean Dougherty was this young kid, about 18, and he comes out to, throw, a couple of kicks, and Scott ends up taking him down. He mounts him, and he neck cranks him, and, Dougherty taps out, and I stop the fight, and I go, well, that was easy. And then the next one is, Pat Smith fights a guy named Ray Wizard, who I knew, and he ends up choking Ray Wizard, and just at the point he goes out, I stop the fight, and I go, this is easy. This is no problem at all. And from that point, my life became a living hell. The things that were happening it was horrible. And I had guys that were getting knocked out, and I'm screaming at their corner to throw in the towel, and their corner doesn't throw the towel, and I'm not supposed to fight it, not supposed to stop it. You can watch, Pat Smith when he fights Scott Morris, because those two had advanced. Pat Smith actually thought that I was yelling at him to get off, and that's why he stopped, because I was yelling at Scott Morris's corner to throw the towel, and they looked at me, shook their head, and threw the towel into the audience, and I basically started yelling at them, you mother, and I started going after them. And so, thank God, Pat thought I was talking to him, and he stopped. But after that show, I had multiple times, Remco Pardue knocks out Orlando Wheat with elbows, and I'm waiting for a corner to throw a towel because the fighter can't tap, and I wasn't supposed to stop it.
Yeah.
It was horrible. And afterwards, I said, I will never do that again. And it was great. And I go, no, it's horrible. You're going to get somebody seriously hurt because I have people that are unconscious, and I have corners that have no idea about fighting. Someone's going to get really hurt doing this. You've got to give the referee the opportunity to stop the fight. And, I told him, I said, I'm done. And he says, well, when would you want to stop the fight? And that's when I came up with, look, if the fighter cannot intelligently defend themselves, I need to stop the fight. If they're unconscious, they can't intelligently defend themselves. I'm going to stop it. If they're knocked, loopy, and they're just taking shots, and the corner's not throwing the towel, I'm going to stop it. And so he looked and he said, okay, when the fighter can't intelligently defend himself, you can stop it. I said, okay, and that was my first thing that I got thrown in there, and from that point, every show would have something that would occur, and I would start adding rules. And I would go to, Art Davie and Bob Meyerowitz until it was, past UFC 5, and then at UFC 6, I'd basically just go to Bob Meyerowitz and say, hey, you can't have this, When it came, UFC 6 occurs, and Tank Abbott's fighting Oleg Taktarov, and he's trying to stick his fingers in his mouth. And when I was a kid, my dad did that at a baseball game to somebody and ripped his face open. And so he told me that at the time, long ago, he told me that's fish hooking, don't do it. And so I see it, I go, he's trying to fish hook him, and the only thing to do is to bite. You can't bite, so you can't fish hook, right? Okay, so no fish hooking. And so all these rules just started coming about when things would happen in fights, and we put it in there.
That's awesome. Do you know what? I'm going to go back and watch. Yeah, because Oleg got rear naked choke, didn't he, on Tank Abbott now? Think about it. I'm going to have to go back and watch that to look for that.
Go back and watch. Watch Tank try to stick his fingers in Oleg's mouth and try to separate his lips.
Oh, I'm going to have to watch that again, you know. God, that's insane. That was the Ken Shamrock, Dan Severn clash, wasn't it? The fight where Ken
that
Shamrock...
was their super fight.
Yeah, that was super fight in that card, yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what the great thing... I love those cards, honestly. I'm getting a bit fanboyish here, going back, reminiscing. But for you, though, did you enjoy the sport itself, though?
I love the sport.
When you first watched the fights, did you enjoy it?
No, when I started working out with Horion, the first person that I grappled with was Hoist, and I was go in there, and he says, "What do you want to do? Do you want to just we can roll, we can fight?" I go, "Well, let's roll." And so I'm on top of Hoist for a while, and I was probably about 300 pounds at the time, and he started talking to me while I was on top of him, and I was like, "Is this some little son of a bitch talking to me?" and eventually he armbarred me, and I said, "How did you do that?" And that was what caught me. I mean, it caught me, and it caught my attention of, I want to know how you pulled that off, because it was so cool, in my opinion. I was bitching. And so when I started working out with them, I just loved everything they did. And then I started watching fights that they had on tape from Brazil and different places. And then we started, there was people that would come in, and we would, stand there, and sometimes a student would fight, sometimes it would be one of the brothers that would fight. And so you got to see that. And I just love the more free form of open fighting where you could do anything. I grew up with boxing. I boxed until I was 17 years of age, and I loved boxing, but it was limited.
Yeah.
And when you brought in all these different elements, I just loved that. Hey, there's no excuses here. Either you do or you don't. And so I fell in love with the whole open form of free fighting. And when it got to the point where finally they were going to have UFC 1, I was excited as hell, and I was bothered that other people weren't catching on to it and weren't picking it up and weren't understanding what was going to occur. And then when it finally happened, I had a friend who called me, and it was funny because he was a really tough guy, right? He goes, hey, he goes, I don't know if you've seen it, but I saw this show, and there's this skinny guy, Mexican guy, something like that. He goes, he says, you will kill him. He goes, we got to get you on the show, right? And I go, are you talking about that ultimate fighting thing, right? He goes, that's it, yes. And I said, oh, you're talking about Hoist Gracie? I said, that's the guy that I train with all the time. He goes, that's the guy, right? And so, it was, I loved the fighting. I loved the sport then. I love the sport now. I fell in love, several times in my life. My wife is one, and the sport of MMA is the other. I absolutely love everything that MMA does. I love the sport. There is, parts of it where people, talk all the time about, oh, it's brutal and this and that. No, it's not. If you understand it, I'm not saying it's not a violent sport. There's violence in it. There's violence in football, American football. There's violence in boxing. But, brutality is when you take somebody that can't fight and put them against somebody that can. That's brutal.
Yes.
When you talk about putting two skilled people together, it's competition.
Yes.
It's no different than people that want to, go to Wimbledon and play tennis. They're going there because they want to prove that they're the very best. They don't want to take a ball and hit it against a wall and say, look, I never miss. They want to go against another human being to say, I want to see what your skill level is compared to mine.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, not everyone gets it, not everyone is into fighting, and that's okay. But just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's bad.
No, it's not. I compete in MMA. I follow the sport. I love the sport. I'm the same as you. I feel it's a beautiful art, and it's for me. It's always going to be part of me. Looking into then the fights pre-Zuffa, I spoke to Mark. I've had Mark Goddard on before, and we spoke with him about refereeing, and I said it must be difficult at times when you're in there and you've got to be a referee, but at the same time you're watching an amazing fight go on. I said to him, do you not at one moment stand there and go, and watch and just forget that you're there sometimes. Like, was there any fights for you when you were reffing, that just were for you like, wow, you were just watching it going, I can't believe this is happening 3 feet away from me?
Oh, there's so many. I get asked, the questions I get asked all the time are, what's the best fight you've ever done? And it's like, I can't answer that. It's impossible. Yeah. I've done thousands and thousands of fights, and you want me to say that this one is the best of all of them when I've done ones that are just fantastic. So there's no way to pick out just one fight. But I get asked all the time, what's it like when you're inside? Did you ever just stand there and think, damn? And I said, all the time. All the time. And I'm standing there and I go, holy shit, this is awesome. Now, I don't say it out loud, but in my head, that's what I'm saying, because it's freaking awesome. What these guys are doing is so beautiful to me. The way they're going about competing, some of the techniques that they're using, and especially when you do it, you understand how good the skill level that they're using against each other and how they're mitigating each other's skill levels by their actual skill. It just is, it's poetry in motion to me. I absolutely love it, and it's the greatest form of competition I think there is in the world.
Oh yeah, when you got to think, you were stood there and you got to witness Gary Goodridge and Paul Herrera. That moment,
that was not good to witness. That was me screwing up.
Probably because you were stood there going, wow, that's happening.
Well, and you look at it, and it's, I knew Gary before that fight, as far as, I knew Gary as an arm wrestler, because I used to compete in arm wrestling too, and Gary was really good. And, back then, I didn't have anybody that I could learn from. So really, it was a matter of me trying to figure things out on my own, because I was the pariah. There was no boxing referee that wanted to try to help me, and it really wasn't the same sport, so I really wasn't going to him. And it was a trial and error. And that fight right there, I learned something from that fight that I used to this day. I had told myself going into that, look, Gary is an arm wrestler. He's a big, strong guy, and on his feet, maybe he can hurt Paul. But if Paul is a wrestler coming out of Nebraska, and if he gets it to the ground, Gary's going to start to have problems. And as Paul shoots in and he puts his arm for a single, and and I think he's going to drive him a certain way, so I start walking to where I think they're going to fall, and all of a sudden Gary hooks the arm and goes back and has a crucifix, and I was slow to react because I kind of did exactly what you're talking about. I went, whoa, and I started to watch, because it didn't go the way I had told myself it was going to go. And then he launches into the elbows, and I was slow getting around to stop it because I was becoming a spectator, because I had told myself what was going to happen, and it didn't. And so I was slow in stopping that fight, and I hate that fight. Good fight for Gary, though. Great fight for Gary, bad fight for Paul and for John.
The thing was, they were fast. Like, it wasn't like he was throwing one and then there was a pause. It was like a barrage, literally he put the weapon on automatic, and just those elbows, there was no gap.
They were coming.
They were fast. You will feel a bit aggrieved by the fact that you weren't there quick enough. There was no gaps between those elbows. He was throwing them fast and hard, and I think if you were stood over there, you would have still probably feel the same way. It was insane, that moment. That's one of the moments that even to this day I keep, like, it sticks in my mind for always. There's again, like the Vitor Belfort and Vanderlei. That moment as well. It's just there's handfuls of moments that just stick in my mind. And but look, John, you've been around and you've been looking after the sport. I feel like you've taken care of the sport, and you've been there from there to now. Did you ever think then? I've spoke to like Sean Wheelock as well. I've spoke to everyone else before. I've asked this. Did you ever think then, like, let's say with the jiu-jitsu, that MMA would be in your life today?
You know what? It's hard for me to say. I always believed in the sport because I loved it. Now, I tell people all the time, did I ever imagine that I would be doing fights in front of 55,000 people? No, never. Okay, did I ever think that the sport would get to the level that it actually is now? No, I never saw it getting to the level that it is now. I always believed in it, but things were so different back then that it was a matter of, if you were on the inside, you realized how close it was to it shutting down after every show.
Yeah.
Every show there was something, and you were wondering, is there going to be another? And that was what I was always worried about. So, I didn't have the luxury of saying, hey, this is great. It was a matter of, oh my God, where am I going now? Which court is going to try to, make me look bad? What do I have to study so I can sit here and turn this around on them, and so we don't look stupid, we look smart. And it was that game of, I always told everyone, I wish I had a crystal ball, so it would tell me exactly what was going to happen, because it was always, I was always in almost the glass was half empty mode instead of it being half full.
Well, look, I will say right now, John, I am so happy that you've been involved in a sport and what you've done. Like you said, there is stuff that you've done in the background that people probably would never have known, and they may not know how much you've done exactly. Even I don't know everything that you've done, but I am thankful for everything you have done into the sport, and the fact that there's people like yourself and that we needed then, and we still need now, that have helped it evolve to where we are right now. And it's, in the 2016, it wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for the likes of yourselves putting the effort in and the time that you did. And that's why I've got yous all on, because I feel that people like yourselves putting that bit of time and effort in, it made a difference, and it made everything kind of happen to where we are now.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And now when you look back, you go, yeah, it made a difference. At the time, you're thinking, oh my God, I can't make a difference here. And, you just never know. And it's a matter of, hey, all I know is you got to get up in the morning and you got to start walking forward, and you got to work hard. And if people are trying to get in your way, no matter what it is, it's your responsibility to not let them stop you. And that was the attitude that we had back then. And it's, I have a different attitude now. But it still works out in the same way. When you talk about certain referees, what's done in the sport, it's still, this is a young sport, and we do have guys, Mark Goddard, he now is a personal friend of mine, and I love Mark.
Yeah.
And what I love about Mark is Mark cares.
Yeah.
And Mark doesn't. You get a lot of guys that they want to be part of the sport because they want to be somebody. And, that's the one thing that drives me crazy. If you're in this for the wrong reason, I'm not a fan of yours and I don't like you.
Yeah.
But if you're someone like a Mark Goddard, Mark's got it. He's got it down. He understands what's important. He cares about the fighters. He cares about doing the right thing, because, doing the right thing sometimes isn't popular. And you look at, he just had a fight that he did, in Australia, and he had, Frank Mir against Mark Hunt.
Yeah,
beautiful. And right away, when Mark went and stopped that fight, but the way he stopped it told me, as soon as I saw it, I said, he made a good stop, because he didn't come rushing in and just throw Mark Hunt off to the side. Mark was kind of doing his walk-off, but Mark Goddard still did exactly what we would want a referee to do. He comes in and he's looking at Frank Mir. And I can't tell you how many times, and there's, one of the most famous ones I had that people, hated me for, and it was okay. I had Paul Daly fighting Nick Diaz in Strikeforce, and it was one of the greatest first rounds you've ever seen.
Yeah. Wow.
Loved that fight.
Yeah.
And there came a point where Paul gets hit to the body, and I hear all the air go out of him. But instead of backing off, he goes after Nick. And, just the balls that guy had to do what he did at that moment. And Nick ends up hitting him with a shot. It hurts him, and he does a wobble over, and he falls. And Nick comes over the top of him, and I'm going to let him go. He's still trying to defend himself. And Nick hits him with one right hand with about 2 seconds left in the round. And Paul is looking straight up at Nick with his right eye, and his left eye is doing a left-hand turn. And I stopped the fight because, he can't intelligently defend himself. I don't want him to get hit with another shot that hurts him to the point he doesn't leave the ring the right way.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what you see Mark Goddard doing. When Mark comes in and looks at Frank Mir, he's looking down at it, and then all of a sudden his head comes up and his hands are going over his head, waving the fight off. And I know what Mark was looking at because I've seen it too many times. But no one else knows, and they all think, oh, he stopped that too soon. Frank was fine. He had fallen back. He could have defended himself. He was in a position to defend himself, and pull, hunt into guard. You hear all these stories, and it's like, you have no clue. God bless Mark Goddard for doing the right thing and protecting Frank Mir when Frank Mir was unable to protect himself if Mark Hunt had gone after him.
Yeah, Mark Hunt on top, just throwing. It's not a good place.
That's not a pretty picture if you're the guy he's throwing at.
and that's the thing people don't understand. Like you said, especially because Mark's competed as well, and I think that does play a factor in with some of the referees these days. It does help. Like I know Herb Dean had done some amateur stuff as well, and I think it makes a difference. For example, I've spoken to Mark Goddard before, and I said to him, I don't know if I could do the reffing thing. I maybe could look to do the judging. I've had a guy called Ben Cartledge who does judging with the UFC, and I love the work that Ben and Mark are doing. They're working with the UK MMAF and in general the IMMAF, and they go around Europe and they help educate the referees. They do seminars for refereeing and judging, and we get them on to try and get that out there to people because I think it's huge. I think if we can help develop that side of it, it just makes
it is
massive
huge.
difference.
And here's the thing that most people don't realize. When I teach a class, or now when Mark Goddard is going and teaching for IMAF, all those classes that he's teaching, what's he doing? He's helping guys to not make the mistakes that he has made in the past.
Yeah.
He's helping guys to learn a way of getting past those mistakes without having to make them by learning from a guy that has made them. But he's also teaching people how to do a job that if he's not the one doing it, they're taking his job. So he's teaching people how to take his job. But he's doing it because that's what's right for the sport. That's what's right for MMA. We need to have more educated, knowledgeable, and better trained officials because that's what the sport needs. And it's not about Mark Goddard. It's not about John McCarthy. It's about the sport.
Yeah.
We're not going to be there forever, and we want this sport to go forward. So the best way to do that is to have officials that are trained, that know what they're doing, and know when to let a fight go and know when to stop the fight so that the fighters are protected when they can't protect themselves.
And that's why the work that you're doing, obviously stateside, and then the work that Mark's doing across the pond, UK, Europe-wise, it will have an effect. Obviously, it just takes a bit of time for it to knock on and have a knock-on effect. And for it to... I've said it before, I said fighters will feel a lot more at ease when they know the referee is of that caliber. They say, oh, he's trained, he's been doing seminars with Mark Goddard, Big John McCarthy, etc. It does help, I think, put a fighter's mind at ease when they got confidence in the referee because they know they're safe. It sounds like we said before, it is a violent sport, but at the same time, they're safe. They know they're safe when they go in. They know that they'll come out safe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You hear a lot of people talk about the sport, and they're sitting there and they say, "I'm willing to die." That's awesome. I'm not going to let you die.
Nope.
Won't let that happen, okay? It's not going to go that far. I tell guys all the time, hey, I will let you swim into very deep waters, but I am not going to let you drown. And that's, as the fighter, I love the fact that they have that, I will go to the very end. That's their job. And they've got to have that type of attitude. But the thing to look at, and Mark Goddard is getting to that point now. He's getting older, and I am older. And I know that, the way I looked at life when I was 25 and 30 is different than the way I look at life now that I'm 53. And the things that I did in the past, I now pay for. And it's easy when you're young to sit there and say, just let me go. But you will pay for the things that we let go if we don't protect you at a certain point. You're going to pay for them. You may pay for them very close in that future, or you may pay for them later on down the road. But I guarantee there's that price. It's going to be collected. And that's our job, is to make sure that you don't suffer some of the things that have occurred. You look at a Gary Goodridge, and I love Gary.
Yeah.
And he fought for so long But the fights that he did, especially in K1, and the head trauma that Gary took, he's paying for that now.
Yeah.
And these are the things that we want to protect fighters from, because you have your competitive life, but you have a long life after that competitive life is over, and you don't want it altered to the point where you can't live a normal life and take care of your kids and watch them grow and be a part of them growing up. That's all important stuff to the official. The fighter wants to go out there and let them go to the very end, and we're going to let them go as far as we can, but we do care about that person and them being able to live their life the way it's supposed to be lived long after they're not fighting anymore.
Yeah, the fighter looks at the 15 minutes they've got ahead of them, but you look at the big picture.
That's it, and it's not easy. It's not easy for fans to understand. But when I'm teaching, when I talk to Mark Goddard, when I'm teaching, referees or other officials, I try to explain to them, you need to understand, nobody is going to live with this fight. If you let things go too far, besides that fighter, that you let go to the point where they should have been taken out of this, they're not fighting, they're surviving, and they're not even surviving well. So if we'll say that fighter, gets hurt to the point they can never compete again, is the fighter going to have to deal with that? Yes, they are. And you as the referee are going to have to deal with it, because you're responsible. Nobody in that arena, not one fan, if you have a fight that goes too long and that fighter ends up dying, they end up not making it out of that fight or not being able to make it back home after a certain time, and they pass, everybody that's in that arena is going to say, oh, I knew he should have stopped it. But none of them have to live with it. But every time that you look in the mirror, you'll know, I could have done something different. I should have stopped it, and I didn't. And you are responsible for it. And, you've got to live with it. And that is not an easy thing to do.
And that's why exactly you're doing the work that you do to basically reduce the chances of that happening. And
that's it.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just knocking those, the probability down. And I think you guys are doing a great job, honestly. I love the fact that these courses go on all the time. And I am literally, at the moment, I'm tied up myself with the military. I've got stuff with the military I'm doing. But I am going to do these courses in time when I've got a little bit more free time when I'm outside of it.
Outstanding.
Just to educate myself, really. It's more educational, and also, I hope to maybe, do a little bit as well, and if I can, it'd be great. It's just something I can, for personal use and for future reference when people want to ask questions or anyone's curious, it'd be nice to have the answer.
It is. It's so funny how many people sit there and they'll tell me, oh, this is what the rule means. Really? Did you write it? No, I did. Okay, so it's so funny when people sit there and tell me, no, this is what it is. No, it's not.
No.
And every rule is something that, you can look at the written word, but there's a meaning behind all of it. And luckily I was there for the making of just about all of them, or the making of the unified rules, and I know what was supposed to be. And it's a matter of, that's helped me along the way, and I always try to get everyone to understand, this is what you're doing. Now, the fans don't know. Fans are, they're going to read something or they're told something and they believe it's true, and they're going to sit there and think the referee's wrong about doing something, and that's okay. Don't worry about the fans. You worry about doing what's right for the fighters. Your job is to protect them. That's our number one thing. The safety of the fighter is number one, and then the enforcement of the rules of the sport is the second one. And if you're doing those two things right, then you're doing a good job.
And you've done a great job, and you're still doing a great job in the fact that you're doing stuff outside of the refereeing within the cage. I'm not going to keep you any longer than I should, by the way, because I am not going to be greedy. I'm going to let you get back to your family. I'm going to let you shoot off. I know I feel like I've taken you too long anyway, but before I let you go, can you let people know how they can, because you're very active on Twitter, I know that myself, but can you let people know how they can contact you, maybe like on social media, to like join you on Twitter, if they've got any other stuff they can, interact with you, like stuff like that?
Yeah, if they want to ask questions on Twitter, mine is John McCarthy MMA, at John McCarthy MMA. They can ask questions. Normally, if it's a decent question, I'll answer it. I get a lot of crazy ones sometimes, but sometimes I'll answer those. But I try to answer things just to help educate fans on what the rules of the sport are, what should be done, why it should be done, so there is more clarity in the sport and people understand it more. So that's what I do on Twitter. If they ever want to be a referee, they can go to MMAreferee.com. I hold courses, not very often because I just don't have time for them, but I'm going to have one coming up here probably by the middle of summer and stuff. So if you want to think about being a judge or a referee, go to MMAreferee.com. That'll be a way of getting at least information about it. I would tell you, if you haven't been part of the sport and you haven't been training, get to a gym, start doing all of that, start learning everything that fighters are doing, all the different holds, all the different takedowns, everything that they're doing in a fight before you go to anybody's class. Because especially if you come to mine, you're going to fail if you don't know those things. So, if you decide that you want to come, you can put your name on the email list, and we will notify you when there is a class coming up.
And you also do a podcast with Sean Wheelock, so...
I forgot about this. Thank you very much. I got a podcast, that again, you can, listen to and get information on MMA. We talk about all kinds of things that are a little bit different than most of them. But the podcast is Let's Get It On with, me and Sean Wheelock. I think you can go to, I think it's www.podcastmma.com is the link for it. So
I will put the link
check
up.
Out the podcast.
I will put the link up on the description for the for the podcast and for the MMA course if people want to jump on and obviously get the name put on down in the emails. Because Sean Wheelock's part of the commission as well, which is quite an interesting angle from it as well. You see, because he gives that good kind of, and also his knowledge and experience is great. I love speaking to Sean. I've had him on a few times now. He's great. And then last but not least, do you want to give I've said thank you, but do you want to give thanks to anyone that have helped you out with your career and with your refereeing?
No, you know what? As far as the only people I usually thank, I thank the fighters for what they do, and I thank the fans for just being, so fantastic and supporting the sport. Because if it wasn't for the fans, we wouldn't have the sport. And that's from the very beginning. The fans kept it alive, and the fans have made it what it is. Their interest in the sport, their supporting of the fighters, their supporting of the different organizations that are out there. You know what? Be a fan of MMA. That's one thing. The UFC is the top one. They're the big dogs. Love them. I love that. But support all of them. All of the different ones. Bellator, World Series of Fighting, Cage Rage, all the different organizations that are out there. Support the fighters that are in those because they deserve it.
They do. And hey, look. John Jones, for example, Daniel Cormier, let's go, Dimitri. Everyone started somewhere. They didn't all start in the
a small show.
You got to start. So follow people now, and you might see them up in the big star, and you can say, "Look, I remember him when he first started. He was awful, and now he's doing pretty well."
That's true.
I agree. I push the regional stuff out for people to go and watch it, even if there's. There's no UFC on in the evening, on a weekend, for example. Go and watch a regional show. Get yourself out there a bit more. But, look, ladies and gentlemen, Big John McCarthy, thank you very much again. It's been an absolute pleasure having the time. I am joined right now with Campbell McLaren. Now, sir, there's many kind of accolades I could give you. But let's just say you're one of the founding fathers of the UFC. Let's put it that way. Let's just give you that one for now, because that's what we're here for today. To talk about. Yeah, we're here to talk about your kind of involvement, your experiences, your time there. Firstly, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Thank you for putting that time and effort in back then, because what we have now is all down to what yourself and several others combined effort. Really, it was because without one cog in the clock, I don't think the clock could have maybe turned out the way it did. I think it was a combined effort with everyone, really, and as much as everyone clashed heads, it did work out in the end. We finally got something back then, and as much as the way the sport is now, I still look back to 1993. I still look at it now and I think it's amazing, and I do still wish it happened on Halloween. Sadly, it didn't.
Well, the date had moved around a little bit for the first event. The pay-per-view business requires a lot of lead time, and it was hard to put together a lot of lead time for a sport that didn't yet exist.
Yeah.
You got to think about that. There were so many aspects to this that we were sort of conjuring up.
Yeah.
It wasn't even planning so much as it was almost magic. Yeah, and that introduction is good. There's really the three people that really launched the UFC are, in addition to myself, Rorion Gracie and Art Davie. And I think without any of the three of us, it wouldn't have worked. Rorion had a fighting system, that was second to none, and he was willing to back up all the claims he made. Like a lot of people in the martial arts back then had exorbitant claims. Our system can beat anyone, fight three guys in an alley, all this sort of stuff. And then, when push came to shove and we actually started the UFC, we found a lot of those senseis where it didn't really show up. But Rorion and Royce did everything they said, right? They said they'd fight anyone, anywhere, anytime, under any, not under any rules, under no rules.
Yeah.
So without Rorion and, that family's lineage, we wouldn't be where we are. And then certainly Art Davie, figured out there was a business in selling the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu training tapes, and then started to see, was there something else? And I think, Art was very smart in putting together a package, and, he got together, a plan, did have the idea for the tournament. And then of course when they came to me, it was sort of my job to put it on television and, to bring together the pieces in a visual way, in a way that you could do in 3 hours, in a way that you could capture on video, all that kind of stuff. And, to me, that was a huge, that was the most fun I've ever had in my life. I mean, we had no idea what was happening on one. It's funny that the trajectory goes from unknown, no idea, right? I mean, that first fight, 13 seconds or whatever it is, right, with Taylor Tooley and Gerard Gordeau, and I remember watching it thinking, if all the fights are 13 seconds, this show's going to be over in 9 minutes. Even with the walk-ins. Even if we make the walk-ins really long, it's going to be over in 11 minutes. So, we really had no idea. But by 2, and certainly by 3, you start to see people become aware of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu and what it can do. And the martial arts start to mix.
Yeah, it did.
And you see, and you see the striking and grappling start to combine.
I feel like it was almost after the first one, everyone started to take classes in jiu-jitsu just so that they could counter what was going on. But what I thought was, like I say, that was an unknown investment from your part. Your job. If this was a music concert, you've done that before. You knew what you had, like the platform for it. You knew what the foundations were. So with this unknown investment, is what I want to call it. What was it then that made you want to do it? What was it about it that made you think, do you know what, we'll do it, we'll go for it? What was it about that stuck out, the idea?
Well, I've got, I got out my day book, my diary from 1993, and I'm looking at April 93, so that's roughly, 23 years ago, coming up, right? And, I'm looking at what I'm working on, and I'd been on the set of Beverly Hills Cop 3 with Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy had a new record come out, My Girl Just Wants to Party All the Time, and it was a big hit, and he was thinking about launching a music tour, and my pitch to him was, when Cop 3 came out, to have a live pay-per-view, a concert with Eddie Murphy, launching the movie, and have his band, that was interesting. I was in London about that time too, working with a horror magician named Simon Drake. He had a show on Channel 4 called Mad Max, and we were working on a show we were going to do at Pinewood Studios, of course, the very famous James Bond studios outside of London, and we were going to do Iron Maiden's final concert with their singer Bruce Dickinson, and horror magician Simon Drake was going to kill all the band, chop off their heads, and mount them on spikes, and which we did do. It was a pretty interesting show. I'm also working on a pay-per-view with a comedian named Andrew Dice Clay that had been banned pretty much for pretty much everything, for racism, homophobia, and everything. Andrew was able to offend everyone.
Yeah.
Very well, not just a little. Really offended people. But he still had, a lot of fans. And pay-per-view was this sort of uncensored, unfiltered, kind of anything goes TV network, right? I mean, if the producer was willing to risk the production, the pay-per-view network would give it a try. If you had a good idea. They didn't put anything on, right? But, so, if you look back at that, the Eddie Murphy show didn't go, which is okay. Andrew Dice Clay, the band comedian, set comedy records. I mean, we made a lot of money on that one. And I saw controversy was very helpful as a advertising medium, right? Dice, the name of the show was No Apologies. And he did a very brilliant routine. If you remember the time Madonna had been urinating in Coke bottles and photographs, Michael Jackson was just starting to be found out, as a predilection for little boys. So Dice had this routine, and he said, fucking Madonna is sitting in a Coke bottle. Michael Jackson with his hand up a little boy's ass, but I'm the bad guy. And, it was just brilliant, and it was a free speech, a paean to free speech, and we did great business with it. It was wonderful. And Iron Maiden, so I learned controversy from Dice and for the pay-per-view business. And then with Iron Maiden, we also saw, that was a huge band 20 years ago. Yeah. And so we were able to pre-sell the video rights. If anyone listening remembers VHS, that used to be, a thing. And so we sold that around the world. So I sort of learned, how to pre-sell a pay-per-view property from Iron Maiden. So, Dice was July and Iron Maiden was August. We were supposed to do the first UFC in September. It ended up being November 93, but we were targeting September, but we just couldn't get it together. We didn't even, I don't even think the Octagon was built by September, and that's part of it too, is you start to build a sport, you need a playing field, right? I mean, there's a soccer pitch, there's a tennis court, there's a basketball. So where does one do no rules martial arts, right? I mean, what does that look like? And that alone, took quite a bit of thinking. We met with John Milius, the director of Conan the Barbarian, and he suggested the Octagon, because Conan had fought in a stone octagon. Okay, great suggestion, a stone octagon. He also wanted, fucking Greek columns. I mean, no, the answer is no, but thanks for the suggestion.
The start's fine.
But, as we started to think about it, where would you put something like this? Because we need to film it, right? So we thought plexiglass walls. Yeah. But as Horian pointed out, a guy could take another guy and smack his head into the plexiglass wall. It would have been very cinematic, but, not what we were after necessarily. We tried a type of pantyhose material, like a very fine mesh, but it seemed like you could suffocate someone by pushing their face into that. As you start to go down the checklist, it's like, what do you do? A boxing ring just wasn't going to work because, you need to contain the action. And with grapplers on the ground, they can roll out. Yeah. Horian didn't want the ring because he figured everybody would run from his brother Hoist. They would leap out. He wanted his brother to be able to get them. So, it starts to require a lot of creativity. I mean, you have to really think this stuff through. You're inventing something, right? Sort of on the spot, with the clock ticking, and live pay-per-view in months, And when we did the first TV commercial, what could I put in the first TV commercial? There's no footage. What am I going to show?
That's a good point, yeah.
Right? Yeah, that was a good point. We thought of that point somewhere in August for the September event. It's like, wait, what's in the commercial? And the truth of the matter was, we could have taped Horion or Hoist, but the thing is, they didn't look like scary guys. You know, when Hoist, we did a photo shoot with Hoist, and he came out to New York. I mean, he looked like a model. You know, he was 6'1", dark, good-looking Latin guy. 160 pounds, you know, 40 regular. You know, he didn't look like a monster. Yeah. And I was sort of selling monsters.
Yeah.
So, you know, what we took a bunch of old martial arts footage, you know, of tournaments and stuff like that, and just kind of, back then MTV had a saying, if the footage looks, what do they say? If the footage looks good, make it look worse. If it looks bad, make it look worser. So that was sort of the visual style of MTV, if you remember, scratches and choppy cuts. So we did that to the footage, and that's what the first one is. You know, unrecognizable people doing weird karate moves. You know?
And it was nothing.
And the folks go, there can be only one man, two man, one man, these, you know, we had no idea. I mean, you know, but I tell you, I did know that it was going to look like Mortal Kombat, at least in the open of the show.
Yeah.
You know, at least the opening was going to look like, you know, 8 guys standing there wearing their traditional costume ski outfits, you know, whatever. And, you know, and some of the guys like Gerard Gordeau, we didn't tell him to wear those funky karate pants with his little jailhouse tattoos on his arms. I mean, that was it. Yeah. We lucked out with him. Taylor Tooley, you know, just a fantastic first fight. And as they say, the rest is history.
Yeah, it was beautiful the way like you say, they were just so original and just so themselves, and that's what I think added to it, the authenticity of the fighters. And you know, you weren't trying to, like they do nowadays with the UFC, all the Reebok kit. Everyone had to look the same. They all look different, and that's, I think, kind of what made it stand out. You know, the attire. You look at Shamrock when he had his, you know, nice tight red shorts and his, you know, wrestling shoes, and then you had, you know, Gracie with the gi, and it just looked so different, but it just worked. I think it just worked. Then you got Jimison with the one boxing glove. It's one of them things that I think I spoke to people before, and it's just going to stand out in time. Jimison standing with one glove, and no one will ever quite get their head around, why is that guy got one glove? And you went, well, yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing, that's why.
It was the truth. But no one knew what they were doing. You know, Forrest Griffin said to me, you know, remembering Ken's Speedos, and they were either bright yellow or bright red, and Forrest Griffin said he would have entered the original UFC had we let fighters wear man pants. It was time and place, and when you look at it, I mean, it certainly looks dated in a way, you know, but on the other hand, it could be from the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that's a very dystopian view of the future.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So when you were doing this kind of meetings and organisation, and it's like you said, there's a lot of fun, and you just ping it. Basically, it was just a group of guys, just pinging ideas to each other. You're just having fun, more or less. You can rattle off anything and just see if it's stuck to the wall, so to speak. But can you reminisce any particular moments that happened? Any memories that, you know, just really stood out that kind of made everything happen?
Yeah, there's a couple. You know, the creative process is a process. So there are aha moments, but it's also, you put yourself in the incubator and, you know, you think about it, and you talk to other creative people, and we were talking to fighters and martial arts guys and columnists, and, you know, laying a lot of the groundwork. And I think some of the aha moments, Horion sent a great video, again, back to VHS, and he narrated it, and I remember this very clearly, and I was in my office, and Horion is talking, he says, "We are in Rio, and the Gracie family goes on a picnic to the beach. We see a man on the beach who has insulted the Gracie family. We pick our smallest cousin to teach him a lesson. And you see, I don't know, there's like a 14-year-old Gracie stands up, the skinny Brazilian kid, right? And they're on the beach at Rio. And he goes over to this guy who's on a blanket with a girl and his friends. And the guy is a monster. He's like 6'3", cut, huge guy, like a weightlifter. And the kid goes over and kicks sand at him. And the guy stands up and peels off his, wife-beater T-shirt, right? And he's giant. And the little Gracie cut, and Horian's going, because he has insulted the Gracie family, we are going to teach him a very severe lesson. And so the little guy rushes him, knocks him down, gets on his back, chokes him unconscious, rolls him over, sitting on his chest, and punches the guy square in the face hard. The guy wakes up, he gets choked out again, he gets hit again. The whole time, Horian just going, so we will choke out our opponents if they show us respect, but if you show dishonor to the Gracie family. And I'm watching this, and it's laugh out loud funny. It's much funnier than my impersonation. And it's dead serious, too, right? I mean, and I look around, and Central Entertainment Group, we had a big office up on Park Avenue and 57th Street, great part of New York. We're a media company, and slowly people are heard. I'm playing the tape loud in my office, and people start coming in. And I look, and the company had a big radio division, had a big music division. It was mostly a music company. There's 20 or so people standing in the doorway watching this tape, like rapt attention. They can't believe what they're watching. And I looked up and I go, yeah, this will draw a crowd.
Yeah.
This is it. And then, the head of the company came and started screaming at everybody to get back to work. And I was like, you're missing the whole point, man. This is the work. We found something that people will stand in a doorway and watch on VHS with a crappy voiceover. You know what I mean? And so when I saw that tape, I knew we really had something there. And I knew the Gracies were very for real. And then, I'm looking in my daybook on May 27th, 1993. I fly out to LA, and, I go out to meet Horian, and Horian introduces me on that trip to John Milius, who directed Conan the Barbarian, who wrote parts of Dirty Harry, who wrote parts of Apocalypse Now. I love the smell of napalm in the morning, is John Milius. That's his quote. Do you feel lucky, punk? That's John Milius. Like, he's the toughest tough guy writer in Hollywood, right? So I'm meeting with Milius, and, I've got a meeting with Arnold. And I went to see Horian in his dojo, and we were walking around, and it's in Torrance, and Torrance is nicer now than it was 20 years ago. It wasn't a horrible neighborhood, but it was kind of a working class, tough neighborhood, right? You could get in a fight on the street in Torrance. It's not Mayfair, right? It's kind of a tough neighborhood. So anyway, I'm walking, and then I look over on the sidewalk, and there's a guy pacing us. I'm walking with Horian, and he turns to the guy and he goes, "Not today, jiu-jitsu man, but someday your day is coming." And Horian goes, "Your mother's a whore." And the guy turns and walks away. And Horian turns to me and he goes, "If you ever want to find out if someone will fight, you say to them, your mother's a whore. If that doesn't make them fight, they don't want to fight you." And, I'm with some gunslinger. It was like the Wild West. We're walking down the street and people are challenging, Top Gun, and he turns to them and he goes, "Your mother's a whore." And I go, this guy is the ultimate badass. First off, the guy could have had a gun, by the way.
Yeah.
And all jiu-jitsu in the world. But Horian didn't even blink. He didn't even stop walking. Yeah, whatever. If a guy wants to fight, say your mother's a whore, and then if he doesn't fight, he doesn't want to fight. Like, okay, that's good advice. Thank you. Thank you, Sensei.
I'll keep that.
Keep that in mind. So then we go to Arnold Schwarzenegger had opened a restaurant and called Schatzi on Main. He's Austrian, and it was a chance to do like high-end Austrian food or something. You know, I just got back from Vienna. Austrian food is nice and everything, but it's not like people are clamoring to get more Austrian food. Anyway, the restaurant didn't work, but it was Arnold. And we went to the opening, and Arnold came up to me, and he said, I told him what I was thinking about doing. He knew Horion. And Arnold said, yeah, you need to do this. This would be a huge hit. This is like a gigantic hit. How can you not do this? Why are you even here talking to me? You should go work on this right now. I said, okay, great. No, I mean, because it was the Terminator. I mean, he was at the peak of his career, and he's a very smart guy, right? Yeah. And a competitor. You know, he was the real deal, right? He wasn't just some bogus movie star. And I said to him, would you come and be part of this? He goes, oh no, Arnold is now becoming a family movie star. I can't come to this. Oh. But it's still going to be a big hit. You must do it. You must do it. So I was like, okay, all right, we're getting somewhere. So the Terminator thinks this is a big hit. It's drawn a crowd in my office. I'm with arguably the baddest guy on the planet. I mean, literally, Horion will seem like he'll fight anyone, you know. So, you start to put this together, right? And we had a publicist. There's a guy, a lot of people want credit for the early days, and I have to say, John David Isaacs, who's a very dear friend of mine and who I worked with at Semaphore, he was there from the beginning. He was encouraging it. He's the one that helped build it into a business. David Isaacs helped codify the rules. He's the one that helped write unified rules. So, because he was not as big a mouth as me, and didn't do the interviews. Not many people know his name, but David had an integral part in it. Don Gold, who just recently left the UFC. Since, 93, I met Don Gold after the first UFC, and he wanted to buy the video rights then. Don Gold built it into, a giant international, video business, video games. He did all that. So a lot of people worked on this, but I'll tell you, there's one guy who doesn't want credit for it, and I'm always sort of calling him out, and his name is Dan Cloris, and he was a very famous publicist in the U.S., and Dan represented Paul Simon, Howard Stern. Do you know Howard Stern? Saturday Night Live. He represented Lorne Michaels, John Belushi. He'd had a list of huge stars. And Dan Cloris heard about this, and he goes, I can get anyone in the world to write about this. Are you kidding me? A no-rules fighting match inside a cage, live on television? Who do you want to talk to? And we did a press release after the first one that Dan helped me write, where we said the fight would be stopped. The referee could stop the fight, doctor's intervention, throw in the towel, or death. And John, everybody asked me, would you still put death in the press release knowing, what was going to happen, right? Because that was sort of that set the groundwork for all the trouble. But, I still have to say, to this day, I can't think of any fight that would continue with a dead opponent, right? I mean, we said we would stop the fight if someone died. I've yet to see guys die in boxing matches. That does tend to stop the fight.
Yeah, it does.
So it was one of those things, in those early days. I was saying banned in 49 states, but we were in 7 or 8 states. There's 50 states in the U.S., right? So the arithmetic just never worked. One man, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Everybody left the octagon. It was everyone wanted to buy into it, and I was writing, crazy stuff to say. But the truth of the matter is, when you saw the UFC, it looked pretty crazy.
Yeah. Oh no, it did.
Right?
I
was saying as wild a thing as I could say.
Yeah.
And then you saw it, and it was pretty wild.
Oh no, I'm with you on that. Absolutely. I was blown away by it when I started watching. I just couldn't get my head around how open of a fight it was. I was so used to boxing for so many years. People are used to boxing where 2 guys just stand up, they punch each other, and that's it.
Yeah.
that's what everyone was used to, you know. And it's one of them things where, for me, I couldn't get my head around how much there was that people could do to each other in a fight, and it was allowed. You know, the referee wasn't stopping it. Only thing they were stopping was if you poke him in the eyes, and you know, the general kind of stuff like that. But part of that, everything went, and I was like, this
stuff like that. And after a while, we did stop the groin shots.
Thankfully, yeah.
So, what was it? Joe Sando is in UFC 5. Where Keith Hackney pounds on his...
Oh, yeah, with the elbows. Punches him, yeah. That's just... That sticks in my mind. Yeah.
This is, flash ahead to 1996 when we do UFC, what I called the Ultimate, which was the Tournament of All Champions, right? So we did a TV commercial then. I mean, after I had the first one, after we had the first UFC, the TV commercials were quite easy, by the way, because there was dozens of things that you wanted to show. Before, there was, I don't know what to show. After the first one, I was very clear on what to show, right? There was a lot of violence, a lot of incredible action, and very super visual, right? Yeah. Just every fight was very visual. But when we did the TV commercials for the Ultimate, I'm a bit of a classical music fan, and the nice thing about classical music, if you're a TV producer, is you don't have to pay royalties. It's royalty-free music. And if anyone remembers the film Clockwork Orange, there are times when extreme violence can really be pushed forward with a classical soundtrack. Yeah. Right? You put Beethoven under, that sort of thing, and it's even more dramatic. So I took a Christmas song, Tchaikovsky's, the tray pack from the Nutcracker Suite, and that's what I used when Joe San was getting his nuts cracked, what happened, apparently some classical music fan saw that, and she went crazy. Where was she from? It wasn't New York. She might have been from Boston, which is, in a lot of ways, a very conservative. And she said I had ruined classical music, that I had ruined Christmas music, and she had a little campaign going. And I ended up getting called a lot of things, but, I guess I got to put on the list, I ruined classical music, and I ruined Christmas music.
Why can't you see the irony? That's she needs to get a sense of humour. That's what she needs to get. That was the thing about as the UFC events went on. You like you say that the people you brought in that are still around now. How did you end up meeting?
Trace Tracy and Ken Shamrock, by the way,
they're still
who just had a fight, which was the highest-rated Bellator event of all time.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. And Ken just sadly he did fail a drug test, but the thing is he wants the match void and a rematch.
Ken?
Yeah.
Failed oh, come on.
I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe he just failed all.
Ken's nipples have muscles.
He failed being awesome is what he failed. That's what it must have been. I don't know. It's crazy, these things. But so did Kimbo Slice as well. He failed the test as well. Drug test. No idea why. And it's just something in the water. But yeah, the people like you that came into the sport as the events went on, how did you end up meeting some of these people that are still around now? How did you end up, like, for example, like you say, Joe Silver and, how did you cross paths and how did they come part of this crazy roller coaster, let's put it that way?
Yeah, great question. I don't know if it was a roller coaster, John. It was more like a rocket. It just went up and up and up and up and up. For the first 3 years, I've said this before, when you look at the buy rates, there were roughly 20 million pay-per-view homes then. There are, in the U.S., there's 100 million now. Yeah. Right? So that's a five-fold difference, right? So we were doing buy rates of 250,000, 350,000 buys. If you multiply that by 5 to get a pound by pound comparison, right? You're looking at buy rates that are kind of comparable to what Connor and Misha Tate just did. Fantastic buy rates. We were at one point in Japan. Japan did not have, for those that don't remember VHS or don't know what it is, it was a tape that you could rent or buy, and in the U.S. you could rent or buy. In Japan you could only buy. And for a while, the number 1, number 2, and number 3 tape in Japan was the UFC. It was UFC 1, UFC 2, and UFC 3 were 1, 2, and 3. So we were on, there's a TV show called Friends that, still a very famous show. Yeah. We were on the finale of one closing season of theirs, huge ratings, cover of Mad Magazine, a satirical magazine in the U.S. And, it was nothing but success for the first 3 years. Yeah. It just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And people think that, the UFC struggled, and the John McCain who later ran for president, who came after me and came after the UFC, that started to come in more like 96, 97, 98, the first 3 years, it wasn't a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster, but just climbing up to the top. And, it just was amazing stuff. It's funny, I've got the day book out here, June 23rd. I had a meeting with Donald Trump.
Oh, right.
Some of your fans may know.
Yeah, that's an interesting character. At the moment, he's very interesting, yes.
Donald Trump was an early supporter of the UFC. I mean, he wanted it for the casinos. I did a pay-per-view show with him, a music show with a guy named David Hasselhoff.
I know Mr. Hoff, yes. I think a few people do, yeah.
Casinos. I was talking to Donald about doing an American Gladiator pay-per-view live.
Yeah.
And remember the TV show?
Yeah,
so we were going to pump it up. But after I started the UFC, I just thought American Gladiators bogus. Yeah. I mean, who wants to see guys hit each other with those big, ear swab sticks?
Yeah.
I mean, it was silly. The comedian Andrew Dice Clay that I referenced earlier, he had a line where he said, "After you've seen X, you can't go back to R." And I think that's very, very true. Once you've seen the UFC, you're not going to be interested in American Gladiators. Yeah. Or for that matter, John, if you remember, kickboxing was starting to take hold. I don't know if you...
Yeah, it was doing well then, yeah.
But it was starting to get popular in the U.S., and the UFC just blew it out. And there was another promotion called Tough Man, which essentially was amateur boxers.
Ah, right.
And it was gaining popularity, and the UFC just blew it out. Anything with that sports feel... fighting, combat sports, the UFC just quickly swallowed up. So
I'm not surprised.
No, was there a question I was answering? I totally lost track.
It's fine. I was just asking about how the likes of Joe Rogan and Joe Silver came into it.
So Joe was a very good friend of mine. My background prior to the UFC and prior to the pay-per-view business, I was very much in the comedy business in the U.S. As some people know, I'd managed the comedian Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm, Joy Behar, who's a star here in the U.S., and other comedians. And, I'd done a couple sitcoms, and I knew pretty much every comedian. And Joe was an interesting guy because he was a legitimate tough guy. And a lot of comedians are like skinny arm, a New York word, nebbishy, kind of nerdy guys that get their revenge with words.
Yeah.
But, Rogan looked like the kind of guy that if you heckled him, first he would come back with an insult, then he'd come out on the stage and beat the shit out of you in the club. So, and he was a Boston guy and a tough guy, and he'd actually had, he says professional kickboxing fights. I would take him at his word. He certainly had amateur kickboxing matches. So he was, he knew what it was like to be a fighter. And I brought Joe in on UFC 11 because we were having, they're crazy issues, again, going back to how do you create a sport. Remember, when we were doing the tournament, if you got hurt and dropped out, and we put someone in to replace you, that fighter replacing you might not have had a previous fight, so he sort of had an advantage over a guy that had won one fight. And at one point, and this is going to sound like a joke, but this is actual serious, we considered taking the replacements and having someone hold them and someone else beat them up to sort of, give them some injuries before we threw them in. Totally ridiculous. But, that's the kind what do you obviously, Steve Jenham got a shot to come in on a situation like that. I had to run to the... Jenham thought he was out for the night and was in his car getting ready to drive home when I caught him in the parking lot and brought him back in. He ended up winning the tournament. So there were a lot of moments in the UFC where the producers were going, fuck! What do we do? Because we didn't have precedent.
Yeah.
Stuff was happening for the first time almost every night.
Yeah.
So we needed someone that could stall on air and think and talk and be entertaining. And, comedians and podcasters, John, when their guests let them get a word in, are good at that kind of thing. And Joe Rogan was very good at talking.
Yeah.
He liked fighting. He looked good, right? He's a funny guy, smart guy, was very interested in the sport. Brought him into UFC 11, and which was a total mess. Things were not going well, and I remember he showed up with a but he came on, and he quickly got it. He knew that the event was a mess. He tried to put some order to it, and I think mostly the thing I like and respect about Joe Rogan is 20 years later, he's probably more excited about the UFC. His ardor and passion has not diminished. In fact, has probably increased. And I like Joe. I think he's great on the air. He was a comedian I knew, and his manager, who's still his manager, manages a comedian named Kevin James. Jeff Sussman and I are very dear friends, and Jeff was very instrumental in putting that deal together. So that came from my comedy background. Joe Silva was sending me, I think I've said this on your podcast before, he was sending me yellow legal pads filled with notes on what a moron I was. And this is before the internet, so he's FedExing this to me, and, Campbell, that was completely stupid. What were you thinking? This is what you need to do. You need to develop blah, blah, blah. And it was pretty interesting. So I'd offered to rig a contest. We were having a super fan contest.
Right.
And I offered to rig it and let him win. I hope there's a statute of limitations on contest rigging. But Joe famously doesn't like to fly, but so he didn't fly out to claim the prize. And so we ended up hiring him as a consultant or whatever, and and he just went on, and he offended me, and then when I left, David Isaacson, the guy that was running SEG, took over, and Joe had to tone it down in terms of the insults. I'm a pretty easygoing guy, so Joe had to adapt to the next group, and then of course, I'm not sure Dana would have taken to the insults either. So, Joe has adapted his style, but in a lot of ways, Joe's Stephen Hawking. He's the master brain behind almost every matchup in the UFC.
Yeah.
And I think he's literally 3 and 4, matchups down the line when he does matchups. I think he does 3-dimensional matchups. And he sees a lot of things. He's a very smart guy, and he's a very decent, straightforward guy, too. I think a fight business, a tough business, boxing is maybe a sleazy business. Joe Silva is the opposite of all that. I think he's a really good, straightforward guy. John McCarthy was training with the Gracies, so, Horead really brought him in. Our first set of referees, reputedly, I cannot verify this, were in Brazilian secret police.
Oh, right.
And helped disappear some people in Brazil. And needed to be not in Brazil for a little while. I mean, that's the rumor from...
What I love about them,
I didn't know those guys. I never saw them again.
They were great for the first one. Guys are tapping, they're not doing anything about it. They're brilliant. They couldn't speak that much English. They were great. They
had the sense that if someone had come into the octagon with a giant, cloth bag and put their opponent in a bag and taped it shut and put them in the trunk of a car, they wouldn't have said anything. They would just continue to monitor the situation. It was pretty scary. I'm kind of a history buff of sorts, and I'd read the famous gunman and sheriff Wyatt Earp, who many cowboy movies about, lots of legends. He was actually brought in the late 1800s to clean up boxing when prize fighting was considered, certainly immoral and illegal in many states in the U.S. In fact, in Detroit, they used an 1860 law against prize fighting against the UFC when we did the UFC in Detroit. So I always thought he was, Big John was like Wyatt Earp. He was, brave, loyal, true, uncorruptible. He was big.
Yeah.
He knew the sport. He took it very seriously. His father, Joe McCarthy, had helped develop the idea of the modern SWAT team. He was the weapons instructor for LAPD. LAPD, by the way, very badass guys. Yeah. So here you have this purple belt in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, the former power lifter, weapons instructor, LAPD. It's like, come on. I wish I'd thought of that. Hordeon thought of it. Yeah, it was spectacular. And we were able to use John for, it's funny. He was brought in a lot of ways to sort of clean things up. But because of who he was, he sort of made the sport seem better. Yeah. Because if that's the type of official you need, someone that can kick pretty much everybody's ass. Yeah. That's who you have as official. Because when you look at football, when you see the refs don't scare me. No. In any sport, right? They are nerdy guys that try to run and keep up with the action. You look at Big John. Big John looked like he could beat everybody in the octagon.
Yeah, it's huge, man.
So this idea that he knew what he was doing and he was very capable is right. But on the other hand, when we showed shots of Big John, you knew this was not a tennis match. Yeah. So, I think Big John, John and I we have an interesting relationship. Big John had to cash a lot of the checks my mouth wrote. So I was out there going, no rules, we'll rip your head off, we're kicking into the stands, we'll take your bodies and we'll bury them in the parking lot. I'm saying the craziest shit I can think of. And John is in there going, no, there actually are rules. And this is a legitimate sport. And I'm paying a lot of attention. So, and I tell you, John and I had some conflict on Tank Abbott. To me, Tank Abbott, Dave Abbott, to me was the perfect thing. He was exactly what we needed in the UFC. And to Big John, he was exactly what we didn't want in the UFC. And it was also a cop criminal sort of thing happening there, right? Tank Abbott. Yeah. His view of the jailhouse was different than John's. John's was looking in, Dave was looking out. So when he came in and Dave was very abusive to Elaine McCarthy, who was John's wife and who ran operations, logistics, and everything. This is the most wonderful person, sensible, reasonable, professional, polite, no nonsense, but, a really nice person. And for Dave, for Dave to just be abusive to her, he was just looking to get to John. Yeah. And that was a nasty and ugly thing. And, so we sort of set up a little bit of a conflict there. But Tank, here's a quick Tank story. So, listen to the list I'm putting, Joe Rogan, Joe Silva, John McCarthy, and I think soon after, and I'm not going to take credit for Hordeon or Hoist, because they found me, but Tank Abbott's on that list of people too, right? Because what happens with Tank is he opens up the sport to the non-martial arts fans, right? And we had seen that, there's a lot of martial arts fans that had nowhere to go. They had nothing to watch. If you were a karate guy or taekwondo guy or whatever you were, there was no way for you to watch this, Olympic taekwondo, that doesn't really do it, So we drawn a big martial arts audience, and what Tank did, and he said his martial art was bar can do, with the vodka training method. He opened it up just to the yahoos, right? And a bunch of guys, and I sometimes say, around the world, only Americans say America. Everybody says the States or the U.S. or USA. Americans call themselves Americans, and a lot of Americans don't use the A. They're Americans. We're American. And the Americans love Tank Abbott. And, he just was... He looked like a fat guy that could take a punch and hit back. But the truth was, Dave was a power lifter. I saw him bench 600 pounds. He rolled around with the Brigham Young University wrestling team, which was world-class, Mark Schultz and Olympic athletes up there. He played football in high school. I mean, he was a legit athlete, a drunk one, but, he was. And he played down his training because it was a better story that he just walked in from the bar and beat the shit out of you. Yeah. And so I think, Tank... was a big part of that story, and we used him every chance we got. And when Tank said, I'm getting sexually excited when I hurt people, and stuff like that, that's going to work. Yeah. So, Tank, I think, is on that list of people that really helped launch those early days.
I think he's one of the ones that, like you said, he reached the people outside of the martial arts circle, and he's kind of like the early days of the early Ronda. Like, Ronda touched base with people outside of the sport, and that's what Tank did.
I compared him to Ronda in an interview. Actually, where I was at... I forget which UFC it was. And John came over, Big John came over, and goes, don't ever compare Ronda to Tank. Tank's an alcoholic. She's an Olympic athlete. And I go, come on. I mean, you can't argue with John. First, he's big. Second, he's a cop. He's Big John. It's like, you're not going to win. But so when I go, come with me, and we went over and we saw Ronda. And I said, Rhonda, you saw what I wrote? She goes, yes. I go, what did you think? She goes, it was hilarious. So, at least I got off the hook on that one, right? Rhonda thought it was funny she was compared to Tank Abbott. One of the articles had a picture of Tank and Rhonda next to each other, and it was hilarious, But you know what? I think that's a great way to look at the UFC and where the UFC is. Ronda is an Olympic athlete. Ronda is a superstar. Ronda's a great talker. She really is the new face of the sport. Holly Holm, notwithstanding, she's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Yeah. She's going to be a movie star. She took this sport to the next level. She really, really did. And, Connor was there adding, hot air to the balloon. But, it really is Ronda that I think has taken the UFC into its next generation of world-class athlete, world-class sport. So, I got to say, the old days are great. Original UFC, nothing like it. Probably will never be anything like it ever again.
Nope.
But if Tank's my guy and Ronda's the new guy, you have to, full credit to Lorenzo Fertitta. He had a vision to make this a world-class sport. I knew this was going to be a hit. Always knew it was going to be a hit. But I didn't know it was going to be a world-class sport.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't say that's what I had in mind when I put together the first one. But Lorenzo did. So, his vision is what's going to keep the UFC going.
Yes.
My vision launched the UFC.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's the persistence of these parties, all parties from the start to now. It's got to here without the people literally putting everything they can into it. That it wouldn't have happened, because so many obstacles came up, yet no one didn't. Yet you all got over the obstacles. You didn't stop and let it break you. You all got over the obstacles, and that's what That's why we need to remember everyone who's been involved in this sport, because it was something that wasn't that easy to get going. After, like you say, after the first 3 years, it started to really get tough, and it was just sticking it out. Getting through those tough times.
Absolutely, and tough times is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
Remember, I always figured someone would come after the UFC, but I thought it would be a famous TV evangelist, or some do-gooder. I figured I could take a do-gooder. Yeah. But John McCain, he was a POW in Vietnam. He's a war hero. Ran the Armed Forces Committee, and in the Senate, a respected senator. That was a tough opponent. That's not who we wanted to fight. And then he brought in another senator from Colorado who'd been a judokan in the Olympics. I think had a bronze medal, Ben Nighthorse Campbell. And the fact that his last name was Campbell didn't help me at all. He didn't see that as any sort of relationship he wanted to foster with an ancestral background. So it was tough. And then, what happened was there were a lot of regulations coming up in the U.S. Congress about the cable TV business. And the cable TV business, for anyone that knew, was making about 40% of their profit from adult programming.
Ah, right, okay.
And it was something, they didn't want to... This is before the internet, John.
Yeah.
Right, when you actually had to pay for stuff like that. And they used the UFC as sort of a scapegoat. So instead of saying we're going to turn off the adult programming, which there was no way in the world they were going to do, they decided they wanted to sort of offer up the UFC as something that they would turn off. And the boxing industry was coming after us too. I mentioned the Ultimate before in '96. If I would flip through my day books, I would always have marked in red letters where Mike Tyson was going to fight on pay-per-view. And we always avoided a Mike Tyson pay-per-view because they were monsters. They sucked up all the press, all the TV ads, everything. It wasn't just that everyone watched it. It was the media circus around it, shouted out everything else. So when we decided to do the Ultimate, which was going to be our biggest show ever, 8-man tournament of all men that had won a tournament, right? So it was all badasses, right? And we wait for Mike Tyson to set his date, and he does. And then we set our date, and then we get everything locked, print the materials, get ready to go. You do pay-per-view 90 days in advance, and once those 90 days, you're sort of in gear, right? Yeah. You made the commercials, you paid for advertising, you're locked, kind of, contractually, you spent money, you're going down that path. So, 3 weeks before the date, they announced Mike Tyson's moving to free TV on Fox Broadcasting. And he hadn't been on free TV ever, I think, and certainly there had been no major boxing match on broadcast TV for free in about 15 years. It was all closed circuit, right? It was either pay-per-view or closed circuit meant you go to a movie theater and you would pay $20 and you watched on the big screen there live. So kind of a weird coincidence that they move it to free on the night of our biggest pay-per-view ever, And I've never had a satisfactory answer for why that happened. I had a chance once to talk to Don King. It wasn't really a talk. It was more like, hey, did you move that thing on purpose to compete with the UFC? Because what the UFC, what? He wasn't even acknowledging the UFC existed. So, I don't know what happened there, but that was pretty interesting. So, I had McCain and Don King after the UFC. And going back 20 years, Don King was a pretty formidable guy. He's
huge,
pretty much out of it now. But back then, Don King was boxing.
Yeah.
So you have Don and war hero, top senator, future presidential candidate John McCain. That's a tough fight.
That's a tough fight. The thing is, John McCain went back on what he said. He's kind of, I won't say he supports UFC now, but he did go back on what he said back there, and he kind of promoted it in a way. He kind of, he recently said that he not say he supports it, but he recognises it as a sport now.
Yeah, I mean, the Fertittas are very smart guys, right? They've worked things from a political side. They have added rules. They really have done their job. And that's part of what you get if you turn something into a world-class sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would have done that McCain very differently, but, I was literally being forced out of the company at that point because because I'd said some crazy stuff, and it seemed like it might be better to let everything cool down. But you know what? Honestly, you've got to look at this and say to yourself, in the scheme of things, in the world we live in now, even the world we lived in back then, is the UFC really the threat to Western civilization that it was portrayed as?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. You gotta go.
It staggers me the way they portrayed it then. What I want to do now is, last thing I want to ask is, when the UFC came back, when it first started, did you ever think that you would still be involved in mixed martial arts today?
That's an honest. If I try to answer honestly, really, that's a very tough question. But I will say, around 99, 2000, until the Ultimate Fighter, I was very bitter, and I was very angry at anyone that was doing anything with the UFC. I felt like my children had been kidnapped. I felt a real sense of. I've never, John, some people say, Campbell McLaren owned the UFC or didn't own the UFC. I never owned the UFC. I worked for Bertelsmann, for BMG. The pay-per-view division was called SEG. I was an employee. I had a stock plan, but I didn't have any ownership in the UFC. So I never owned the UFC. And I do believe with my whole heart, I don't believe I would have sold the UFC. I love the UFC. I think I would have parked it and, let everything cool down and see if I could get back into it after a little while. It took tremendous resources to keep the UFC going. Sure. Funding the shows when they were losing money. Also, all the legal bills, the political challenges, the lobbyists, the lawyers. But I don't think I would have sold the UFC. But I was very bitter at that time period. I felt like I'd been forced out of the company. I thought the direction that the folks were running was a lame one. I think creatively it was lame. I think politically it was lame. They were just kind of saying, okay, go ahead and fuck us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we'll take it. We'll squeal a little, but that's all we're going to do. And I would have been a little more aggressive. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Did I thought I'd get back? If you'd asked me this in 2002, I would have said absolutely not. But after the Ultimate Fighter, I thought, what, this is interesting and it's compelling because the guys are so real, so authentic, and so compelling. That as a TV producer, I started to think about it again, and that's where I did the Iron Ring, which was sort of the hip hop version of the UFC. And I will point out the TV ratings beat Ultimate Fighter. When we were on a much smaller network of BET, which is Black Entertainment Television, and yet we were regularly beating the Ultimate Fighter in the ratings. But had a bunch of rap stars, and Floyd Mayweather was on it, and that was a buck wild show. And that got me thinking about it again, and that really is what led to Combate Americas. I think in Combate Americas, the important point is this sport is still so new. Yeah. You and I, we know it and we think it's established. But the sport's not even 23 years old. No. And so that means if you look at football, this is 1900. Yeah. Right? Or whatever the arithmetic is, 1908. Whatever and pick any sport, and 20 years into the sport, what does that sport look like? Nothing like it does. Once it develops. So, I just came back from a trip. I was in France, and I was in Austria, and I was in Vienna and Paris. And as I talked to people and reached out to people, there was no real understanding of MMA or even the UFC in those two countries. And those are reasonably big countries, right? Certainly France is a huge market, right? So I think, did I think I would get back into it? I guess probably not. But now that I've come back in with Combate Americas, I've actually have the idea that this sport is nowhere near developed. I think this literally could be one of the top sports in the world. Top TV viewership, top fan base, and it's really become a young person sport too. It's really a millennial sport, and I think one of the reasons for that is there's no bullshit. It's not corrupt like boxing is.
Yeah.
You saw with the Misha Tate, Holly Holm fight, and the McGregor Diaz fight. MMA and the UFC in particular do fights that boxing would avoid at all costs.
Yes.
You don't get to get a 49-0 record by taking any fight.
No.
You've got to carefully pick those fights.
Yes.
So I think the great thing about MMA and the great thing about the UFC, because they're somewhat synonymous in my mind anyway, is the sport is just growing. It's just beginning. It's just starting. There's going to be millions and millions and millions of more excited fans coming online, and new athletes.
Yeah. Definitely.
And look, I've also seen. I think grappling is diminished in importance in the UFC for the first time in its history. Right? I think you've seen high kicks. You're seeing low kicks. Muay Thai is really. You can really see Muay Thai skills and techniques in the UFC. You're seeing what happens when there's real punchers. Conor, I think, is a real puncher. I think Holly Holm was a real puncher. So we're starting to see a little more boxing influence. You're seeing Muay Thai. Grappling's always going to be important. But at one point, it was sort of the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just don't think that's true anymore.
You look at Coleman and Dan Severn back then, Shamrock as well. Just grapple, get you down and just beat you.
Even you mentioned Forrest Griffin. The guy hits hard, but I wouldn't call him a world-class striker. I think his base really was grappling.
Yeah.
And I think, and Ronda's base is judo.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Stephen Thompson. With his karate kind of taekwondo point style scoring, absolutely just went through Johnny Hendricks like a hot knife through butter. Just absolutely destroyed him. It was incredible to watch. And Hendricks was a former champ. Just recently. It was crazy.
Hendricks maybe benefited from a certain time period where he was able to gain that. I'm not.
Yeah, certain periods. Some guys
I've got my favorites, and I've got guys I think sort of lucked into their prominence, and then that's true in any sport, right?
Look, like you said,
look at Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier's biggest problem in life was a guy named Muhammad Ali lived at the same time as he did.
Bad timing. Look, like you said, you got Combate Americas. I'd love to get you back on again to talk about it when it's all launching and going and starting, because there's big great things happening with it. So I'd love to get you back on in future, Campbell, again to kind of help with that kind of promotion of it, so to speak. But before we finish here, how do people join you, Campbell, online on social media to maybe even ask you questions about the old days of how it started?
A great way to do it is Twitter. I'm very active on Twitter, and it's at Campbell Combate. And Combate is spelled, if you don't put up a graphic, it's Combate. It's combat with an E on the end, so it's Campbell Combate. Or search Campbell McLaren on Twitter. And we regularly have some spirited exchanges on the old days. Big John is on there keeping me honest. Of course, Lorenzo follows me, Ken, Hoyce. It's sort of a gathering of the original UFCers. And stuff comes up pretty regularly. And oftentimes people ask me questions, and I've said before, look, I don't have a great memory, but I've got a great imagination. So I can always come up with a good answer. It's not necessarily the right answer, but and then Big John says, Campbell, you remember that wrong. That's absolute bullshit. So it's been pretty funny. So anyone that's listening, come on, follow me on Twitter. I tend to answer anyone's questions that come on too, so it's kind of fun.
Honestly, Campbell, it's always fantastic listening to you and just hearing new stories and new bits, and I'm grateful for every time you come on, so thank you very much again.
It's always good to talk to you. It's good to see you, whether we're in Scotland or wherever we are. So listen, I think I might be in the UK coming up soon, so I'll shoot you. I'll let you know, and
yeah, definitely. That would be fantastic, Campbell. Enson Inoue, as always, for me, I won't lie, it is awesome to speak to you again. I'm original little fanboy of MMA. So every time I get to speak to people like yourself, it is awesome. So thank you very much. Before we even get started and talking, my friend.
Thanks for having me.
Look, let's start off with MMA. Let's go back to the 90s, okay? When it all started kicking off. How did you then find out about MMA? What path led you to MMA? Let's start off with the very beginning.
Well, my first introduction to anything like MMA was Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. There was a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu course in my college, and I was always in Hawaii. We get into a lot of street fights, so always trying to defend ourselves. Of course, at that time, I had no idea that there was actually going to be a sport called MMA, but at the time, it was just about to defend ourselves, and it's the first time I've ever got introduced to any type of ground grappling.
Now, with, like you said Hawaii, obviously the background with there, like, I don't know an awful lot about Hawaii, but yeah, it is. I'll be honest. The most I know about Hawaii is from Dog the Bounty Hunter, and that's pretty much my knowledge of Hawaii, the different areas and stuff like that. So it's not the best, but Hawaii, like you say, there is quite a lot though of kind of street fighting, and the likes of yourselves and BJ Penn. You were two guys from Hawaii in the early beginnings or early rumblings. Let's say, there's yourself first, and then BJ came along. That kind of exploded from Hawaii, but. For you, what was it then? So the jiu-jitsu came along. What was it about it though that enticed you? Why did you get drawn into it? Is it just something because like you say the street fighting and you just liked it and then that was it? Did you find that the jiu-jitsu brought a calmness to all that kind of street fighting and that aggression?
Well, at the time in my life I was still young, so it wasn't anything about any spiritual thing or any calming effect on it at all. It was just the practicality of jiu-jitsu. I mean, I saw a video. There was a guy running a video booth, and he was showing the video of Gracie in Action 1, and I remember watching that. And back in that day, in Hawaii, big equals strong. So if the guy was bigger, he was probably going to beat you up. And when I saw the last fight on the video, Hickson versus Zulu, it was obvious Zulu was a lot bigger than Hickson, so yeah. I stood there watching, saying, okay, this will be interesting. See if this little guy can beat this big guy, and he did. And that's when I had to go a step further and say, hey, wait a minute, I got to check this thing out. So I went and joined the class, and of course it was a first basic introductory class, so there was only like self-defense stuff, not stuff that I was looking for. And at the time there was a young a small black belt from Brazil named Romero, and he was there, and I asked to roll with him after the class, and he twisted me, choked me, did whatever he wanted to, and that was pretty life-changing for me, because I always thought I was a stronger guy. I never lost a street fight until that day, and thought that I knew how to fight, and that got me hooked. I was hooked on Gracie Jiu-Jitsu after that.
I admit that is a humbling experience. I've experienced it myself. When you know zero jiu-jitsu and you roll with someone for the first time, it is a life-changing experience. You realise how small of a human being you are in that moment. You realise that I literally have no way of stopping someone else doing what they want to do to me.
Yeah, and I mean, and it was so new that it was uncomprehendable that a little guy like Romero was that would even have any type of advantage on me, whether it's on the ground or standing, And the funny thing is, whenever you go through a situation like that, there's two ways that you can take it. You can say, hey, screw that ground shit is bullshit, and I'll never go to the ground, and you can go that direction, or you can be real and look and say, hey, wait a minute, man. If I ever met this guy on the beach and we got into a fight, I would have had my ass, So I'd rather be real about it and be safe,
I agree with you on that. Now, what I find is you went obviously with this kind of pathway. You ended up in Japan doing the Vale Tudo tournaments. How did you end up in Japan then? Because obviously you're living in Hawaii. How is it you end up going away to Japan when there was? I would have thought there would be fights available for you closer to home.
Well, I didn't go to. Well, when I went to when I was living in Hawaii at the time, there was really no fights. There was a famous boxer, Jesus Salud. He was ending his career. Then there was a kickboxer, Dennis Alexio. He was doing some fights, but still the opportunity to actually get in the ring and fight was very, very, very minimal. And to tell you the truth, when I was in Hawaii, I never thought of getting into the ring and fighting. I always thought of training to fight just to defend myself on the streets. Even when I did Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, I never imagined going into the ring. The reason why I went to Japan was because I had an opportunity to play racquetball, and I took that opportunity. And the reason why I extended my stay after the racquetball tournament was because I wanted to learn the language. Because in Hawaii there's a lot of Japanese tourists, so if you can learn Japanese and speak English, you can get a better job in Hawaii. So the reason why I decided to stay in Japan a little longer than I wanted to was because I wanted to learn the language.
Nice. Do you know what? For a young man, you were a very smart man then, weren't you? You were kind of putting your future ahead of yourself. So then you end up staying in Japan. I imagine from not just learning the language, you started to fall in love with the country.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the country, just the people, the politeness. I always had a problem in Hawaii to getting into street fights. Eventually anticipating jail because of my aggressiveness on the streets, and Japan gave me a very good outlet where people were very peaceful here, non-controversial, and street fights were almost unheard of here, so it helped me.
Now, let's go forward then to, because you fought, I have to say, fighting Frank Shamrock. Let's go to that fight there, because Frank Shamrock himself, at the time, his brother Ken was potentially going to be the biggest star. It was the biggest star. Frank was he was the first UFC middleweight champ, but he was a freak athlete. I always thought Frank was potentially, in my opinion, was a better fighter than Ken. When you went up against Frank, did you know much about Frank himself, or did you just know more of his brother?
Well, I've heard of both of them. As you know, back in that day, Pancrase was also a very big association in Japan, and we followed them because they had very good fighters there. And I know Frank and Ken from Pancrase, watched them on Pancrase, and I pretty much knew that I was going to be in for a war, and I was ready to, kill or be killed.
Now, when that fight happened, after I suppose you could say your biggest, let's say, moment or turning point in your career, it had to be probably, I would imagine, would be the Couture fight, the Randy Couture fight. Like you say, they call him Captain America or whatever you want to call him, Mr. America. You got that first round armbar on Randy, and it kind of, everyone kind of stood up and it was like, hang on a minute, that was awesome. When you got that win, did you notice things changing for yourself in the kind of momentum? Because you were fighting you did fight in the UFC the year before that, and you beat a guy who also had a lot of backing in himself in Royce Alger, and sadly though you got the win, but you couldn't carry on in the tournament. What happened in that fight though? Did you get what kind of knock or injury did you have that meant you couldn't carry on?
Well, when I went to that fight, as you know, in your face there's a very thin plate of bone that holds the air into your face. So I think they call it an orbital fracture. I had a very slight, small orbital fracture that I never heard of. Went into the locker room. I was fine. I actually suffered no damage, and went in the back and blew my nose, and my eye swelled up. And when the doctor saw that, he wanted to stop the fight. I begged him not to. I told him I got my other eye, I can still see, nothing hurts. I just blew my nose. I did this to myself. And he said, well, the reason why your eye swelled up from blowing your nose because the plate in your face, there's a crack somewhere, and it's not holding the air in your face. And I'm like, oh, so, well, I can fight. I got one more fight. And he said, no. He said, because if we don't know how bad the crack is. If it's bad enough, it can cave in the face on a bad punch. And I'm like, I'm willing to take that chance. And he said, no. And I was crushed. I was defeated. I wanted to fight the second fight. I was fresh. Guy Menser had a hard fight against Leninger. I felt that I had an upper hand. I felt I was a better fighter. And unfortunately, the doctor stopped it.
And that was a shame. And I was, when that happened, obviously, it is devastating. But at the same time, when you look back and think it probably was the right thing to do, because an orbital, like you said, the orbital bone, it is one of them bones that when it's cracked, it's a lot more susceptible, and it could have been just a jab that might have damaged you long term, and it could have stopped you fighting altogether, and that Randy fight would never have happened. When you beat Randy, like I said before, did you notice a change in people's there was more spotlight on you after that Randy win?
Yeah, it was the first time ever, and since that I've been in the same mention of one of the best fighters in the world. It was pretty cool.
Look, it was pretty badass, to be fair. Like beating Randy Couture, he is, he was a great fighter, two weight class champion in the UFC. He's a legit guy. Your debut, let's talk. I've got to talk about Pride, because I won't lie, I still watch Pride on my UFC Fight Pass now, because it was just a spectacle. The whole thing was something memorable. I believe your debut was against, I'm going to absolutely ruin this name, so please do not take offense. Is it Nishida?
Yes, Nishida.
I'll take that, yes. Okay, now you got the win, first round. Now, rear naked choke. Going into Pride, obviously, I imagine you didn't know what the experience was going to be like, because obviously you went to the UFC. What was it like going from the UFC bout, then going to Pride? The differences, the kind of, the spectacle, like I said.
Well, the UFC was something special for me because, one, it was the last UFC that you could fight barefisted. And two, the effect of being in the cage is just, something different. It's just, it brings something out in you that, almost like something the animal instinct comes out because you're in a cage. As far as the ring itself, fighting in Pride for me was a little bit more adrenaline rush because I lived there and I fought there. My whole career was there, so it felt like I was fighting in front of my home crowd. So there was a little more pressure, a little more excitement. It was a lot different in all kinds of different ways. Because
Pride itself, like you say, the crowds that they had there was just unbelievable. The numbers of people there, and what I still, it's still talked about now is the respect the crowd had was strange, because I'm so used to watching, I've been to events myself as well, the crowds cheer and sometimes you get a bit of a chant going, like for example if let's say John Jones is fighting, they'll shout his name out and they'll chant his name, but in Pride it was silence, unless there was something crazy going on, like a Don Fry moment where he's just standing there just throwing punches and the crowd goes wild, but you could hear the cornermen giving their instructions. What was because I imagine the atmosphere was a bit different from, like I say, the UFC crowd. What did it feel like then, the atmosphere, the crowd, when you're fighting and you can hear your corner and the crowd's so respectful? What kind of feeling does that give you?
Well, when you really think about it, most of my fights were all in Japan, so I was pretty used to it. I thought that was pretty, for me, I felt that was like a norm,
Yeah.
It was the thing that really caught me off guard when I went to the UFC 13 and I fought there, and, the drunk fans screaming, and, me being from Hawaii, still there yelling, making a USA chant, thinking that like I look Japanese, so maybe I'm from Japan, and it just for me, one, the negative part about it just sounded so stupid compared to the Japanese fans. The positive thing about it was that energy that they brought, that excitement, that barbaric
atmosphere. I thought it was pretty cool. I love that, that craziness, that everything's going haywire, it's going crazy, it's going to go out of control soon. That type of atmosphere was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is. I admit, when I went to the UFC events, the drunk idiots, that you're going to get them. If you get 10 people in a room, one of them's going to be an asshole, statistically. So the same with the crowd, you're going to get it. It's something you got to accept. But when you get people and the energy levels are there, it is something awesome. Now, you're known as a guy that, let's be honest, you just didn't stop. You never, even when you're on your back, even if you've got a limb free, you will throw that limb at your opponent no matter what's going on, and it's something that's kind of stuck with you. It's something that you'll always, you said it yourself, you will die in there if that's what it takes, and you could see it and that's why I think, from a fan's perspective, why there was such a love and endearment for you, because you would not want to stop. You would keep going till that last beat in your heart. Is it just because it's something within you? That's why you were like that?
Well, the hard thing for people and fans to understand today, a lot of them call bullshit. A lot of them say, yeah, right, you would not die in the ring. What a lot of people didn't realize was when we fought back in that day, there was no big televisions, no big pay-per-view pays. There were no, crowds. It was no big stadium. It was no big fight money. You couldn't get famous doing it. You never got any sponsors. And on top of all that, the sport wasn't understood yet. So you really wasn't sure what you're getting into in the ring with this, no holds bars type of, sales pitch that they're giving the sport. And for, the reason why I was getting in the ring wasn't because of all these material things or wasn't of this flash and glamour, because there was none. The fighters back in our day that was getting in the ring, they were fighting to test themselves. They were fighting for their honor. They were fighting to see spiritually and in their heart how strong they are and how much they can actually endure. So when you look at it in that terms, I'm walking to the ring, I'm not thinking that it's a sport at all, because a sport, you get famous, you get fight money, you get paid good, you get, you become a professional athlete. But for us, it's like gladiators, the gladiator doesn't care about the money after. The gladiator doesn't care about anything but hurting the person across him before he hurts himself, before he hurts you. So, for me, if he breaks my arm and I got 3 limbs, the reason why I'm going to still throw those 3 limbs is because he has 4 now, 1 more than me, and he can hurt me even more. So no more so I'm going to have to throw all my limbs. It wasn't about, being defeated physically, it was being defeated spiritually to me. And as long as I could kick, as long as I could bite, as long as I could move, I would be until he puts me out completely.
And that's why, for me, like in the modern day, like the modern game now, a guy Jacare is one of those guys who I connect to when I think of the early days. Like you said, the guys who would, like yourself, you would just go and, if there's something there. When he had that jiu-jitsu match against one of the Gracies, I forget which Gracie it was now, and his arm broke, and he was winning on points, and he pulled his arm out and tucked it into his gi. And it was just a grappling tournament, but he knew what he could get from winning, and he carried on fighting until the end. That was just... And when he came into the MMA scene, I was like, look, that is a guy, you've got to... he will go all the way in a fight to win. And that's something that... I'm not saying it's missing from this day and age, but I feel that some fighters these days, they're a lot more strategical than they are more just going out, like you said, to test themselves and put themselves out there.
Well, it's everything's just changed. It's become a sport. It's just become a sport. So, I'm not saying that the fighters today aren't as tough. The fighters today don't have the right mentality as a fighter. The fighters today are just having the mentality that they have been brought up in.
Yeah.
And it's to win fights, to get the win bonus, to get the sponsor, to get famous, to get big, to make the money, to raise your family. It's a whole different level of changing. On what I noticed the other day is not only have the fighters changed in the way they fight and the way they put themselves on the line, so have the promoters. You know, I mean, you're looking at some of these matchmaking they have nowadays, the rematches they're having, why they're not having certain rematches. It's not about the fighters. It's not about what fighter deserves this fight. It's not about what fighter is the best in line for this fight. It's who's going to sell tickets. Yeah. It's who's going to make money. And as much as the fighters are fighting for money now and fighting for money and fame, the promotions are not for the fighting and the fighters. The promotions are also there for the money. So, you know, it's a hypocritical thing, because I'm really kind of disappointed that the fighters have changed their way of thinking from the warrior attitude to the sportsman attitude. I'm also disappointed in the promoters not promoting MMA because it's a beautiful sport, but because, you know, it's a martial art. It's more because it's a sport to make money.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if they didn't promote it like that, if the fighters didn't change the mentality, it wouldn't be such a mainstream sport that it is today. So I'm hypocritical on that stance.
It is a double-edged sword. You've got to give something to get something. It is very tough. I admit as well. Two fights I want to touch on, and the one fight for personal reasons, and the other one is more of a question. Now, the one fight, the Mark Kerr fight, was, I think that fight for me was a moment that when I truly became a huge fan of yourself, in the sense of when he had that key lock on you, or what's the other terminology for it? The catch wrestling term, not key lock. I'm going to forget now. Sorry, but when he had the key lock on, and you just all you did was kept punching him. You know, you just, no matter how much he cranked it, and he's yapping at the ref, and you're just lay there and you're punching him, and you didn't care what was going on. You didn't care about your arm. You can literally see it in your face going, you snapped my arm, or if you want, I'm just going to keep punching you with this arm. How far was that key lock on? I've got to ask, and that showed, like you said, that warrior spirit.
That was Heath Herring, yeah?
Oh, I thought that was the Mark Kerr fight. Heath Herring was it? Sorry, I'm getting mixed. I thought Heath Herring was the knees, where the referee stopped it.
That was after.
Yeah.
That was after the key lock.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Sorry, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Sorry, yeah, Heath Herring then. Sorry, yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Then why did he stop the fight as well? Because you didn't look like you were. You looked all right. He was throwing the knees, but what was going? The key lock and the knees. Can you explain?
Okay. Let's explain the key lock first. Yeah, the key lock wasn't deep. When he was cranking it, I could feel my elbow popped about 4 times. My shoulder popped once. I'm not a flexible guy, so if you look at the key lock, and if you look at a normal person, it's already kind of torquing in the ugly way for a normal person. I had a couple 15 degrees to that, and that's what my arm felt like, because my arm doesn't go in that direction. So in order for him to put it into that direction, he had to pop it. So I felt my arm popping. And when you realize, I've always asked people this question: do you actually know why fighters tap? Do you know why fighters tap?
For basically to preserve their body so they can maybe fight sooner. Is what I feel it's
and what mindset creates that idea in your head?
I'm not sure if it's... Maybe it's financial. They feel like if they're out for... Let's say you get key locked and your arm pops and you're out for 9 months. That's potentially to a fighter, maybe potentially 3 fights. Two free at most. So that's a loss of income, and you're having to rehab it. I imagine...
But to get to that idea in your head, there's another mindset that I'm talking about prior to getting to that notion.
I imagine
what I'm talking about is what the reason why fighters tap is because they anticipate what they think is going to happen to them.
Yeah.
And then that, of course, offsets the fact that brings you to the point that, yeah, he'll be hurt, he'll be out for how long instead of tapping. Okay? So, anticipating what is going to happen to you. There's two ways that you can do. You can anticipate a good outcome, you can anticipate a bad outcome. The focus that you have in the fight will create what you anticipate. So I've been training 3 months for that fight. I've been training hard. I've been training ready to die. And I was in a key lock, and I was so focused on getting out. When I heard my arm parking, I was so focused on letting hearing know that my arm popped, and I don't give a shit. And that destroys fighters sometimes. Yeah. You looked at it, you saw him. He looked at the ref, and he told the ref, his arm is popping, his arm is popping. Oh, come on. He doesn't care about my arm. No. He wants out of the fight. And when I saw that happening, I said, he's not as strong as he tries to act.
Yeah.
Why would he care if my arm is popping? He doesn't want to pop my arm. No, he wants to be out of the fight. And when I heard that, I was even more focused, thinking, okay, I'm gonna hit him on the head now. Hit him on the head with my other arm, show him that I don't care. He looked at me and says, your arm's popping, I'm going to break your arm. And I looked right back at him, I said, hey, dude, if you can break it, go right ahead and break it. And, that was the conversation me and Heath had in that fight. And, it's just the focus that I was on. It wasn't an option to tap. It wasn't something that, if I had the option, if my focus broke and I thought, I'm either going to break my arm or I'm going to tap, I'll tap. But my focus was so strong, he's either going to break my arm or I got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And my mind, my focus was on getting out of here, somehow letting him know that he ain't hurting me. Maybe he'll give up on the arm like he did. And, try and focus into that section. That's just a focus that I had, and, that's what it comes down to. Every fighter taps because of what they anticipate, of what they think is going to happen. Fighters tap from chokes because they anticipate that they're going to go to sleep. You see fighters get their hand ready to tap because they're anticipating, okay, I'll tap right about now. They're anticipating what they think is going to happen. And that, if you have a strong focus and you've developed that concentration and that focus through your training, that will never waver in you. Holly Holm.
Yeah.
Was just thinking about getting out. She was thinking about getting out.
Yeah, till the last second.
She was still, and you got Conor McGregor on the other hand.
Yeah.
He was already the chokes in, and what else was in his eye? Not getting out, not getting back up, but going to sleep.
Yeah.
And say, okay, I don't want to go to sleep. And he tapped. His focus just changed. That's all it is, man. That's why fighters tap. And the reason why I didn't was because my focus was still in the game and my focus was strong. As far as the reason why they stopped the fight, the knees, if you notice the fight, if you watch it in the beginning, I had a pink eye in both eyes.
Right.
I had an infection in one eye, and from rubbing one eye to the other, I had pink eye in both eyes.
Ow.
So I couldn't see. And when they first announced the fight and we went in the ring and they lit up the ring, you could see me squinting because the bright light was like burning my eyes. So when I didn't want them to stop the fight, so I hid the pink eyes from them. I skipped all the room meetings, I skipped all the photo shoots, and the only thing I had to go to was the doctor's check. In the doctor's check, I thought I got away, but apparently Nakamura, the head doctor, noticed I had pink eye, notified the officials, and Pride, man, it's all about the fight, it's not about anything else but the fight, so they're like, okay, keep it quiet. don't know when he has pink eye. I mean, it's not dangerous for me. It's not good for hearing because it's very highly contagious. But they're like, no, okay, keep it quiet. And they apparently informed the ref that I'm not in good condition to fight, so that any sign of trouble, stop the fight. And that's where they stopped it on the knees.
Yeah, because I was confused when that happened because, firstly, the key lock. I was kind of that moment. I was inspired watching it. I was just like, the dude's not tapping. I was like, the dude is just... At the time, I was like, this guy's just punching this other guy in the face and his arm's just getting wrenched. And like you said, you could see him mentally quit in his face when he kind of just gave up on the hold. You know, he couldn't break your arm, as in snap it all away. It wasn't in him to do it. He wasn't willing to go to that next step to win. And like you said, that probably gave you that kind of adrenaline rush to keep going. You stood up, you know, he came in the swing, you clinched up, you went for the trip. You know,
I missed that trip.
But do you know what I think it was? Let's be honest, mate. There was a 45-pound difference, I think, roughly around that. You know, you weren't fighting guys who were the same weight as you. Let's be honest. Like, bloody hell, man. Like, let's say Heath Herring and Mark Kerr weren't exactly walking around at 205, were they?
265.
Yeah, exactly. You were fighting giants. So that trip you did would have probably worked on a guy who was 205, but because it just didn't work because of the sheer size. They could just they could use muscle to kind of help, or weight to kind of get that trip. And you like you say, you nearly got it, but you know, you just didn't stop. And that ended. I was looking at the ref going, what did I miss? And they put the replay on. I'm like, what did I miss? I couldn't. I think even Bass was probably going, I don't know what's going on. Even Bass was confused, but. Sorry, like I said, and the other fight was that Mark Kerr fight. You know, the Mark Kerr won a decision, but you know, that was another fight that you just didn't stop. You know, Mark Kerr, you know, very good grappler. You know, he was a very good wrestler. Every time, you know, he was on top, you could just see you wanting to constantly fight. And what was great about the Pride rules was they would score the fight on the whole fight, and especially it wasn't the first 10-minute rounds. It was after that, and that's what I loved about the way Pride do judging. And I wish that would be incorporated more into what's going on these days with the judging rules. That Mark Kerr fight, you know, you were a great example of don't stop until that whistle goes, and you just didn't stop. You know, you kept going because there's always a chance that something could have happened. But it was just, again, for me, watching that fight, it was just inspiring.
That's awesome to hear, man.
No, it really was, honestly, because you know, you could see that he was just a gorilla. I'll be honest, like Mark Kerr, he was like an action figure, you know, like kind of like, you know, the late great Kevin Randleman, who we sadly lost, you know, and you know, when you see those guys, but then you watch yourself, you can just see this guy in yourself who just kept going, and I think you didn't realize at the time what you were doing. But the amount of people you touched and inspired then, in those days, watching those fights, there's guys in the cage now because of it.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, and it makes everything so worthwhile.
Did you realise what effect you were having in Hawaii, not just Hawaii, obviously, and Japan, with what you were doing? Was it kind of obvious at the time, or did it take a few years for it to sink in, or maybe kind of, you know, eventually come around to going, oh, that you're in because you do this because of me, you know? Was it occurring to you at the time?
Not at all, man. This things, even still today, it's hitting me, you know. I mean, at the time especially, I had no clue, you know. It wasn't for the fans, it wasn't to inspire people. It was just the way I fought. It's just the mentality I had, the warrior spirit that I had, and the warrior spirit I wanted to test. I mean, still, even till today, you know, I mean, when I was in Pride, I always looked at that guy, Rampage Jackson, saying, damn, I wouldn't mind fighting that guy one day because he had a real good fight style. And then one day in the bar, he comes, he goes, hey, man, you know, I started MMA because one of my Chinese friends showed me MMA and we watched your fight. And I was like, holy shit, Rampage Jackson just... Oh, okay. I don't want to fight Rampage now. I like that guy now. And you know, I mean, even still, you know, like Forrest Griffin came up and said hi to me when we're in Japan, and I'm walking around the arena. There's a big crowd following a guy around, and I'm like, oh, the crowd's coming our way, and boom, the crowd comes out up to me, and George St. Pierre comes out. Hey man, I want to shake your hand. And he came and shook my hand. I'm like, whoa, George St. Pierre. wanted to shake my hand. And, you know, even till like the last, I think about a year ago when I was in Vegas, I went to a press conference, and we're standing in the back just hanging out, and Nick Diaz comes up and goes, "Hey, sir, how you doing? Nice to meet you, sir," and shook my hand, and I'm like, wow. I've had an impact in different ways that I didn't really realize I did.
That's the thing. I don't think like yourself, and obviously there's multiple fighters in the early days. Like I say, I call pioneers that touch people without them even realizing. Like you say, we weren't just because, like for example, you lost that fight to Mark Kirk, but you don't realize that you didn't lose in our eyes. That there was something that you did in that fight that touched everyone. And like say, Nick Diaz, like he's a guy that Nick and Nate, they're an example of what a fighter should be. You know, they don't care who it is, where it is. They will literally stand outside in the parking lot and fight you if it's on. And they are kind of the modern day old school fighters. Like,
yeah, for sure. Respect to those two guys.
Yeah, I love the Diaz brothers. Honestly, there's just a rawness and a passion about them that people just don't. Some people just don't understand that they're real fighters. When you look at, you know, like say MMA and when it came about, it's obviously shaped your life and, you know, the things that have happened. Did you ever expect that, you know, when you first watched an MMA event, that it would be something that would change your life forever? Did you ever think that it was ever going to be part of your life?
No, hell no. The first time I saw an MMA fight was when I was watching some of the Brazilian Vale Tudo fights, watching it, and getting in the ring with those guys was the furthest thing from my mind. What I was thinking is, holy shit, these guys are animals.
Yeah.
Did not think I was ever going to be there. Didn't think MMA was going to be such a huge sport. I didn't think MMA was going to shape and guide my life and make me the person that I am today. I owe my life to MMA. I owe my life to MMA.
And like you said, the man that you are today, what is your kind of take? Sorry, not your take. So what is your life like now with MMA? What is it you're kind of touching base with in MMA? Do you still kind of coach? Do you train guys? What is it you do nowadays so people can get an idea of where you're at with the sport and what your involvement is?
I think the biggest part about me and MMA now is I'm a huge fan. I have gyms around, but I have so much. I travel a lot. My passion now is the bracelet company that I have. Yeah. Making power stone bracelets to raise funds to be able to help people around North Japan. So that's my passion. As far as MMA, I'll coach my girlfriend. She's starting up in the fight world right now. I have my gyms I stop into every so often, and of course I do seminars around the world. The only reason why I do seminars is because I think I have a philosophy that I can teach. There's some basic techniques that people have forgotten about, and I feel like I said, you know, I owe my life to MMA, and anything MMA involved, if I could do to support MMA, I'll do it. You know, I'll do seminars, your podcast. I'm more than happy to spend my time to talk to you, because you are the people who's helping MMA be what it is today. And out of my appreciation to MMA for what it's done for my life, I'll do whatever I can to promote it. You know, and that's really, you know, and MMA also today, my passion is not just my braces, but my braces that also fund me to do missions up north to help the people up the north in North Japan that's suffering from the tsunami that hit them 5 years ago. You know, and without MMA, without my notoriety in MMA, I wouldn't be able to do this. I wouldn't be able to raise the money to go up north. I wouldn't even have been able to get into the zone, the radiation zone, to feed animals. I wouldn't have been able to go to these temporary housings and bring numerous supplies to these people, Japan's a land of rules. You can't go without this certificate, with this permit, without this and that, this and that, this and that. I got by a lot of that because of who I was, because I was a famous fighter. So all around, whatever I'm doing today, MMA is just still kicking in. MMA is still helping me with my life today, and I owe my life to MMA.
And that's the thing, you're doing things that are helping people, and like I said, that notoriety, like Justin Wren, who's helping the pygmies with the water. He's using his MMA career now as well as to help his kind of cause. He didn't, he wasn't. He took a break from MMA, and now he's back in fighting on Bellator. And I love what he's doing. He does the TED Talks. And I think that fighters some of the guys these days don't realise what they can do and what they should possibly be doing. Use their fame, let's say, to an advantage to help people that can't be, that they probably can't be helped in a way that if they were to do it themselves, if they were trying to do it, appeal themselves. But if you have, like you say, yourself there, you're the face of like this charity, or you're the face of helping their raise funds, it does help the causes, and what you're doing is amazing. And look, your company, how do people go to get these bracelets or inquire about it, just so they can maybe help out?
I have a website. It's called destinyforever.com, and if you just go on destinyforever.com. It'll have the site on the shop, the bracelets. It also has a media section of all different podcasts, interviews, fights that I've been in. It also has the missions. It's called the Yamato Damashi missions. It has a video of what we do with our profits, how I, spend the money for the people. Right now, the Destiny Forever is a company. I also have something set up. It's a non-profit organization. It's called Enson Inoue Foundation. We haven't really got that moving yet, but we also have something like that I'm starting up. So yeah, it's I wish more people in the world would realize that the gift of giving and the happiness of helping people is the ultimate happiness.
Well, this podcast, I will say right now, this is the best I can do for now. I do this for free, and that's why I get people on to spread the word about anything they can to help fighters and just help people get out there. That's my way at the moment to help MMA, and I do it for free, buddy. But look, what you're doing is amazing. I will put these links, ladies and gentlemen, on the YouTube, because I've got this on YouTube now as well. I'll put the link on the YouTube description below. Also, if you listen to it on SoundCloud, I will put the link in the description on the SoundCloud bit, so you can click on there, ladies and gentlemen, to jump on. I will push it. When you get this other bit done, Enson, let me know. I will get it. I will push it out there on the podcast. I'll push it out there on the social media side of things as well, my man. Look,
thank you, man.
It's a pleasure. Before I let you shoot off, though, what's your social media so people can jump on and give you a follow, man?
I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. So I'm on my real name, Enson Inoue.
So I will again put the links up for all that stuff as well on the YouTube and SoundCloud descriptions. Again, jump on, give him a follow. This dude is a legend, in my opinion. He is a pioneer. This is why he is on for the 100th, because he is someone I think that you need to all go on and watch his fights and be inspired. Even if you're not going to compete, but just get inspired by his passion and also his never die attitude. It's something that you can take not just into fighting, but into life. His mindset, and you can take that into your life, ladies and gentlemen. Enson, like I said at the start, it's a pleasure. I want to thank you 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times if I can. It's always great to speak to you, and just have
thank you, man.
Honestly, I want you to have a great. I hope this site that you're setting up now is going to go very well as a non-profit organisation. I hope it goes absolutely amazing for you. Like I said, I will push this Destiny Forever for you as well, my friend, and have a great 2016.
Thank you, man. Send me that link so I can blast it on my social media.
Of course I will. Gary, thank you very much for coming back on, speaking with us again. It's a pleasure to have you back. We're looking to talk then about some of the kind of poignant moments in your MMA career. Like I said, you're one of the pioneers of the sport. You competed in the UFC and Pride, the two kind of mainstay organisations when the sport got the sport goes global. You got the US in the US, you had UFC. In Japan or Asia, like you say, you had Pride. You were one of the guys who transferred over on both sides. So I want to first talk about how and why you competed in the UFC. You know, your fight against Paul Herrera. How did that come about? Why did that come about? And what was it about the UFC that made you want to go in and test yourself?
You know what? I was working at Honda Canada Manufacturing, a car and automobile factory, and a couple of my friends brought me to see UFC. I think it was UFC 3, and I watched it, and I just thought it was just ridiculous. And before the end of the tape, they're calling the numbers for the product. And they're calling the numbers. They don't want to buy product. They have somebody that wants to get in, which was me. I didn't want to get out of the point at that time, but they were pushing me. I was pushing to do things, so it was just really bravado.
That's pretty much like macho thing. Yeah, that's pretty much how men are. That's what we are. We have that kind of. If there's a challenge, we just always say we'll do it and we'll have a go. When it came to the event itself, look, we're going back to 16th of February 1996 it was, and you're going against Paul Herrera. You're stepping in for this bout. What was at the time before you went in there? Because when you're backstage, you're warming up. What was it for you? What was it like backstage for you? The atmosphere, how were you feeling? Were you just everything was...
You know what? The atmosphere was great. I was feeling great. I had a very easy time, as a matter of fact. I had to empty my brain, take everything, all the doubt, all the worry, all the things that are going on in your life. I had to take everything out of my brain and put it in hold. So really, I was just emptying my brain and getting my nerves to calm down, and I spent a lot of time just relaxing, just going over in my brain how the fight was going to happen, what was going on, and I knew what was going on. I had a great idea of my first opponent. I didn't know what the rest of the opponents, but I knew my first opponent was going to happen to him. I was going to take him out with some elbows. I knew that was going to happen.
I was actually speaking with Big John McCarthy, and he was saying we were talking about about the kind of early days with the refereeing and how we said certain fights kind of brought in moments for him which helped him really develop as a referee. And he said this was what I pointed this fight out itself, and he said that was one of the moments for him where he used to preempt how a fight would go down. He was saying that Paul Herrera had this wrestling background. He expected if the fight stayed standing, he thought you'd have the better exchanges on the feet. If it went to the ground with his wrestling pedigree, he thought you'd have the tougher time. But he preempted what was going to happen with the takedown and was off set, so to speak, for where the elbows started landing, and he blames himself, saying I preempted when I should have just reacted rather than. And it was one of their moments for even Gary. It was for Big John. It was something that he didn't expect to happen. The crucifix position, was that something you had drilled before, prior to that fight?
I worked specifically on that for that person. I saw Paul, my camp, saw Paul going over the fireman's carry. So that's how he was going to start his match. We just saw him working on this particular move over and over and over again. So my corner said that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to give you a fireman's carry, and then we're going to capitalize on that. So we just worked on that, how to capitalize this, you're going to do that. It was just the fireman's carry that stood out that he was going to do. So we worked on how to capitalize for him to give him a fireman's carry.
So one of the things that was interesting then, with the couple of fights that you had the ones that stood out obviously were the bouts with Don Fry. You kind of had that trilogy with Don, and to begin with, you know, it was more the exhaustion. You know, you were just physically tired. You know, the tournament kind of set up. It only bode well if maybe you got in there, got rid of your opponent quick. But if you were in there for an extended period of time, it would actually take a very big toll on your body. Was that one of the biggest surprises for you back then, the conditioning that you required? Because you're not small, Gary. You're not like a 125 pounder. You're a big guy.
Yeah, that was a big thing because I didn't realize that I needed to have cardio. I knew I needed to be strong. I knew I needed to react. I knew I needed to be fast, but I didn't. We didn't work on cardio at all because I didn't think I had any cardio.
So when you went to Japan and I went to the 10-minute first rounds, that must have been a bit of a surprise for you then, because obviously I know with the UFC they didn't have, you know, set rounds to start with, but when Pride had the kind of 10-minute round and 5-minute rounds, did that maybe help at all? Did you find?
It helped because then the pace was up a little better, but it was hard because then they ended up having the no rounds.
Yeah.
And I started off with no rounds, and with that I went to IBC and there was no rounds. The match should last all day if you're fighting all day.
I spoke to a couple of people because you've, like, for example, you've competed against like the likes of Don Fry, Mark Coleman, just to name a couple of the kind of legends, so to speak, the kind of pioneers like yourself. What was the relationships like with the fighters? Because there wasn't always, like, for example, these days in MMA, there's always an event on somewhere in the world. You know, even the UFC has an event on nearly every other week. So, but back then there wasn't a lot of shows on, so there wasn't, you know, a huge pool of fighters. Did you end up cross-training with each other? Did you end up like building relationships with fighters over that period of time?
Actually, in Pride, what happened in Pride is that when I fought in Pride, everybody went out and ate together. We all had lunch. We worked out. Everything was together. They all made it all together. So it was easy. Everybody had lunch at the same time, and we all went out for lunch together in a restaurant. We all went out for tea. That's how it was in Japan. But yeah, the only time you were separate is when you trained. When you trained by yourself, everything else you did together.
But did that maybe make it easier then when you fought each other? Because there was a slight, you know, it kind of took away the animosity side of things, and it was more of the kind of mutual respect for each other. You went, look, I like you, you like me, we get on, let's just fight. It's, you know, it's a fight game, that's what we're in here for. And when it's done, we'll go out for dinner after.
Yeah, but they got rid of the animosity. It was great. I had a great time. It was a lot of fun.
What was it like though with Pride? Because obviously it was, let's be honest, completely different than the UFC. You know, you could even, like, I loved Baz Rutten would do the kind of intros, the funny kind of segments, and it just worked for Pride. And it was a little bit different, you know, and you know, and even Baz Rutten was. I remember Baz Rutten saying he used to eat the fighters and stuff like that. And for you, what was it like when you went over to Japan? Because they took you in. You know, there was a lot of love for you there. For you, did you feel like it was almost like a second home?
Yes, it definitely was my second home. I love Japan. I'm adopted. I'm still, I love being over there. I love being in Japan. You know, it's been a long time since I've been back, but I want to go back. I love the place.
I was gonna say, because you could see I tell you what now, when you had that third fight with Don. And I'll say right now, that was one hell of a beautiful head kick. Beautiful technique there, Gary. Honestly, it was so well executed. Throwing the low kicks to set up the high kick. The speech after, even now, like even if I watch it now, it's still a bit, touch it, it makes your eyes well up a bit. What made you want to come back though?
What made me want to what?
What made you want to come back after that Don Fry fight?
You know what? I really didn't. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave to begin with. I was forced to leave because my daughter's mother was trying to she was jumping on, trying to rake me over the coals, and she wanted too much money. I was having problems with my daughter's mother for money, for child support and stuff. So I decided to walk away from the game. And then when she realized I was walking away from the game, oh no! Go back to fighting. It's okay. We'll work it out.
So when you came back, obviously you fought for a while after that. The game, the sport itself just kept changing the whole time. From when you first started to when you finished, the game itself, the sport had pretty much went from obscurity to mainstream. When you were fighting, how much of a difference did you notice in the fighters, the guys you were competing against? The difference in the techniques and training that people were having.
There was a huge difference. Anytime you walk away from the game for just a split second and you go back, everything changes. Like the whole game was changing. It didn't understand where we were going. I didn't even know that how it was going to be a sport. I just thought it was just a one-time thing, or I was just going to be around for a little bit. But now it's turned into just your main sport. Boxing is gone. This is what it is now. I'm so happy that it came there.
I was going to say, looking back now, are you happy that you were part of it? It must be quite a warming feeling knowing that you were involved in the sport. And to be fair, like I said, you were one of the names that will stick around in 50 years' time.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Do you look then at do you even watch your fights from Pride and the UFC these days, or are you a bit of a fanboy now? Do you watch like MMA in general, just enjoying the sport?
Yes, I'm a fan. I love it.
So
I love it. I love the sport. Fights can't go on without me watching it. The only thing that I didn't like that the last Bellator card because the reason why anybody didn't like it. But it's hard for me not to watch a fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is moments like that sadly it's still happening, but it shouldn't happen because, for example, you wouldn't get back in yourself, and I don't see the point in some guys getting back in. Like Dan Severn said, he would only get back in if it was to face Ken Shamrock, Royce Gracie, and I forget who the third one is now. I remember him saying a third person, and you think Dan Severn doesn't need to. He only retired a couple of years ago anyway. That's the crazy thing about Dan.
Yeah, hard to believe. Yeah, some people go, well, the style he fights on wrestling.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, he's gonna get on top of you and hold you down. So his pedigree is wrestling. Everything is about wrestling.
Yeah,
he just really wrestles you.
Yeah, he was a very, very smart fighter because he created a technique that would give him longevity in a sport that really shouldn't give you longevity.
Yes.
So look, let's go back to just maybe we'll just look back at one more fight that kind of I say one more fight for you maybe then instead. Is there any particular fights for you that stood out that were kind of ones that you look back on more favourable, that just maybe touched you in a different way for different reasons?
Talking about MMA, I love the fight with me and what's Sylvester Tarkay. I really liked that fight simply because that was a fight that was supposed to go one way, and it totally went the exact opposite. At the time, Sylvester Tarkay was he was like 6'6". He was a wrestler at 343 pounds. He was just supposed to. They hired him to beat me up, to put me in my place, and I really thought he was going to beat me up. But just before that fight, he had knocked somebody out, a little person. He knocked out a little person, so he thought he could stand up with me. So instead of going to his physical attributes and what he knows, he decided to stand up and trade with me. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was going to go down in the first, 1, 2, 3, or 5 seconds, and he stand up and end up getting knocked out real quick.
I was just curious, your K1 background, it's one of them things maybe people just didn't pay enough attention to. They probably looked over that, didn't they? Well, he certainly did, anyhow.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things, Gary, you had that kind of K1 fights as well under your belt, and that was what people quite, you had that power. You were a guy who could hit hard, you could bang. Like, if people stood with you, they were going to have a lot of troubles. Like you said at the start of your career, the conditioning was a surprise. Was that then something you made a conservative effort to work on, to maybe just get your conditioning up a bit further as you progressed on through your career?
Yeah, that's all I did. Just needed to have the cardio, and then I could do it. All I needed was the cardio.
Because that I was going to say, because people don't realise, well, obviously back then, people just didn't realise the importance of cardio. It was huge, but it wasn't the strength and conditioning, so to speak, and everything. People just didn't know what was going on. Was there any other fights apart from that one then that maybe, stick in your mind as kind of memorable ones? Obviously, you fought, like I said, absolute legends in the game.
When I fought Glabe Fatoza, do you remember this guy? He was from Brazil. Glabe Fatoza. I fought him under the K1 rules. Stand and bang. Glabe Fatoza was an amazing. He was just an amazing arm wrestler. Sorry, an amazing kickboxer. And oh my God, this guy! I was in tears after the match. I lost the match, but it was one of the most memorable matches I've ever had. Simply because I took everything he had, and oh my God, I paid for it every time. I came out of that fight, basically in tears. I was so sore. I didn't know what to do with my legs. I put them on ice. I went from a little child in that fight to a full-grown man.
Guys have said that before with fights where it changed them. They realised their mental strength. They realised how much they can actually push themselves. Because sometimes, do you feel that when you had that fight, you realised how much potential there was in you to go, how far you could go with yourself?
No, well, that's just it. I realized how far I could go. I realized how much I could take. And man, let me tell you, man, I took a lot that fight because he just kicked and kicked. That's when I started. After that fight is when I first started respecting leg kicks because this guy just knocked the piss out of my legs.
If they don't respect leg kicks, yeah, it's something that will certainly open your eyes. I suppose Pedro Hizo was a man who definitely kind of would use his leg kicks as a weapon as well.
Yeah.
He's a vicious man with the leg kicks. He's a legend in my eyes for leg kicks. He's one of the guys who showed how effective it was in a fight. He could use that one weapon to literally neutralize an opponent. And that's the thing. There's some guys that use their weapons to their best advantage, and there's guys that were smart enough to know that other fighters weren't knowing certain aspects of the sport yet, and because back then people didn't think a leg kick did anything. But let's be honest, Gary, you and I know a leg kick, if it lands properly, it's like someone getting a baseball bat and going full throttle on your leg.
Inside of the leg, yes.
Yeah, it's the worst.
What I say is, I say a baseball bat is great, but it's like in a 2x4 turned to the side.
Yes.
And hitting it on the edge. That's what it's like.
Oh, it's horrendous. I honestly, when I get caught with a leg kick good, I know I'm going to be walking funny for the next couple of days. There's nothing you can do about it. It's the worst feeling. And that the leg kicks are, when I'm sparring, I'm just sitting there thinking, just one of the big things is leg kicks I don't want to get caught with, hitting the solar plexus, because that's just rubbish, let's be honest. No one likes to get, and the liver shot as well. As long as I'm not sparring with Bass Rutten, I should be okay. Look,
yes, you like the liver.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he does. And every time someone gets hit in the liver in a fight, I always imagine Bass Rutten's voice when I hear it. For you, Gary, though, like I said, MMA it's been a huge part of your life. You didn't expect it to be like that, I suppose, at the start. Nowadays, how is MMA still involved? How are you MMA still involved with it? Sorry, how's it part of you still? What is it you're doing? What is it that why is it you won't let it go? It's just because the sheer love of what it actually is.
Yeah, I just love what I did. Where now what I do, I'm teaching. I teach people how to fight. I teach people how to be the best they want to be at whatever they want to do. And everybody's into the fighting game, so I teach it. I teach people how to fight against MMA people, how to use their physical attributes to beat these people.
And that's beautiful that you're still doing that, And I'd love to, honestly, one day I'm going to get my backside over and have an arm wrestle with you, and I'll give you a chance.
No problem. Well, I give seminars. I give seminars all over the place about fighting, and it could be about arm wrestling too. It's just about seminars.
Look, Gary, you are, like I said before, one of the pioneers. Especially for me and Mike, when we talk, we love looking back at the sport when it started off, and some of the guys that went through the game and who have changed it. And your name pops up, and it still does now, and it will in the future. Gary, before you're doing the seminars, if you're doing seminars and stuff like that, and you're teaching, how do people get in contact with you to maybe join in the seminars or go and learn from you? How can they contact you social media wise, or is there like a link somewhere?
To get in touch with me, I'm on Twitter at Gary H. Goodridge. I'm at Gary H. I'm on Twitter. I have about 44,000 friends. And that's climbing. So easy to get a hold of me at Gary H. Goodridge. Very simple. I answer everybody. I talk to people all the time. Twitter is what I'm on. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to you now, and I'm still on Twitter.
I'll put the Twitter handle up on the. I'll put his link on for his Twitter account on the description below when you're listening to this, ladies and gentlemen. And Gary, before you shoot off, I will say it again. Thank you for stepping in and doing what you did in the past. Thank you for the fights that you did. Thank you for what you've done with the sport and being part of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sean Wheelock. Okay, we've never spoke about this before, but let's just say 86,592 people bought UFC 1, and you, sir, had the luxury of having a mum who was really amazing and bought you one of these pay-per-views, and you were one of the original people to experience UFC 1, like the very first time.
It's absolutely amazing, and I think now in my life, 22 and a half years later, one of the closest people to me in the world, aside from my mom, who is a big part of what I've done in my life, because as a kid she was supportive. She didn't even ask me a question, and this is a single mom who was a school teacher who didn't earn a lot of money, but she knew that her son was interested in this, and no problem on the $14.95 US to pay this fee. And now Art Davie is also one of the closest people in my life. And I'll give you some background and some perspective. So November 12th, 1993, I'm a teenager in the greater Kansas City area, a little suburb called Shawnee, Kansas. It is dead center of the United States. I was already by that point a hardcore boxing fan. I was a hardcore professional wrestling fan. If there was a fight, whether it be kickboxing or tough man contest or whatever I could find, I wanted to go. I wanted to go with my friends or have my dad take me or my mom take me. I wanted to go and see the fights. I've just always been attracted to fighting sports. But the part of the country I grew up in, we didn't know a lot about the martial arts. So in my mind, there was this thing called the martial arts. Now, I'd never heard of jiu-jitsu. I had never heard of Muay Thai. I had never heard of Taekwondo. I probably should have because it was already an Olympic sport, but I'll admit it, I hadn't. I just knew there was something called the martial arts. I guess I would have put it on that catch-all thing of karate. So to me, jiu-jitsu, maybe that's karate. I have no idea. Muay Thai, I don't know. About 6 months before I first saw that poster for UFC 1, and I'll get to that in a moment, how I even was aware of the first UFC. I read an article, and it was either in Sports Illustrated or Inside Sports. I was a kid who was like getting sport magazines when I was 7 years old, just crazy for sport and crazy for fighting sports, subscribing to The Ring and Sports Illustrated and Sporting News. But I read an article about this thing called shoot fighting they were doing in Japan, and I remember it mentioned Volkan and Bart Vale, and the author described it as real professional wrestling, and I was mesmerized. So I was kind of aware of that. So now you go to about September of 1989, and as I put in the book that Art Davie and I co-wrote, Is This Legal?, about art creating UFC and us writing this book, and at the end of the book I tell my experience. I say I was the youngest and scrawniest and least likely member of Michael's gym, and I think that's pretty accurate. I have no idea what I was doing in that gym, and I don't think anybody else did either. I was a very unlikely candidate. But I saw a poster, and now, thankfully, in my office, I have that poster framed, and Art wrote a really nice personal note for me. I don't get autographs, but this was like almost like a family member signing it for me now. But I have an original poster, and I saw that poster in Gold's Gym, and I knew who Art Jimerson was, the boxer, because St. Louis is about a 4-hour drive from me, so I recognized Art Jimerson. I didn't know what any of this stuff meant. They were just words. Jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, it means nothing to me. I see shoot fighting, and I'm like, okay, that's the thing I read about. But there were these names staring back at me that sounded exotic, like Taylor Tooley and Gerard Gordeau. I had no idea what any of this stuff. Savat? Are you kidding me? I have no idea what any of that means. But I knew I had to see it. So I asked my mom. She happily paid for it. She would always buy me boxing pay-per-views and pro wrestling pay-per-views like WrestleMania or SummerSlam. So, or when Mike Tyson or Evander Holyfield or Julio Cesar Chavez fought. So, all good. And I watched it with anticipation, thinking, this might be real and this might be professional wrestling. And then the show starts, and I see Bill Wallace, and even for 1993, it's pretty cheesy production. I think, oh, this is like low-rent professional wrestling stuff. And then Gerard Gordeau kicks Taylor Tooley in the face, and I thought, no, I think this is something brand new. I'm not sure if I quite understood it, but I think on some level I knew this was about to change my life, and it did.
I tell you, yes, that kick just, it kind of echoed around. It still echoes around now to this day. That moment, that kick connected to the face, was the moment everyone kind of stood up and took notice of what was actually going to happen in that cage.
I had never seen anything like that on TV. And, this isn't an era of Mike Tyson and George Foreman. And I had been watching boxing. I was raised by my mom, but when I would spend Friday nights at my dad's house and watch boxing from the time I was probably 5 or 6 years old. My dad would take me to boxing and tough man contests, as well as pro wrestling and kickboxing in Kansas City. So I had seen boxing, and you think some of the bombs that Mike Tyson had landed, and yet nothing compared to that savagery of that kick. I mean, it was like seeing a train almost running into a pedestrian on television. It was shocking in its brutality. I mean, here's just a beautiful Muay Thai kick, and not kicking with the foot, kicking with the shin into Taylor Tooley's face as he is sitting helpless, just on the canvas, and eats that kick. It was amazing, and I think in that moment it tells a lot about who you are as a person. you're either transfixed or repulsed, and of course I was transfixed. I couldn't wait to see more.
And like you said about the poster as well, you've got the poster up. The poster, do you know what? The more I look at the poster, the more I keep needing to get. I need to get one myself. I have to admit, Sean, you know what? I have to get one. I have to get one too. I need to get me full mount my backside and get one of those posters and get it framed as well, because it's just one of those things that it's crazy. You know, the simplicity of the poster. Like you said, it had all the name of the handful of martial arts, and even you'd sit there and go, I have no idea. Then there are no rules, and it's just simple as that. And there's a guy on top of a guy about to pan him in the face. It's just crazy, you know. That it just. I remember reading in the book, like you say, how the guys who were trying to, Art Davie employed some guys in Denver to do the marketing, so to speak, in Denver. You know, sell it around to sell a ticket, and the way they were selling it was literally like blood sport. It was. Someone's going to die in the cage.
Absolutely.
That's it, and that's how intense it was. You know how it was looked at, and then that the poster has so much meaning and power, and the whole thing, obviously, of course, was back then, like say '93. It was just pure violence. It was crazy how it compared, like you say, Mike Tyson would just go through people like just nothing, like a hot knife through butter. But then you see this, and you went. Mike Tyson wouldn't last a minute with him. You know, you get Hoist Gracie would just take him down and choke him out.
Completely different thing. And, you know, again, because I didn't know there was this thing called jiu-jitsu or the subset of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, so I didn't know any of these submission holds. If you would ask me what's a submission, I would have fallen back on my kayfabe stuff, my pro wrestling vocabulary. At that age, that I knew that they were worked fights, but still, a submission would have been like a figure four or an Indian deathlock or a sleeper hold or maybe a hammerlock. Obviously, now I know all that stuff comes out of catch wrestling, and there's a basis in there. But I didn't know what this was. So a rear naked choke, an inverted heel hook, a key lock, an Achilles lock. I have no idea what any of this stuff is, but I knew that I loved it. And I'll say this on the poster, too. I'm not much of a collector. I like collecting experiences. People have asked me throughout my career, do you have autographs? No, I don't ask for autographs. I've never asked for an autograph. I might save a couple of things. I've commentated, believe it or not, 3 Super Bowls for BBC Radio 5, and I think I have my press pass or a program, but I'm just not a big collector of artifacts or saver of artifacts like that. But I really wanted that UFC 1 poster, and Art Davie is close with a great collector out of the United States named Brett Kaczynski, and Brett didn't even charge me, to his credit. Art was able to arrange it. Pristine, I mean, out of the box UFC 1 poster, and I got this back in October. And Brett said, why don't you try to get all the living guys to sign it? I said, no, I just want Art to sign it. And I asked Art, I said, just write something from the heart about our friendship and our relationship. And he wrote something very sweet, and it's in a frame, and it's in my office. And I say, to me, it's not even memorabilia, it's about an experience. But my love affair with MMA and what became MMA and the start of it for UFC 1 was not even me watching it. It was seeing that poster. That poster is literally the epicenter. That's why I'm so pleased that just about the only piece of memorabilia that I have, outside of maybe some random press passes here and there, is that poster. It was so special, and the poster worked. That's the thing. Here's a kid in Kansas who doesn't know what any of this stuff is, recognizes one name, Art Jimerson, who's not even a huge name, and that poster worked on me. And it worked on me, and it worked on 86,000 other people. And if you think about that, too, like when I was in Bellator, I don't know what the final numbers were. They were reported at 100,000 in the U.S. and Canada on the pay-per-view buy rate.
Yep.
And some people were pretty dubious of that, the lone Bellator that we did just outside of Memphis, which had the Quinn Rampage Jackson King Mo Lawal fight and the Alexander Shlemenko Tito Ortiz fight. We heard 100,000, maybe a little less. The two afflictions, both afflictions that I commentated, I never was told official numbers. I heard that those numbers were around 70,000. Now, here's Art Davie coming out in a pay-per-view universe where there was such a small number of homes compared to what we have now in 2016. He doesn't have one big-name star. It's not like he has Chuck Norris on the poster or Mike Tyson on the poster or Jean-Claude Van Damme or Hulk Hogan. literally you don't know who any of these people are on this poster, or you might have a very vague awareness, or someone you know but isn't a big star who's not going to motivate you, like Art Jimerson. I knew Art Jimerson, again, because he's in St. Louis, I'm in Kansas City. He was a cruiserweight. I never would have bought an Art Jimerson pay-per-view, and he never would have headlined the pay-per-view. But the way the poster was laid out, like you said, with the photo of a Valet Tudo fight, and there are no rules. I mean, it worked on me, and it worked on people, and that's amazing. Sell something on pay-per-view where nobody knows who the fighters are and no one's even quite sure of what the sport is. And then get 86,000 buys. That's insane. How did Art Davie, with a sport that didn't even exist, sell more than Affliction with Fedor Emelianenko? That's insane.
That's exactly the point that he didn't have. Also, he didn't have Facebook, he didn't have Twitter, Instagram. You know, just basically didn't have social media like we do now, where it's almost impossible to avoid anything that's happening. So if there's a pay-per-view on, you can put it on so many social networking sites that it will eventually reach almost everyone. And it was able to go to 86...
go on, please.
Sorry, mate, go on.
I'm sorry, the line broke up. Can you repeat the very last bit? I beg your pardon.
He was able to reach 86,000 people without any of that technology, let's say.
It's amazing, and I don't know if that's lightning in a bottle or if that's the genius of Art Davie. It's probably a combination of everything. And, you know, if you look at that period in the late 80s and early 90s, for whatever it was in Western culture, it seemed, whether you're talking about in the UK or the US, Canada, Western Europe, it seemed like people were open to new sports. You have indoor soccer, well, what we called indoor soccer, what you would call five-a-side or six-a-side in the UK.
Yeah.
And that got very big. And then arena football is launched, and you start seeing the rise of action sports, where things like rollerblading and skateboarding aren't just seen as activities, but they're actual sport. People seem like they had a really open mind for some new sports coming out. So you fall right into that period then with this new fighting sport coming in. And pay-per-view was emerging, and there were a lot of unusual things on pay-per-view. I mean, Jimmy Connors played Martina Navratilova, man versus woman in tennis, on pay-per-view. You would see these comedy concerts and these music concerts and sort of these weird one-off events. It was just a weird and unique and clever time, I think, for sport and the mashup of sport and sport entertainment, and Art Davie fell into that. I'm such a believer of timing. And I'm also a bigger believer of Art Davie. And I'll tell you, Art Davie would have succeeded sooner or later, but it may have been more difficult if he had tried it 5 years earlier or 5 years later. Everything just lined up. Everything lined up for him to all culminate with November 12th, 1993 in UFC 1.
It did, and it was, like, if you, ladies and gentlemen, if you read the book as well, you kind of see that it fell into place as well due to the fact that, for example, Heron Gracie wasn't straight away jumping onto it. He was very, Art Davie had to put a lot of time in with Heron to get his trust, to get his belief, and then he slowed, and it just took time, and Art didn't rush it. Art didn't try to push this out himself. He made sure he had the right people around him, and the right ideas, and it just, like you say, everything just seemed to fit into place, and it just exploded. Now, it did actually explode, not in the most positive way, which is the one problem. It was marred in a way, but not by yourself or like even me, people at the time. It was by, for example, like you had the biggest name is McCain, really.
Right.
Who was at the time he wasn't obviously, he was a commissioner, wasn't he? Was it commissioner? Is it in the States you call it?
No, he was a senator. John McCain, who wound up running for president against Barack Obama in 2008.
Yeah.
And is the top Republican senator from Arizona, came out, called it human cockfighting. Now, there are two theories, and I'm going to put out both of them, and I think it's for you and your audience to decide. I know what I believe. One theory is John McCain, a decorated Navy veteran, a prisoner of war, unshakable integrity. This was an affront to whatever he thought sport should be. The other theory is that John McCain received a tremendous amount of money from Budweiser. And at the time, Budweiser was the largest sponsor of professional boxing in the United States. And that Budweiser put pressure on McCain because the boxing people early on saw this as a threat to them. And If you look now, how prophetic is that? Where MMA, certainly in the United States and Canada, is dominating boxing. But the Budweiser put pressure on McCain, and McCain suddenly came out with righteous indignation and said, "Oh, this is human cockfighting." So I know what I believe, but those are the two theories that are out there. I will say that John McCain has since come out as a big supporter of MMA. I think he even went so far as to say, if I were a young man, I would probably be training MMA.
Yeah, I think I did see that as well. I think I read about that somewhere. And do you know what? I think, Bud Light sponsors the UFC, doesn't it? So that that says a lot about Budweiser.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Funny how that works out, isn't
it? Again, I think another name to throw in that hat of probably assisting this John McCain kind of turnaround is a guy who doesn't really get recognised in the sport, I think, enough. I had the absolute pleasure of speaking to him in London, UFC London, 2 years ago now. Mark Ratner.
Yeah, Mark is a great guy. So Mark was the executive director. I just saw Mark about 2 months ago. Great guy. Mark was the executive director for the Nevada State Athletic Commission, and his job at the UFC is called the Director of VP or Director of Regulatory Affairs, essentially being the person who is the liaison between the UFC as the promoter and the various athletic commissions, or when the UFC goes into a nation that doesn't have an athletic commission, making sure that the referees, the judges, the inspectors, the timekeeper, the cage-side physician all do their jobs. Mark was very open-minded. Here's someone coming out of the largest boxing state in the United States, where the Nevada State Athletic Commission might as well have been called the Nevada Boxing Commission, because that's what they did. And Las Vegas wasn't just the epicenter of boxing, it was the epicenter of combat sports in the world, because at the time, at least in the U.S. and Canada, right, combat sports were really boxing. Muay Thai, kickboxing never took hold. Grappling, it just didn't take hold. So you had the work stuff in professional wrestling, and then you had boxing. And you go to Las Vegas, which is in the state of Nevada, for boxing. And Mark kept an open mind. And Mark saw, just like in boxing, that this is a sport where no matter how safe it is, it's a combat sport. And some people are going to flinch at combat sports. They're going to see people hitting each other. They're going to see blood. They're not going to like it. Just like you see in boxing all the time, and you still see in boxing. And what Mark realized very early on is this needs to be sold as a sport. There needs to be rules. There needs to be judging with the scoring criteria. There needs to be safety. And the more we have of that, making it look like a sport, the more people are going to accept it, and he was absolutely right. I will say this for Art Davie, though. Art Davie had HIV tests at UFC 1, and he did that out of his own dime. When Art Davie, and we put this in the book, Is This Legal? When he shows up, Colorado doesn't have an athletic commission. They do now. Nobody bothered him. He may as well have been putting on a netball tournament because nobody bothered him. He had building insurance. He had insurance that you would have to do to satisfy McNichols Arena. But if he would have done netball, he would have, not that netball would have sold very well in Denver, but he would have still had to have had insurance just for the crowd. But nobody from Denver bothered him. Nobody from the state of Colorado. Nobody from the U.S. government. He was left to his own devices. He still had HIV testing. He had 2 doctors there. The refereeing was a bit of a debacle, as we put in the book, which was fortuitous for John McCarthy, who comes in UFC 2. But Art, as a lifelong sports fan, knew that this had to be sport. He wanted spectacle, and that was part of his advertising background, but he knew it had to be sport as well. He didn't want this to be seen as blood sport. The blood sport, and I know you're speaking with Campbell McLaren, that was more on the Campbell side. And as you look back, there were essentially 2 groups that were put together. There was the Art Davie side, and Art Davie created it and then formed his business partnership with Rorion Gracie, and then they had investors, 27 total investors coming in at 10%. But then the other side of it was Semaphore Entertainment Group, and that was the company that was doing the pay-per-view. And Semaphore Entertainment was Campbell McLaren, who was the vice president of acquisitions, who was Art's champion at Semaphore, and Bob Meyerowitz, who owned it. So what Art thought he wanted to make this, and what Semaphore, through Campbell McLaren and Bob Meyerowitz and Michael Abramson and a few other executives wanted to make it, sometimes they were different ideas. So the idea of, you can lose by death and Bloodsport and Mad Max Thunderdome, that was more Semaphore. And this isn't a criticism, this is just fact. That was more That was more Semaphore Entertainment Group. And again, these are guys who weren't coming out of sports. These were guys who were selling rock concerts, comedy concerts. They're the ones who did Martina Navratilova versus Jimmy Connors. So they knew about entertainment and spectacle. Art Davie wanted to create a sports franchise.
Well, that's the thing with SEG. They know how to do. What's the word? It's not keywords. It's like there's a marketing term for it. Certain words trigger certain things. So, like you say, Bloodsport will trigger that kind of crowd that they want. They want that certain people to tune in, and that's all they are, is looking at it from a marketing perspective. Like you said, they're not looking at it from a sporting perspective. No matter if it was MMA, a rock concert, like say tennis, anything, someone reading a bunch of poems, whatever it would be, they would market it. That's all they cared about, was marketing, because they knew if they marketed it well, it would reap the rewards.
That's exactly right. And Art was in charge of doing the live event. Art was in charge of finding the fighters, of creating the format, of booking the venue, getting the date, getting everybody there. The live event was Art. Semaphore Entertainment Group was in charge of the broadcast. And the way they made their money on broadcast was by selling pay-per-view buys. There was no advertising, it was pay-per-view. So Art could have sold 20,000 tickets at McNichols Arena, and if they sold 100 pay-per-view buys, Semaphore isn't very happy.
Yeah.
So they were working together, but they were separate.
Yeah.
Semaphore Entertainment Group came in as the pay-per-view arm. Semaphore, and it gets a little lost to history, and I understand why it's confusing, because after UFC 5, Art and Horion sold out to Bob Meyerowitz, and Semaphore became the full owners, and then Art wound up going back to work through UFC 19, essentially as the matchmaker and the coordinator of this, the executive in charge. But it was Art and Horion Gracie and their investors who owned WOW Promotions, under which fell the UFC. And having been in a somewhat similar situation when I was at Bellator when Bjorn Rebney was there, you have Bjorn Rebney who wants to do one thing, and you have his broadcast partner in Spike TV who wants to do something entirely different, and sometimes there's friction, and that's what you saw from the very first UFC. You saw friction. You're working towards a common cause, but the end target might, in that case, it was different.
It wasn't. I like the way you mentioned about the WOW promotion. I was going to actually bring that in as well, because I liked that name, WOW promotion. When I read it as well, I kind of went... When I read the book, I got to that chapter, and I sat there like an absolute dipstick, and I went, I've never heard of this one. Is this one that Art Davie did before or something? And I legit was sitting there going... I had to sit there, rattle my brain, and went, no, I'm going to have to read this, because I don't know. I wonder what's WOW promotion? What's Art on about? Then when you got into, obviously, it was a beautiful concept, and I quite like the name. Even I remember Art saying he liked it as well. I was thinking, yeah, I do too, actually. I quite like that. It does have a ring to it. But then again, UFC kind of still has a ring to it. But he never called it UFC, I think, until... I think he mentioned it in the program, I think it was, where he abbreviated UFC.
It was in the travel brochure.
That was it, sorry. The VIP travel brochure, or the VIP package,
right. Because it keeps saying Ultimate Fighting Championship, Ultimate Fighting Championship, Ultimate Fighting Championship. And again, Art was an advertising man, so he's just like, I'll shorten this to UFC. But you go back and you watch UFC 1, outside of Bill Wallace calling it the Ultimate Fighting Challenge twice in the beginning of the show, it was never called UFC, and it was never called MMA. And Art didn't coin MMA. There are a few different people who've claimed that. Art has never claimed he came up with mixed martial arts. Art always called it mixed fighting or mixed match fighting, which obviously never took hold, but that wasn't even on the broadcast. But yeah, things like UFC, people call it UFC 1, but it wasn't UFC 1 then. And it was the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Yeah.
They had a 5-year contract, they meaning WOW Promotions, Art and Horion Gracie with Semaphore Entertainment Group. They had a 5-year contract, 93, 94, 95, and 97, I beg your contract through 1997. But had that tanked and had they sold 500 or 5,000 pay-per-view buys, that might have been the end of it right there. Now, knowing Art Davie, he would have reconfigured and he would have found a way to come back. But at least as far as Semaphore Entertainment came through, they would have been gone. If it would have failed miserably and not had those 86,000 buys, they would have been out. It would have been a one and done.
It would, yeah, you're right. And you could see how it was really... hanging by a thread, the deal itself, the whole time. It kept going back and forth. It was a subconscious drama in the book. When you're reading the book, it creeps up every now and then. About what's going on with the negotiations. Every now and then it just creeps in. Like Campbell flies over across the country to come and visit them, or he's speaking to the lawyers, and you just see it every now and then, and it's just a subconscious storyline that keeps following through, and you're thinking, well, what's going on? Why does it keep coming up? Why can he not negotiate? And it's a beautiful little storyline in the book itself. I found it one of the more intriguing storylines. Obviously, you can't flick through to find the bits because you have to read through the book to get to it, and it helps that you read through each bit. But I thought it was a really beautiful, just a subconscious storyline. I found it.
I really appreciate you saying that. And as we were writing it, first of all, I had no idea that story had existed. As much as Art and I had talked about it as friends, he never told me that story and all of the drama. I think he kind of suppressed it because it was an unhappy memory about getting the deal done literally the evening of UFC 1. And for your listeners who don't know the story or who haven't read our book, Is This Legal? Art flies to New York he's just calling everybody, first of all, put some backstory to it. So the players at the time, there are two big boxing pay-per-view companies. There's TVKO, which is owned by HBO. So he talks to HBO, and then by way of TVKO. Then there's SET, which is Showtime Entertainment Television, and Showtime. So not SEG, SET. So they tell him no. He goes to ESPN, who was then and is still, it'd be like Sky Sport, right? ESPN.
Yeah.
It was then, and even now, it's the major all-sport network in the United States. He goes to a regional sport channel in Los Angeles, which is in only a couple of states like Nevada, California, and Arizona, called Prime Ticket. They tell him no. And he winds up through his research finding this company, Semaphore Entertainment Group, but Art had been told no, no, no. So Art just cold calls Semaphore Entertainment Group. He's able to get through to Campbell, Campbell McLaren, who's in charge of acquisitions. Campbell likes the pitch. Art, as an advertising executive, knows how to pitch as well as anybody on the planet. Campbell says, come out. Campbell champions the idea, introduces him to the company owner of SEG, Bob Meyerowitz. They shake hands. All right, let's get our lawyers together. And as we put in the book, Art thought, I don't even have a lawyer. So here are guys who do multi-million-dollar deals with major record labels and bands and singers and comedians. I don't have an entertainment lawyer. I don't even have a lawyer. So the negotiations were getting dragged out and dragged out. And Bob Meyerowitz's attorney also happened to be his brother, an outstanding lawyer, David Meyerowitz. So Art knew that he had to find an attorney and he had to get a deal. And everything is in motion, and Semaphore Entertainment Group is moving forward like this is going to happen, and Art doesn't have a deal, and it comes to the end. And really what it was coming down to was Art knew this was going to be big picture. He felt in his heart this was going to be a success. Maybe not even Art would have been able to anticipate 86,000 plus pay-per-view homes, but I know Art thought they would do at least 50 or 60, which would have been enough to get them more shows. But who pays for the talent? Because Art knew that if, whether it's Gerard Gordeau or Ken Shamrock or Royce Gracie wins the first UFC, they're going to come back and they're going to want more money. And more athletes are going to want to come in and they're going to see this on TV and they're going to want money. So it really came down to, as we go forward, who's paying for the fighters? Is Wild Promotions paying for the fighters, or is Semaphore Entertainment Group paying for the fighters? And it was, I don't know what I should know, I have an English wife. I don't know if you would call it a game of chicken. It's called a game of chicken in the United States, where two cars are driving at each other and who pulls away and flinches first. And literally, as you're going into the final hours before UFC 1, it's a game of chicken between Bob Meyerowitz and Art Davie. And Art Davie kept on driving straight, and Bob Meyerowitz swerved at the very last second, and Art got his deal.
He did, yeah. It was because they obviously had to. We won't say too much detail because it really is a book worth buying. Just to You know, we're talking about we are talking about small bit. They're not small bits, but we're talking about bits in the book when there's a lot more to the book than what we're saying. Like, we're not giving away the whole book. Honestly, we're talking about small subject matters as part of this whole. It's a huge collective. Like, it goes to when. The book goes to when Art Davie got taken down by a wrestler. Let's put it that way. You know, you got to go back. That's how far it goes back when he was a young boy. But yeah, the deal with the money. You know, it was quite a big chunk of money, like you say. You know, I think it was like $100,000 around then. I think the total prize money was, and they obviously had to pay for Art Jimmerson. They paid him a fee, an appearance fee, without even doing anything, just to turn up to start with. You know,
Jimmerson got $17,000. The only two fighters of the original 10, the 8 tournament fighters, plus the 2 alternates, Jason DeLucia and Trent Jenkins, the only 2 who got an appearance fee were Art Jimmerson as a boxer, because they wanted a boxer, and Jimmerson, they were able to get him down to $17,000. It could have been Leon Spinks. He wanted $100,000. James Bone Crusher Smith wanted $100,000, but they got Jimmerson down to 17. And Art was desperate for someone out of sumo, and he wound up getting Taylor Tooley for $6,000. Yeah. Everybody else came, and the only money they got was the prize money. And it's a question I don't know the answer to, because I wrote the book with Art Davie and not with Rorion Gracie, and Art doesn't know the answer. But there was a lot of contention that of the $50,000 that Royce Gracie got, that the way that the Gracies did business at the time, you took your money and you threw it into the family pot. There wasn't my money; it was the Gracie family money. Yeah. Royce was living in a room above the garage at Rorion Gracie's house. That maybe Royce didn't get all that $50,000 or even much of that $50,000, but that would be to talk to the person if Rorion ever writes the book, or Royce. Because Art and I don't know the answer, but Art certainly had his suspicions of where that money actually went. But as far as an appearance fee, yeah, no money whatsoever for any of those guys.
I think that might have went to Disneyland, maybe.
That was the great line, because at the time, and I guess they still do it, but Disneyland would sponsor the Super Bowl, and whoever was given player of the game, most valuable player of the Super Bowl, they would say, "I'm going to Disneyland." So he's so nervous, and this is one moment to kind of relax and show his personality. And when he's asked by Brian Kilmeade, who's gone on to a very good career in broadcasting, mainly in politics, but he's the cage interviewer, what are you doing? And Hoyt says, "I'm going to Disneyland," which I thought was a cute line. And it was also, in context, it was the first chance that he had to exhale in about a week. It was a very stressful situation for him.
And you know what? I think that line is a beautiful line in the fact that you're in this. It's like a hurricane, a tornado of just violence, the whole thing, and then just something so beautiful as Disneyland. You know, Disneyland is seen as such a pure, innocent, just a place for children to go and enjoy, and it's just a joyful thing. He comes out with that line. You know, it was a beautiful way to finish it. I think to end with something like so positive like that. I thought it was not an intentional thing, but it was such a poetic way to finish it all.
Well, and you know, Royce was 27 years old at the time, and not only was he in the shadow of his legendary father, Elio. A lot of people think their fathers are legendary. Elio Gracie is really legendary. Yeah. And then you're also in the shadow of Rickson Gracie, and you're in the shadow of Rorion Gracie. And Art said that the time that he knew Royce, and he knew him 3 years at that point, he always struck him more like he was about 19 or 20. He just didn't seem like a 27-year-old. And I think he was just cast in the role of always being the kid brother. There's little Royce. And Royce knew that he wasn't the smartest in the family. He wasn't the most ambitious. He didn't have the best English. And he certainly wasn't the best fighter, didn't have the best jiu-jitsu. So he was just kind of an also-ran. And one of the things that I found fascinating, there were a lot of things I found fascinating in writing the book with Art, because I wanted to have my questions answered. I thought, if I can find the answer to every question that I have, and I've been building those up for 20 years, this book's going to be something special. And I wanted to know, why Royce Gracie, when you have Rickson Gracie there, who people will tell you of that era, who were dominant in jiu-jitsu. Yes. He was so much better than all of us. Yes. I wanted to know that answer. How is this Royce? And then why wasn't it Royler? Royler was better than Royce. Why wasn't it Rickson? Why wasn't it Hopen, who lived in Brazil? or any of the brothers. It was amazing. And going into, I will tell you, with Art, I said, Art and I had already been friends. We're a lot closer now, but we were already close friends. I always tell people, the book came out of our friendship. Our friendship didn't come out of the book. Our friendship strengthened and deepened because of the book, but we were already close friends. And Art had trust in me and faith in me to know that I would tell his story correctly. But with that, I see it's just my broadcasting, my journalistic background. This is going to be a book of honesty because this is your memoir, and fair enough. Everybody sees things through their own eyes, their own perspective. You know, you and I are having this conversation. If in 6 months we're asked to recount this conversation, you're going to have a slightly different telling of this than me. It's just our own perceptions. That's just the way we operate, right, as humans. But I said to Art, within that context, this is the book of truth because not only is this a memoir, what we're doing, this is a historical record. So there are going to be no lies, no embellishments, no fabrications. Claims that we make are going to be backed up, which is why you see original faxes and contracts and documents in the book. So we're laying out the evidence chain. And I also knew coming in that a lot of people, Art Davie's a lot better known now than he was when that book hit the store shelves in July of 2014. This has really put Art Davie in the spotlight for MMA fans where he deserves to be. But when we started writing this book, so you're talking 2013 now, and even doing the back research in 2012, not a lot of people remembered or even knew who Art Davie was, let alone remembered him. So I thought, if you have this book coming out, and here's this guy saying, I created the UFC, and I'm the de facto inventor of MMA, and I go, well, prove it. So we have proved it. Luckily, those claims never came, but when we put in original faxes and documents and contracts, you can't dispute that. And the culture, I think, before our book coming out, there were a lot of people who were giving alternate versions of history. Some people who weren't even there were making these claims, and there were just a lot of jumps and leaps and speculation. You know, John Milius never claimed that he was a creator of the UFC or created the cage.
Yeah.
And we put in the book, the film director, he did play a big part, but a lot of Milius people are just because there's an Academy Award-nominated screenwriter and the guy directed Conan the Barbarian, people thought he had a bigger role than he did. And you know, there were some mid-level executives who've embellished. There were some fighters who embellished. There were some people who had nothing to do with anything who've embellished and said they've done what they've done. So it was so important to me, or I wouldn't have written the book unless we were 100% truthful. And I really believe that we accomplished that. Nothing is left out. Nothing is held back. And there's not even the slightest embellishment or fabrication.
And that's the thing about the book, yeah, you get so many questions answered, and also you find out so much more in it than you could actually ever imagine. We spoke about it before. We're not going to obviously go into detail about it, but like you say, why did they pick Hoist, why X, Y, Z? There's little things that you'll sit there and, like you say, there's questions you want answered. Well, there's actually quite a lot of questions answered in there, but they're just part of the story. It's not a question answered, it's just something you'll come across it and you'll go, oh, that's why. And like you say, I read it, and I look back at it every now and then, because obviously there's so much information to take in, and I have a very small brain, so I do look back at certain bits. But I tell you what was beautiful about it is the thing that threw me off, I didn't even realise, is the beautiful little medals that they made.
Gorgeous.
They were beautiful. Absolutely, I thought they were a beautiful thing that I think that goes way under the carpet. That I looked at it and I thought, that is a fantastic thing to have. That would be a hell of a collector's item, that would be.
Right, and it's not a crown, and it's not a trophy, it's a medal.
Yeah.
And that goes back to Art was so enamored, and he still is to this day, 25 years later, essentially, from when he started working on what became the UFC, of the ancient Olympiad in pancration. Yeah. And obviously medals in the modern Olympic movement, which started in 1896, and kind of subconsciously, he wanted to invoke the Olympiad in pancration, and he thought, what a beautiful way to do it, by actually giving a medal for the winner. And in the book, we have a photo of Hoist with his UFC 1 medal, which I think is great.
Yeah, that was a great idea. I really like that. Looking at obviously UFC 1, it kind of set a fire inside of yourself. And how did people react to you then when you kind of wanted to venture into this a bit more than you obviously when you first saw it? Because I imagine, like, a lot of people would have just looked at you like you had 6 heads and went, "Are you serious? Really?"
Absolutely. And I was really fortunate. I've been talking about timing throughout this interview. I was a huge beneficiary of timing too with football, with soccer, because 3 years after UFC 1, Major League Soccer starts, and I'm 10 to 15 years too young to seriously be considered. But because nobody knew football, nobody knew soccer in the United States, I just happened to have, and I had played all my life, and I was a really big fan because my dad grew up in New York in a really ethnically diverse neighborhood, and he watched soccer in the 50s and the 60s, so he turned me on to it like I was watching Soccer Made in Germany, and he would be so excited when we would have the FA Cup final on tape delay every year. So I had grown up watching that, and I was the beneficiary of timing. So I was still living with my mom. I was so young, in fact, be a commentator for Major League Soccer on television, which is hard to believe, and I wasn't very good, but I knew more than almost anybody else. People who were 50 times the broadcaster I was didn't want to go near Major League Soccer or football or anything of that kind. So I got those jobs. So I started to roll because I was a good beneficiary of timing. I did the World Cup in 2006, and I came back and I thought, you know what? I love football. I'm a huge fan. It's still fun to commentate, but I'm not going to get any higher as an American than commentating the World Cup. So let's see if I can make a run doing MMA. And the next month I did August of 2006. A month after I got back from Germany, I did my first MMA show, and I was hired by Pride later that year. And again, I was the beneficiary of timing. Still, there's a really small talent pool of us who commentate, but it was even smaller 10 years ago. And so a lot of people were like, wow, you're in soccer, and you do these national matches, you did the World Cup. What are you doing? You know, it was kind of almost like I was going into porn, or I was going into pro wrestling. It was really like that. I even remember fairly early on, I saw a cousin of mine who I literally hadn't seen in 20 years. And it was a big family thing, which I don't come from a big family, and it was very weird and random we had it. But again, this is a cousin I hadn't seen since I was a kid. And she looks at me and she says, yeah, I saw what you're doing. And then, like, kind of looked away. Like literally, like I had somehow disgraced her name. It's like, I'm a television commentator in mixed martial arts. But that's the perception. And, you know, I get less and less of that, but I still get that. Or I still get people who ask me if I'm a professional wrestling commentator. It's amazing. The stigma is wearing off of MMA, but there is still a stigma there. There's still people who in their minds think that it's pro wrestling, or they think that it's Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme, or they think it's a tough man contest from the 1990s. They're not sure what it is. I don't think there's any other sport in the world that has more misconceptions by people who've never actually watched it than MMA. The irony of my career is the first sport that I had any success in as a commentator, football, I had to live with 10 years of all these American people telling me how boring it is. And then I go to MMA and I have to live with all these American people telling me how disgraceful it is. So I probably should have done basketball and taken a safe route, but I don't like basketball.
Do you know what? You're right with this kind of stigma thing, but some people still don't even know what MMA is. You know, it's
amazing to me. I will tell you this story. This is crazy. So in November, I commentated my first show for One Championship, which is a marvelous promotion, by the way. I'm thrilled to now be a commentator for One. It's an amazing promotion, Victor Cui, and what they're doing out of Singapore and throughout Southeast and Central Asia. So I get off the plane and I'm in customs line in Beijing, and there's a woman from Washington, D.C., and she's standing next to me in customs line, and I sat near her on the plane. She said, oh, why are you in Beijing? I said, oh, I'm a television commentator. She said, oh, what sport do you do? I said, MMA. She said, what's that? And this is in November now, this story. This isn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago. This is in November. What's MMA? And I said, oh, you know, like the UFC? She goes, no, I've never heard the UF. What? And, you know, this is an intelligent woman who is flying business class beside me next to Beijing. This isn't some dummy. This is a smart, successful, intelligent woman in her 40s, and she has never, and an American, and she has never heard of MMA nor the UFC. I said, do you know who Ronda Rousey is? She goes, nope. And I think we all live in a bubble when we work in something that we feel passionate about, and we think it's much bigger than it is. And you see that, yeah, people outside of that bubble, they have no idea. They have no awareness whatsoever. And that was a good reminder to me. As much as MMA and the UFC has grown since November 12th, 1993, with what Art did on the first event, there are still people now, smart, successful people in a Western country, well-educated, who have never heard of the UFC. A company that has a $2.2 billion U.S. valuation. That's insane, but that's still what we deal with.
You're right. That exactly. It's a bubble. It truly is a bubble. Like you say, I am obsessed, and I literally cannot go. I hate going a day without some interaction in some form, whether it be physical or audio or reading. In MMA, I've got to do something, and then you get someone come along and go, no, never heard of it, don't know what it is, and you think, really? How do you not know? How do you know what oxygen is? Do you know how to breathe?
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy, and I love the Art Davie expression, in the pudding. He always says, we're really in the pudding, and I think people who are not in the pudding, sometimes they have no awareness whatsoever. It's almost like if somebody is talking about a band or a singer or a concert coming up, and you've never heard of them, and you feel like you're 100 years old. You're like, how do I not know about this? And they must be looking at you like, how do you not know about this singer or this actor, this song? And that's the perception that we have, I think, from inside MMA. How do you not know about any of this? What's wrong with you?
It blows my mind. But the thing is, it kind of drives me to keep going more. To then, I think to myself, there's so much more still to do. Even if it can get a little bit, I can reach another person, another 1 or 2, 3 people, and even if say I reach 10 people, and only even 100, and only one of them sticks at it and goes, actually, I quite like the look of this. What is this? That's worth it. I think it's still worth it to just keep pushing, just keep going, just keep kind of help people engage in the sport, learn about the sport, and don't try. I never myself try to. When people talk, when I look at you and they go, oh my God, you commentate for MMA. You never look down and frown. I never look down and frown upon people who don't know what MMA is. When they say they don't know, I get energized. I'm like, right, well, I'll come here. Let me welcome you in and let me educate you. Come here, my friend.
Exactly. And I like that you said welcome you in, because the fact that this sport is so young, and people with a straight face can say, I'm a hardcore, I've been following this sport since 2011. Now try that in any other sport. Try to say, I'm a hardcore Premier League fan. Well, actually, you do hear Americans do it and they get laughed at. I've been following Chelsea since 2013 or something. Yeah. But with your own national sport, if you said I'm a hardcore NFL fan as an American, yes. I've been following it since 2011, I think people would tie kick you in the thigh. It would just be just a ridiculous thing to say. You'd be laughed out of the room. Yeah. But you're welcomed in MMA. It's like, yeah, I've only followed this sport 2 years, but I love it. It's like, that's great, man. Welcome in. There's no shame. You don't have to have loved this sport since you were a little kid, because there's a good chance when you were a little kid, either this sport didn't exist or it was so underground you just did not have access to it. I love the fact that MMA is such an opening, welcoming culture that we want more fans. And I love the fact, too, and I experienced this, albeit to a lesser extent, with football, with soccer in the United States. It's now getting a lot more mainstream coverage, but especially in the 1990s and 1996, 97, my first 2 years as an MLS commentator, the only way that you were going to find coverage was on the internet. And internet was obviously in a different stage back then, but good luck finding it in traditional newspapers or magazines or on television on newscasts. It wasn't going to happen. And MMA, by and large, still lives there. I just know for myself, if I'm looking for MMA news, I'm going to MMA Junkie, or I'm going to SureDog or MMA Fighting. Those are probably the big three that I'm going to. MMA payout. I'm not going to SportsIllustrated.com, or I'm not going to the BBC's website, or I'm not going to ESPN.com. I'm still going to these niche sites. Whereas if I want to read about the National Football League, I'm going to the more mainstream sites. I'm probably going to the Fox site or the ESPN site. And I think it shows that we're still very much a niche sport. And by and large, as much as maybe we don't want to recognize this or even admit this as MMA hardcores, traditional mainstream media just still doesn't even acknowledge MMA. I think it's better in the U.S. and Canada than it is in the U.K., but it still is very slight. Go on the BBC's website. And I've worked for the BBC for a long time as an independent contractor. Find all the MMA stories. I can tell you how many there are on the BBC's website. There are zero. I've pitched a lot, and I've always been told, we don't want to do that. It's still very much a sport that, while it doesn't live in the shadows, it's seen as a niche sport. And a lot of people, unfortunately, for whatever their perceptions and their biases are, they don't see it as a legitimate sport. I'm not sure how boxing can be a legitimate sport, but MMA can't be a legitimate sport. My feeling is, if you don't like combat sports, I disagree with you, but I'll respect that because of your sensibilities. You don't like combat sports, fair enough. But when you say that boxing is a sweet science and that's great, but MMA is somehow less than, I do not buy that logic.
It's crazy. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's the same with Glory, the K1 and stuff. I think because boxing's just been such a mainstay for so long, it's more accepting because we've been around it all the time. It's not like boxing hasn't been thrown upon us straight away. Because, boxing, Queensbury, it stems from such a long time ago. I think that was our logical way of dealing with things. You dealt with your fists, you fought with your fists, that was it. That's it. And it's just something that stayed basically kind of almost like caveman kind of instincts where we just accept it more. The BBC, like you say, there is literally, I think they maybe actually only have one or two articles because they did one about, obviously, Mr. Conor McGregor was touched on.
Oh, of course, right.
They called, but the thing is, they called him British, even though he's from the Republic. Even though he's from
that's lovely.
Yeah, he's from the Republic of Ireland. That was a good one that they did. Beautiful time spent review. I think people who work at Reebok also work for the BBC. And
that sounds really well read. It's like those early articles on David Beckham where he played for the British national team. Those are always my favorites.
Oh yes, just some beautiful ones there. And what was the other thing? Oh, he actually they have the BBC Sports Personality of the Year. They did like a highlight reel of the year, and it featured Conor McGregor dropping Jose Aldo.
How about that? Well, at least they're making progress. Maybe in another 10 years they'll start to recognize it. And, it's been a long fight. The fact that ESPN, and think about this, who is, they call themselves the worldwide leader in sports. And ESPN has never shown MMA. In fact, they don't even have an MMA highlight program. They used to. John Anik presented it, and that's how he was brought to the attention of the UFC. He's a really good commentator, but ESPN, who dominates, and I mean dominates the market, they've never done MMA. Not just the UFC, they've never done MMA. And with the exception of a couple of big fights like Ronda Rousey or Conor McGregor, they don't send a reporter, they don't cover it. And that really puts things in perspective.
Yeah.
And I'm not disparaging women's college basketball. I don't care for it. I don't watch it, but I'm not disparaging it. It's just not right for me. They give a great deal of coverage, probably over 120 live games across their networks of women's college basketball.
Wow.
Watch their main show, their sport news show, Sports Center. Tons of women's college basketball highlights. Nothing with MMA. Absolutely nothing.
Well, who knows? I'm not saying it will change, but the Fox deal that the UFC have is due up in 2 years, I think, maybe, or one more year, 18 months or so.
Right.
It's not long left. You never know what will happen, and you never know where the UFC may go. I don't know if the UFC are going to look to maybe focus a bit more with Fight Pass, because they're on the right lines with, like, look at Netflix. Netflix, it's taken over TV in a way, and everything's streaming, everything's online. So I think the UFC might go that way. But like you say, even now, UFC 1, it almost feels like we've not got that much further than UFC 1 today. When you look at it on a big scene of it, when you look at that, like ESPN is the great example. Sports Center, which is, I know in the UK it's I know of it. I know about Sports Center, but because I used to have ESPN on box, but because I used to love watching college football.
Right.
Because I like NFL, but I like college football because it's a lot more fun, because there's more risk taking, there's more fun plays made, because there's not $90 million contracts, they're not on, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I found the Sports Center, it was the big thing. Sports Center is huge. It's like it's just what men watch in America. It felt like.
It really is, and by and large, they don't cover the UFC and MMA, but their coverage compared to 10 years ago is markedly improved. So we're getting there. Oddly, there are so many parallels I'm seeing played out almost exactly a decade later in the timeline from what I experienced as a soccer commentator in the U.S. and now what I'm experiencing as an MMA commentator. From 1996 to 2006, exponential growth in media coverage and awareness. 2006 to 2016, tremendously more. And if you look at a similar timeline with MMA, I think it's getting there. But I would say that MMA coverage in the United States and Canada right now from mainstream media is akin to where we were with soccer in 2006. In 2006 for MMA, it was akin to what we had in soccer in 1996, which is that they completely ignored. And not just ignored, it's that snark, like, well, why would I cover that?
Yeah.
It's that arrogant attitude. Again, look, there are a lot of sports I don't like. I don't like women's college basketball. I don't really like basketball as a whole. I'm not into motorsports. I don't like horse racing. I don't like golf. But I'm not going to make fun of them or make fun of the people who do or say they're less than. It's just something that's not for me. There are certain foods I don't eat. I'm not going to make fun of somebody who eats those foods. I just don't choose to eat those foods. So I don't know why one has to have snark and cynicism about a sport such as MMA just because they don't like it.
I bet a lot of the people who weren't interested in the MLS probably wish they were back then, because they would be very much in demand now. But people have to make mistakes, I suppose, with sports. Like, there's a lot of things going to the radar with the commentary side of things.
Absolutely.
With the commentary side of things. So go on, mate. Go on, you go. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I beg your pardon. I was going to say, and see if you agree with me, but there is a little bit of a enjoyment to being part of a niche sport. And I'll give you an example. If I'm walking through an airport, as I do most weekends of my life, flying to or from an event, and I see someone with say, a Green Bay Packers jersey, big deal. They're everywhere. If I'm in my home city of Kansas City and somebody has a Kansas City Royals or Chiefs shirt on, I see, 500,000 people out of 2.5 million in my city with that. Everybody has it. But if I see somebody wearing, like, an Affliction T-shirt, or if I see somebody wearing a Barcelona jersey, it's like, oh, hey, cool, we kind of are in the same club. So it's fun for me to still be in a sport like MMA and what I experienced in soccer, where it's not super trendy and mainstream. You still have to be a little bit of an underdog and a little bit scrappy to be a fan. I do like that. That definitely appeals to me personality-wise.
Yeah, it does. And even I'm sometimes still meeting people who know about the sport. And I live on the Isle of Man. There's 86,000 people here, that's it. It's tiny. But I still bump into people that know quite a lot about the sport, and I just think to myself, why have we not met before? Right. I wish we all had, like you say, I wish we all wore T-shirts that said, I like MMA, and we just walked around
exactly.
to meet each other. There wouldn't be many of these T-shirts around, so it would be beautiful, especially where I live. It would be great to meet them. And that's what I started doing, actually. I started getting friends together. A friend of ours was a landlord. We got him to put the UFC events on. We started to just put invites out there, and we'd get people who we hadn't met before, and we'd just meet them and watch the game, watch the sports, and watch the fights. And it was beautiful. It was just a way to get people together and get people to just collectively enjoy something we all love. And I remember specifically they had it wasn't Ronda fighting. Was it Ronda? No, I think it might have been Kat Zingano. Kat Zingano, we should take fight. It might have been. because we would get it recorded, then watch it the next day. Because obviously in the States, the time zones, you know, as much as I love staying up at 5 a.m., sometimes I
understand.
I don't want to stay up at 5 a.m. every time. So we sometimes do it on a Sunday. And I remember Cats and Gone and We Should Take came on. Obviously the blokes who were in the pub at the time are going, oh, hang on a minute, she looks a bit of all right. And then they watched the girls go. And literally, I'm telling you right now, the whole place went dead. You could watch a pin drop. You just had people just stop what they're doing and just watch. People were playing pool. They stopped playing pool. The whole place went dead. And I went, that's why this needs to be on the TV a bit more, because you will get this. This is the kind of reaction people had at UFC 1. Everyone just didn't move. They just went, did that guy's tooth just come out of his mouth? I think I just saw a tooth flat. Was that spit or was that his tooth? I think that was a tooth. You know, and someone somewhere maybe has that tooth in a case. I hope. That's my theory.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that would be a souvenir. Telling Art Davie to sign that tooth.
Yeah, sign the tooth. But yeah, it is. And for you doing the commentary, like you say, it's nice you go around these places. With the commentary, though, how did you learn the sport then to commentate on the sport yourself? Did you speak to people that are commentators, or did you speak to fighters? How was your way of learning a sport to educate it? You know, to basically, you know, when you talk, you have to say about the sport. You have to talk about things that are happening. You can't just go, and these two guys are just standing. You can't do UFC 1. They're just doing stuff on the ground. It looks like they're.
And he's grabbing him. What's happening now?
He's the big spoon.
I knew a lot about boxing, and I actually refereed boxing a lot in my 20s. I'm on the Kansas Athletic Commission now, so which is a non-paying role. It's sort of like being a board member, I guess, where you're not compensated. But the one thing they told me, you can commentate all you want, be a commentator, be a journalist. We don't want you to referee anymore. And I really, over the last few years, I had not done much refereeing just because of my TV career and traveling. But I refereed a lot of boxing and hung out a little bit in boxing gyms, even boxed a very little bit. I don't want to make myself sound more of a boxer than I was, but a very little bit. But I had a really good vocabulary on punches, and that, look, I understand what a bolo punch is, I understand feints, I understand slips, I understand basic movements. So that's easy, and I think most Western men, whether from Western countries, have a pretty good boxing vocabulary. If you say a jab, most people understand what a jab is, where on the street, or a hook, whereas most people don't understand a heel hook, for instance. But as I got into it, I got myself to gyms. I started taking Muay Thai, so I knew what to look for on a setup for a switch kick, for instance.
Yeah.
And I started doing jiu-jitsu and sambo, and I still do submission grappling. My schedule only allows me to go and train and take class once a week, but I still do. So if you hear me talk about lacing the leg, or hunting for certain submissions, or a far side cradle, or things like that, that comes not just out of me being a fan, but actually spending time in gyms. And I have a lot of friends who are professional fighters. I love the subculture that is MMA. I love hanging out with fighters. My 10-year-old girl now trains at the American Top Team School in Kansas City. I just had a really nice conversation the other day with Jason High, who's in World Series of Fighting, and LC Davis, who's still in Bellator, who was there when I was there as well. I love talking to fighters. I love understanding that. So I think it's a very, very difficult sport to commentate unless you've spent time in gyms. Just like I've never hit a golf ball in my life. And I think golf would be impossible to commentate if you've never played golf. I literally have no idea the difference between what a 9-iron and a 3 would do. My brain doesn't work that way because I've never played golf and I've never watched golf. So I wouldn't commentate golf because I don't know. And you do still hear, it's less and less, but you do still hear commentators, and they're not recognizing setups. And I think it's not just, all right, now he's locked down a Kimura. It's not that tough to teach someone what a Kimura is, but it's pretty tough to see a Kimura setup if you've never learned yourself how to set up a Kimura. And I've always taken the opinion, look, I might not be the best-looking guy, I might not have the greatest voice, but I'm going to outwork everybody. I might not have the most natural talent. In fact, I don't have the most natural talent. So people who are better looking and have better voices and more talented, I'm going to beat them because I'm going to outwork them. Maybe it's an athlete's perspective, I don't know. But so I'm going to out-prepare you. I'm going to out-prepare you with my research. I'm going to out-prepare you by speaking to the fighters, and I'm going to out-prepare you by being in the gym. And that's where that comes from. But again, going back to watching UFC 1, I couldn't have named one submission, as I say, outside of the Indian Deathlock put on by Dory Funk Jr. against Dusty Rhodes. I mean, I didn't know. Guard, back mounts. Are you kidding me? I don't know what any of this stuff means. But then again, if you think about like American football too, and I think about a lot as the commentator, I love the NFL. I'm crazy for the NFL.
Yeah.
When I first started watching the NFL, and I was probably 6 or 7 years old, probably 6. Not once did the commentators say, he carried that ball across that white line and they gave him 6 points to his team. And now this guy's going to try to kick that ball. You just learn what it is.
Yeah.
And I think, and that's maybe one of the reasons why I'm not at Spike TV anymore, because I'm not going to play dumb for anybody. Mm-hmm. I don't want to talk over anybody's head, but I also recognize the vast majority of people who watch MMA, whether it's the UFC or Bellator or ONE or World Series of Fighting or Victory or Titan or Invicta or whomever, are fans. They're either hardcores or they want to become knowledgeable fans. So it doesn't do anybody any favor, I don't think, to play dumb on worldwide TV as a commentator.
It doesn't.
And to act like you don't know something if you do it, or, why did he grab his ankle? That's just nonsense to me.
Yeah.
No more than, you're watching the Premier League. Well, why is Wayne Rooney kicking that ball towards that net-looking thing? What could he be trying to do there? It's nonsense.
I'm with you on that. I sometimes feel like I want to hug Mike Goldberg because he's the one who has to speak like that, really has to put it out there sometimes. And I'm like, Mike, I hate that you have to say that, my friend. I just want to put my arm around him. And it's tough, yeah, like you say, because you almost feel like he's dying a little bit inside every time he has to say something like that. But he has to do it because there's a yin and yang with the commentary, with the way Joe does it and then the way Mike does it. They have to be different.
But if you look at the dynamic that I had for 5.5 years at Bellator with Jimmy Smith before that, the 2 years at M1 and at Affliction, I never played dumb. And again, there are a few reasons why I'm no longer the Bellator commentator and why Spike decided to get rid of me last year. But I'll tell you that's one of the reasons is I'm not going to play dumb, and I'm not going to play the everyman, and I'm not going to ask questions I know the answers to, because I think that's insulting. And I've always gone in. I'm now calling one championship fights with Mitch Chilson, who's great, who's a former ex-fighter, and Joe Wilk, who's great on Victory on UFC Fight Pass, who's a former ex-fighter. Like I've said to them, look, I'm not at your level. I'm not 1/1000th of your level as a fighter, and I've certainly never been a professional fighter. I've never even had an AMI fight. Okay, so I've spent some time in the gym, whatever, big deal. So I might know this stuff, but I'm not going to act like I know more. That's for you guys. But at the same time, I'm certainly not going to act like what I know less. Yeah. And there are television networks out there and producers who have that philosophy that the play-by-play guy just sets up the analyst and plays dumb. And as I think in recent history has shown, I'll go find a place who likes what I do rather than play dumb on worldwide TV.
I've heard that didn't Victory have a great card at the week this just gone?
It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. It was my first show with Victory and our debut show on Fight Pass. And 8 fights and 8 finishes.
Yes.
And Ryan Stoddard, who's a former pro fighter himself, and he worked on the matchmaking side for Bellator in 2010. Someone I know a long time. We come from the same part of the country. He's in Omaha. I'm in Kansas City, so we're less than a 3-hour drive apart. And as you know, the fight scene is small and tight. You know most people. Ryan structures his pay to where fighters get a bonus for finishing their fights. Just like in most football leagues around the world. Fans don't know this. But there is a win bonus.
Yes.
As much money as Cristiano Ronaldo is making, he still gets a win bonus.
Yeah.
And Ryan Stoddard, I don't know if it came out of soccer, out of football, but he had the philosophy, if I'm paying you X, you're going to get Y if you finish. And it leads to more finishes in his fights.
I like it.
And we had a kid, Rafion Stotts, and Stotts was mauling his opponent. He's a 2-time NCAA Division II wrestling national champion. Comes in at 3-0. He is mauling his opponent. I mean, he's cruising to a 30-27 win, and he hunts the sub, and he taps his opponent with 15 seconds left. And I am convinced that's because he wanted that extra money. When he knew in another organization, I'll play it safe for the last minute because I'm easily going to win this fight. Just don't get knocked out or caught in a stupid sub.
Yeah.
But he's thinking, all right, I have the win. Now I want to make some more money and finish. And it's something other organizations should really consider. It was an amazing card. And I will tell you, it made me feel good that we were opposite Bellator. And I still have a lot of friends at Bellator. I have no friends at Spike TV, by the way. I'd like to put that out there on the record. But I still have a lot of friends at Bellator. But I did like the fact that we were opposite Bellator. And it seemed like a lot of the MMA fans were paying a little more attention to the victory card on Fight Pass.
Hey, I tell you what, I was going to say Fight Pass. You can watch it on Fight Pass. I need to check it out myself. I was a bit tied up with time constraint, obviously time anyway, the timing it was on. I'll be watching. See, I watch them obviously the week. Like for example, this week I'll watch that card and stuff like that. I'll catch up on the fights. Like you say, like you say, the 1993 got you hooked in, and now all of a sudden, look at this. You're going across, like say, you're going to Asia to do one championship, to do commentary. Did you ever at all dream that anything like that would have happened from just this one pay-per-view that you watched?
I'll tell you, I'm a kid who, when I was probably 6 or 7 years old, knew that I wanted to work in sport. Like most boys, I wanted to be a professional athlete.
Yep.
And like most boys, I realized I didn't have the athletic talent to be a professional athlete or even a collegiate athlete. But I wanted to work in sport, and I wanted to be a commentator. And I have 2 children. I have a 10-year-old girl and a 4-year-old girl, loves of my life. But I think when I was their age, like, the fact that I was, like, sitting in front of a television and I was, like, calling pretend commentary, or I would, like, try to write down all the different teams and all the different leagues, or try to remember players' batting averages in baseball, or how many receptions they had in the NFL, or how many knockouts a boxer had. Just crazy, weird, nut job, obsessive stuff like that. So I knew that I had to be in this industry. The fact that it manifested itself into MMA, and, you know, I'm calling fights in Changsha, China, and the next week I'm calling fights in Omaha, Nebraska, I didn't see that coming. And, you know, as a kid, I would have thought maybe I'll be a boxing commentator. That sounds like fun. But I had no idea. But I knew at some level, when I saw that first UFC, that this had changed me, and I was probably never going to be the same again. And 22 and a half years later, I'm definitely not the same person.
Because that's why I wanted you on, Sean, because like I said before about with Hoist Gracie at the end, talking about Disneyland, I said it was, like say, a tornado of violence, and he was like the eye of the storm where he come out with this beautiful line. You, again, it's MMA, mixed martial arts, in the cage, it's violence, but there are some beautiful stories that come out of it, and that's why you're on, because you are one of those stories where you came along, you watched the first pay-per-view. It's like, there is not... I would love to get a list of every person that got a pay-per-view and see where they are right now, because I guarantee you're probably one of the very few, not all of them, but you're one of the very few small, tiny people amounts that are where you are right now, involved in the sport and the way you are, and I think it's a wonderful, beautiful story that the way it all came about.
Well, I'll tell you, I so appreciate you saying that. It's really kind of you. And in the book, so it for people who haven't read the book, and I should get in a plug, you can get it on Amazon anywhere in the world, Amazon UK, Amazon Australia, Canada, US, whatever. Also, it's for sale on the UFC Fight Store. Just keyword in books, and you will see it. Prices, I think, are the same. Again, is this legal with Art Davie and myself, Sean Wheelock. But it's Art's memoir. It's written in his voice. We wrote it together. Varian, my publisher, asked me to do essentially what you're asking me to do on this program. Talk about my experience of UFC 1 and write it in my own first person from my own perspective. And just like the honesty in the book, it's 100% honesty. That's the true story right there of seeing the poster of Gold's Gym and being hooked and thinking it might be worked and thinking it might be kayfabe pro wrestling and then just being mesmerized. But I also mentioned in that sequence, I know 3 other people who watched it live. Now, I've met 1 million people in the fight industry who've watched UFC 1. Usually they tell me that they got it from Blockbuster Video, which was the big chain in the U.S. in the 1990s and early 2000s. They got it at Blockbuster Video, but this was years after the fact. But I know 3 other people who watched UFC 1 as kids, and all 4 of us work in the industry. Ben Saunders, who fights in the UFC, watched it. A guy named Adam Geller, who's a producer, a feature producer and a research producer at the UFC, who I also worked with on Affliction and on Bellator, and Corey Brady, who does all those great features at Bellator. How weird is that? I've met 3 other people in my life who watch UFC 1, and we all work in this industry. So I think a lot of us in that group of 86,000 plus were really significantly impacted.
And it's crazy, like, say that you've met them, and of course people said, yeah, like, say, Blockbuster, we had it in the UK as well. We never had it on the Isle of Man, but it was in the UK. That's the thing, UFC 1, even that got released after UFC 2 as well. UFC 2 got released first because of the contract stuff. You know, and some people who said, "Oh, I remember watching UFC." No, you didn't watch it. You didn't watch the pay-per-view. You weren't one of the first. There is the population of the Isle of Man is the people that watch the first UFC. That is effectively what it is. If you got the Isle of Man now, that's who watched it.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And what I have never done, I've met a lot of people who were at the first UFC, Art Davie, John McCarthy. Of the original 10 fighters, I've either met or spoken to 7 of them, I guess. But and unfortunately, Kevin Rozier passed away last year.
Yes.
But yeah, I guess 7 of the living 9, I've spoken to 7, I believe. I've never spoken to anybody who was there as a fan. I would be fascinated to what prompted you to buy the ticket. I wanted to find one of those people, and I couldn't in writing the book. But I've never met somebody who was living in Denver who went there as a fan. That would really be interesting to me.
Yeah, that would just be a really good conversation to have. Yeah, and also to see if they're still following it now.
Yeah, and I wonder how many. I mean, if you go back and you watch that show, even the cut-down version that's out on home video, unless you want to come to my house and watch the original VHS, but there are weird moments. You know, when Ken Shamrock finishes Pat Smith with the heel hook, people boo. They're outraged. It's like, what happened?
Yeah, Sean, it would be amazing just to sit down and actually have a conversation with that person. You know, just even if it was 5 minutes long, and see if they're still involved in the sport in some way, or if they follow it, etc.
Yeah, and I would really like to know what motivated them. Denver had the Sabaki Challenge, which was the premier full-contact karate tournament in the United States. So there were fight fans. And there was always a decent history of professional wrestling in Denver, and it was a pretty good boxing town. But, that would be fascinating. Did they come and were they disappointed, or were they like me? Were they just completely mesmerized and saw it as a life-changing experience?
So there was, it's 3,013 paid tickets, so that's a small number of people that paid to go, but there's got to be someone out there somewhere that went, that hasn't spoken yet to someone. It'd be great just to grab hold of them, just to see what they did. Like you say, obviously, you watch it, like you said, you see the pictures of the crowd, and someone somewhere must go, that's me. It'd be great to find them. But Sean, like they say, the sport itself, from the start of the way it creates, from when it was created to when the first one happened, from when you watched it to now, your life has become, like I say, a beautiful story. And Sean, I love talking to you because you are fantastic. It's just like an encyclopedia of information and knowledge. It's beautiful to hear you speak about it as well, because you can hear the passion in your voice and the things that you're doing. I can't wait to see, to listen to the victory card, to listen to your commentate, etc. And just all that stuff, mate. Honestly, I'm so happy for things working out for you. Before we wrap this up, what I want to say, is when Art goes, like he said, the sport will carry on. And when we go, the sport will carry on. But isn't it beautiful to be part of something, like I say, and making a difference?
It really is. And first of all, thank you so much for the kind words. You're such a nice supporter of mine, and that's really lovely and eloquent what you said, and I appreciate that very much. And, I really am passionate about this, and I hope that when people hear me call a fight, and throughout my career when they've heard me call fights, they know that I'm as big a fan as the biggest fan watching. And if I weren't commentating this event, I would be watching this event. And there's no place I would rather be doing that. I think great commentators, and I'm not saying I'm great by any means, but I think great commentators and all that's for other people to decide, not me. But I think great commentators across all sports, the number one thing that pops out is passion. How many times do you hear commentators and they sound like they would rather be somewhere else?
Yes.
And then you hear someone and you know that there's no place else they'd rather be. And that's what I try to convey, because it's an honest feeling on that. And to your point, the fact that Art, and I thought it was a beautiful way to close the book, that this will outlive me. And Art and I talk about that a lot, not in a morbid sort of sad way or melancholy way, but in a very, very happy way. And when I got back from Changsha, China, I said, Art, there is this sport called MMA in a nation that has thousands of years of combat sports in their history. And now these MMA upstart gyms are popping up all over China. That's because of an idea in your head in 1989. You think about that. And it's almost, I think, even tough for Art to conceptualize, and myself, but that's it. And, I really feel so incredibly blessed. And I say that everyone wants to interpret blessed, but I feel blessed the opportunities I've had and the people that I've known through this sport. And that starts with my very, very deep friendship with Art Davie. So it's been so much fun, and thank you again for the forum and the kind words. And anytime you want me back on the program, I'm always happy to do so.
Oh, Sean, I'm going to definitely drag you back on here, my friend. Honestly, it's great having you on to talk to. Before I let you show off, what's your social media, buddy, for people to jump onto and to engage with you as well? Obviously, if they want to ask any questions maybe and stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So the best way is on Twitter. I'm at Sean Wheelock, SEAN, which most people outside the U.S. know how to spell it, but there are a few different pronunciations. But it's at Sean Wheelock, SeanWheelock. You can see me on Facebook as well. There are a few Sean Wheelocks out there. The one that pops up with my 10-year-old in a Muay Thai stance, that's the right one there. And John McCarthy and I do a podcast every week. Let's get it on podcast.com. You can reach us through the show. And if you want to buy the book, again, the best way is either on Amazon or on UFCstore.com. And if you go on my Twitter page, too, there's a link to our book's website. People want to make a purchase and get a hold of me. But I pride myself on being accessible. If people reach out to me, I do my absolute best to get back to them and engage with them in a timely fashion.
And I can agree with him on that one. He really does. And that's the other thing, again, Big John McCarthy, you do a podcast with him at UFC 1. There's too much. It's crazy. I keep forgetting about that.
It's surreal. It's surreal. I mean, literally two of my best friends in the world, who people I really count on in life, are Big John McCarthy and Art Davie. That's insane to me for a fan, and I'm a fan first and foremost. That's insane. Yeah. That is crazy, but I'll take it.
Your phone book is... I'm jealous of your phone book. That's nuts. Sean, thank you again. Honestly, every minute, every second, it's so welcomed and so thankful. Thank you for being part of this kind of weird idea that me and Mike had, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. All the best.